Before the fear begins, hit like and subscribe, don't miss the chills. Tell us where you're watching from, and brace yourself for stories so terrifying, they'll haunt your night. Story 1. It was a typical morning when I checked my inbox, scanning through the usual emails, newsletters, updates, and promotional offers, but then my eyes landed on something unexpected, an email from a company I didn't recognize confirming a purchase. I was sure I never made my heart skip a beat as I clicked on the message, the chill creeping over me as the details unfolded before my eyes. The email was concise, in matter of fact, confirming that a large purchase had been made under my name. The transaction included several items, some of which I had never heard of, let alone ordered. I felt a rush of panic, my mind racing to figure out how this could have happened. I double-checked the email sender, the address looking legitimate enough, though something about it felt off. There was no mistaking that the confirmation included my full name, the last 4 digits of my credit card, and a shipping address that looked all too familiar here. I was certain that I hadn't made any such purchase. I hadn't even been online shopping lately. The only thing I could remember ordering recently was a small item for my home which had already arrived days ago. This, however, was completely different, expensive, unfamiliar, and certainly not something I would ever buy. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I debated what to do next. Should I call the company? Should I contact my bank? I wasn't sure where to start, but I knew I couldn't just ignore it. I quickly opened a new tab and logged into my bank account to check for any strange transactions. My hands were trembling as I navigated the website, my eyes scanning every line of the recent activity. There was an identical charge for the same amount as the one in the email. The charge had been made just the night before, late in the evening. I hadn't even been aware of it. The transaction was listed under a name I didn't recognize, but the last 4 digits of my card were correct. I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach as I realized what this meant. Someone had used my card information without my permission. I immediately called my bank's customer service, explaining the situation as best I could. The representative on the other end sounded concerned and promised to help. I gave them all the detail I had, including the charge and the email confirmation. They told me they would look into it and suggested that I cancel my card to prevent any further charges. I agreed, my mind already racing with the consequences of what had happened. The representative assured me that the transaction would be disputed and that they would work with me to resolve the issue. Once the call ended, I sat there for a moment trying to process everything. My thoughts kept circling back to the purchase. Who could have gotten access to my card information? How had they managed to place the order? I couldn't recall any recent instances where I might have been careless with my details, and yet here I was dealing with the aftermath of someone else's actions. The whole situation felt like a violation, and I was left with the uncomfortable feeling of being exposed as the day wore on. I found myself constantly checking my email for any updates, hoping that the issue would be resolved quickly. I searched through my inbox for any other signs that something was wrong. To my dismay, I found another email. This time it was an order confirmation from a different company, again for items I had never purchased. My blood ran cold as I read through the details, confirming yet another unauthorized transaction. At this point, panic began to set in. This wasn't just a simple mistake or a one-off charge. It was clear that someone had access to my financial information and they were using it freely. I immediately called my bank again, reporting the second charge and requesting they freeze my account. While they investigated further, the representative apologized for the inconvenience and assured me that they would look into the situation as a priority. As the hours passed, I became more and more frustrated. I was anxious about the potential consequences of having my personal information stolen, but I was also upset by the fact that this was happening at all. It felt like a breach of trust, like someone had crossed an invisible line into my private life. I had always been careful with my online security, using strong passwords and monitoring my accounts regularly. How had this happened? I spent the rest of the day making calls, canceling orders, and reporting the fraud to the appropriate authorities. I filled out forms with my bank, hoping that they would take the necessary steps to investigate the issue. I also reached out to the companies involved in the transactions, providing them with the details and requesting that they cancel the orders. Each step seemed to take forever, and the feeling of helplessness continued to gnaw at me that night. I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the events, wondering how the thief had managed to get my card information. Had they hacked into an online store I'd shopped at? Was it something as simple as a data breach I hadn't been aware of? The possibilities seemed endless, and none of them offered any comfort. I stayed up late, scrolling through security advice, trying to find any answers that might help me feel more in control. The next day, I received a call from my bank. They had completed their initial investigation and confirmed that the charges were indeed fraudulent. They assured me that they would take the necessary steps to reverse the transactions and refunded the money that had been charged to my account. I felt a small sense of relief, but the unease didn't completely disappear. The fact that it happened in the first place still lingered, and I couldn't help but wonder how many others had been affected by the same thing. In the days that followed, I took extra precautions to secure my financial information. I updated my passwords, set up alerts for any suspicious activity, and installed more robust security measures on my devices. I also made a point of closely monitoring my bank accounts, making sure that no further unauthorized charges appeared. Though the situation was eventually resolved, the incident left me with a lingering sense of vulnerability. The feeling of having my personal information stolen and used without my consent stayed with me, a reminder that, no matter how careful we are, there are always people out there looking for ways to take advantage. It was a harsh lesson in the importance of securing our digital lives and staying vigilant against the ever-present threat of fraud. Story 2. It was a typical Saturday afternoon, and I was curled up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, catching up on a book one had been meaning to finish for weeks. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that only happens when you're alone and the world outside seems to stop. I was lost in the pages when I heard a soft knock at the door. It was light at first, almost tentative, but then it came again, this time a little louder. I wasn't affecting anyone, so I froze for a moment, wondering who it could be. I stood up, slowly walking towards the door. My mind raced, trying to think of anyone who might be visiting unannounced, maybe a neighbor or a delivery I forgot about. I glanced through the peephole, but all I saw was the vague outline of a person standing just beyond the door. I couldn't make out any details. My curiosity got the better of me, and I unlocked the door, swinging it open just a little. The person standing there was a man mid-30s wearing a plain grey hoodie and jeans. He looked calm, but his eyes seemed to search my face, as if trying to place me. "Excuse me," he began, his voice polite but uncertain. "Are you Sarah?" I blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "No," I replied, shaking my head, my confusion growing. "I'm not Sarah. I think you have the wrong house." He didn't seem immediately discouraged. In fact, he leaned a little closer, peering at me as if trying to make sense of something. "I'm sorry to bother you. I could have sworn you were Sarah," he said, his voice now tinged with doubt. "I've been looking for her." I could feel my heart rate pick up. This wasn't normal. "No, I'm not Sarah," I repeated, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. "You must be mistaken." For a brief moment there was silence. The man stood there looking at me with a furrowed brow. I felt an odd sense of discomfort, as though there was something off about the whole encounter. He seemed so certain that I was someone else. His eyes lingered on my face for a second too long, and I could feel a chill creeping up my spine. "Are you sure?" he asked again, his tone more insistent. "This time you look so much like her." I was sure this was her place. I shook my head now, feeling more uncomfortable than before. "I'm really sorry, but there's no one named Sarah here," I told him, my voice a little firmer. "Now you're looking for someone else. Maybe you should check with the neighbors or another street." He seemed to hesitate for a moment, his eyes scanning the area around me as if considering what to do next. Then, without another word, he stepped back and turned to leave. I watched him walk away, confusion still swirling in my mind. Who was he, and why was he so certain I was someone else? I closed the door and locked it quickly, my thoughts racing. Something about the whole situation didn't sit right with me. Why would he think I was someone named Sarah? It wasn't just a mistake. It was the way he looked at me, the intensity in his gaze. It was as though he expected me to be her, as though he knew me. I tried to push the thought aside, but it lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. I went back to the couch trying to settle back into my book, but I couldn't concentrate. Every little noise, every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I kept glancing toward the door, expecting the man to return, though I didn't know what I would even say to him if he did. It wasn't long before I heard another knock at the door, louder. This time, my heart skipped a beat. I wasn't sure I wanted to answer again, but something in me felt compelled to see who it was. Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe it wasn't. I stood up, slowly walking toward the door, my nerves on edge. I looked through the PO again, this time seeing only a man's hand resting on the doorframe, the same person. I opened the door, but before I could say anything, the man spoke again. "Sarah," he said, his voice even more insistent. "Now, please, it's me. I've been looking for you everywhere. You have to remember me." I stepped back, confusion clouding my mind. "I don't know you," I said, trying to sound as firm as possible, though my voice trembled slightly. "I told you I'm not, Sarah." He looked at me, his expression faltering for the first time. "I know you're confused," he said softly, "but we've known each other for years. Please, just let me in. I need to talk to you. You'll remember." I stirred, frozen, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. How could he be so sure? I didn't know anyone named Sarah. I hadn't even heard the name until he knocked on my door. The man's voice was almost pleading now, and something in it made my stomach turn. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "No," I said firmly, "I'm not, Sarah, and I don't know who you are. I think you need help. Help, but I can't help you." The man hesitated, looking at me for a moment longer before finally stepping back, his eyes dark with frustration. "You'll remember," he said quietly before turning and walking away for good. This time, I stood there staring at the door for a long while, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. My heart was still racing, my mind struggling to catch up. There was something about the way he had looked at me, something unsettling. It was as though he had seen something in me, something I hadn't seen myself, and then, just like that, he was gone, leaving me with more questions than answers. I don't know what made me do it, but later that night I went online and searched for anyone named Sarah who might have lived in my house before me. I hadn't given much thought to the house's history, but now, the thought of someone else named Sarah occupying it, or perhaps even having a connection to it, felt urgent. I scrolled through search results and public records, hoping for some clue. That's when I found it, Sarah, the previous tenant of my house. She had lived here for years before moving out. A few months before I moved in, there were pictures of her and, to my shock, she looked just like me. The con action was undeniable, but still I couldn't understand how the man had known. How had he found me? How had he been so sure? I never saw him again, but that night I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching, someone who thought I was someone else, and I didn't know if I would ever truly be able to separate myself from the person he thought I was. Story 3. I had never really known my neighbor. Well, he was quiet, kept to himself, and we exchanged polite nods when we crossed paths. We lived in a small suburban neighborhood where everyone knew each other, but we weren't exactly close. I knew his name was Tom, but that was about the extent of our relationship. He was a middle-aged man, often seen walking his dog around the block or sitting on his porch in the evening, sipping from his coffee mug as the sun went down. He didn't have visitors often, and there wasn't much about him that stood out. It had been a particularly uneventful week, the usual routine of work, errands, and weekends spent in my backyard. But then one morning I woke up to find something odd. The usual hum of activity in the neighborhood was gone, no sounds of children playing, no distant conversations, no dogs barking. It was an unnatural stone less that made me pause. I went about my morning as usual, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Later in the afternoon I stepped outside to grab the mail. As I walked past Tom's house, I noticed that his lawn, usually well kept, was a little overgrown. His car wasn't parked in the driveway, which was unusual but not unheard of. He often took his car to the mechanic for days at a time. However, something about the absence of it left me feeling uneasy. I decided to knock on his door just to make sure everything was okay. The door, surprisingly, was slightly ajar. I didn't think much of it at first, thinking that maybe he had forgotten to close it properly, but when I knocked there was no answer. I called out his name, but still nothing. A strange sense of curiosity, or maybe concern, nudged me further into the house. I pushed the door open, fully stepping inside. It was quiet, almost unnervingly so. The air was still and there wasn't even the faintest trace of movement. As I looked around, I saw that everything in the house was exactly the same as it had always been. His living room was furnished with an old couch, a coffee table and a few framed photographs on the walls. The kitchen was tidy, with dishes neatly stacked in the sink. His coat was hanging on the hook by the door. Everything was in its place as if nothing had changed. But as I stood there, I realized that something was missing. Tom. There was no sign of him anywhere. The house was exactly as it had always been, yet there was an unsettling emptiness to it. It felt as if he just vanished, leaving behind every single material possession he had ever owned. No bags, no clothes, no personal items. Nothing was missing except for him. I stepped into his bedroom and again everything was just as I remembered it. The bed was neatly made. The dresser had its usual assortment of books and trinkets, but there was no sign of Tom, no indication that he had even been there. That morning I ran my hand across the top of the dresser, brushing against a few dust particles that had accumulated in the absence of his presence. Confused and a bit shaken, I left the room and walked around the house again. I checked the back door, which led to the small patio in his yard. It was locked. I tried the windows, but they were closed as well. It didn't make any sense. Tom had always been a creature of habit. If he had left, he would have taken his things. He wouldn't have just disappeared without a trace. I went back outside, standing at the edge of his driveway, staring at the house. It didn't make sense. I felt a chill run down my spine and for the first time in a long while I was truly scared. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just leave it like this. I had to call someone. I pulled out my phone and dialed the police. As the phone rang, I glanced back at Tom's house, my mind racing with questions. The dispatcher answered and I explained the situation. But I could hear the skepticism in her voice. "People go away sometimes," she said. "Maybe he just decided to take a break." I wouldn't jump to conclusions. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. I insisted that they send someone over, but all I could do was wait. Hours passed and the police finally arrived. They didn't seem to take my concerns as seriously as I thought they would, brushing it off as a missing persons case that could be solved easily. After all, Tom was a grown man. Maybe he left on his own, they suggested, but there was something about the emptiness of the house that I couldn't ignore. They went through the place asking the usual questions, checking for any signs of foul play, but there was nothing. No signs of struggle, no indication of violence, just an ordinary house with nothing out of the ordinary except for the absence of Tom. As I stood outside watching the police officer walk through the house, I felt a nagging sense of disbelief. This didn't feel right. If Tom had just left, why wouldn't he have taken anything with him? Why was everything still here? It wasn't adding up that night. I couldn't sleep. The whole situation was gnawing at me. My mind kept racing with possibilities, but none of them made sense. Time had vanished and I couldn't understand why. I kept thinking about his house, how normal it appeared, how there was no sign that he had been planning to leave. It was as if he had simply stepped out for a moment and never returned. A few days passed and there was still no word on Tom. The police had no leads and no one seemed to have any answers. I couldn't stop thinking about the house, though something about it just didn't sit right with me. Every time I walked past it, I felt a sense of dread. Then one afternoon, as I was walking to my car, I noticed something. A small slip of paper was wedged into the crack of the door frame. I bent down to pick it up and unfolded it carefully. The message was simple, just a few words written in a shaky hand. "You shouldn't have looked." I stood there for a moment staring at the paper in my hand, my heart pounding. The chill I had felt earlier returned more intense this time. What had I stumbled into? What did this all mean? The unease in my gut grew stronger. There was something about Tom's disappearance, something about the house that felt like a warning. I had unwittingly crossed a line and I wasn't sure what kind of consequences would follow. The police were still no closer to finding Tom. His house remained locked up, just as it had always been empty, yet strangely unchanged. I couldn't stop thinking about the slip of paper, the cryptic message that seemed to suggest that I knew too much. In the end, I realized that some mysteries are better left unsolved. I never saw Tom again, and over time his house was sold, the new owners moved in and life in the neighborhood went on. But every time I walked past that house I couldn't shake the feeling that something dark and unresolved lingered in the air, something that would never be explained, no matter how hard I searched for answers. I had just come back from work, exhausted from the day's tasks, and all I wanted was something to eat. As I opened the door to my fridge, I expected to find the usual leftovers, some fruit, maybe a snack, but what I saw made me stop in my tracks. There, in the middle of the shelves, were several items I had never bought before, a carton of fresh eggs, a bowl of salad and a loaf of bread, none of which I could recall purchasing in the past few days. I stood there frozen, staring at the unfamiliar food, my mind racing to make sense of it. At first I thought I must be mistaken. Maybe I had bought them during a grocery run I'd forgotten about, or perhaps someone in my household had picked them up. But as I scanned the fridge more closely, I realized that none of these items seemed like something I would typically buy. I didn't eat salad often, and I certainly didn't purchase bread, since I preferred gluten-free options. The eggs, too, seemed out of place. I wasn't sure when I had last bought eggs, but I was almost certain it hadn't been recently. The more I looked at the items, the more unsettled I became. I tried to shrug it off, thinking that I had just forgotten about purchasing the food, but the unease lingered. I was the only one living in the house, so there was no one else to blame for this odd discovery. I opened the fridge again, hoping to find some explanation, maybe something I had overlooked earlier. But as I shifted around a few containers, I noticed something else, a note tucked between the shells, handwritten in messy handwriting. It read, "Enjoy the meal. I left it for you." My heart skipped a beat. Who could have left this for me? I hadn't had any visitors recently, and I definitely hadn't ordered any takeout. There was no name, no further details, just the cryptic message. It wasn't a joke, and it didn't seem like something one of my friends would do. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who knew I lived here and who would leave food for me without saying anything else? I pulled the note out and reread it, trying to find some clue, some hint that might explain everything, but there was nothing, just that vague message. I had no idea how long it had been in my fridge or who had left it, but one thing was clear, someone had been in my house when I wasn't there. The food in my fridge wasn't a coincidence. Someone had been watching me, or at least knew where I lived. I decided to call a friend, hoping to make sense of it all. I dialed their number and waited as the phone rang. When they picked up, I rushed into the explanation describing the strange food den note and my growing sense of unease. My friend listened carefully before asking a few questions, but nothing they said made me feel better. They didn't recognize the handwriting either, and they hadn't heard of anyone planning to visit me. The more we talked, the more paranoid I became. What if the person had been in my home more than once? What if they had been leaving food there for weeks without me noticing? I opened the fridge again, looking for any sign that I had overlooked. The eggs looked fresh, the salad crisp, the bread untouched, but that didn't help the growing knot in my stomach. How was it possible that I hadn't noticed these things before? Had someone been sneaking in without me realizing it? After the call, I found myself pacing around the apartment, trying to think of any logical explanation. But could someone have entered through an unlocked door? But I always made sure to lock up after myself, and I hadn't heard anything unusual. I had lived in this apartment for months, and nothing like this had ever happened before. The idea that someone had been in my space watching me leaving food behind it felt like something out of a nightmare. I decided to check my security camera footage just to see if anything unusual had been recorded. I had cameras set up around the apartment for safety, mostly for peace of mind. As I scrolled through the footage, my fingers shaking, I watched carefully, expecting to see something that might explain the mystery, but the footage only deepened the mystery. There were no signs of anyone entering the apartment, no strange movements on the cameras. Everything looked completely normal, like nothing had happened at all. I spent the rest of the evening trying to convince myself that it was all just a misunderstanding, that I was overthinking things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The note, the unfamiliar food, the sense that someone had been in my home without my knowledge at all pointed to something far more sinister. I couldn't ignore it any longer. In the days that followed, I became more and more obsessed with the situation. I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked the fridge multiple times a day, hoping that the food would disappear, that the note would somehow make sense, but each time I opened the door, the same items were there, mocking me with their mystery. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I couldn't figure out who was behind it or why they had left the food, but it felt like I was being watched, like I was being manipulated somehow. It wasn't until a week later, when I was out running errands, that the truth finally hit me. I had stopped by a small grocery store near my apartment to pick up a few things. As I walked down the aisles, I suddenly spotted a familiar face, a man who had been working at the store for a few months now. We had exchanged pleasantries in the past, but I had never really spoken to him. Beyond that, I noticed he was stalking some shelves near the back of the store. When he caught my eye and waved, I smiled awkwardly and walked over to him as we talked. I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this interaction felt different. The man seemed unusually interested in my plans for the day, asking detailed questions about what I was doing later and whether I would be home. I answered him casually, not thinking much of it at first, but the more he asked, the more uncomfortable I became then. As I was about to leave, he leaned in slightly and said, "I hope you enjoyed the food I left for you." I froze. My heart nearly stopped. I stared at him in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just said. He quickly looked away, seemingly realizing he had said too much without another word. He turned and walked to the back of the store. I stood there for a moment trying to process what had just happened. The pieces finally fell into place. The man from the grocery store had been the one leaving food in my fridge. He must have been the one watching me, the one behind the mysterious note and the strange items in my fridge. I felt a mix of anger and fear building inside me. How long had he been doing this? Why hadn't I noticed sooner? I left the store quickly, my mind racing with questions. When I got home, I called the landlord to ask if anyone had accessed my apartment recently. He assured me that no one had entered without permission. I filed a report with the police detailing the man's behavior and the strange situation, hoping they would be able to investigate. A few weeks later, after some investigation, it turned out that the man had been observing me for a while. He had somehow gained access to my apartment and started leaving food as a way to get my attention. I never did find out how he got into my home or why he did it, but he was eventually removed from the grocery store and faced charges for his actions. The police advised me to be more cautious and to continue monitoring the situation, as unsettling as it was. The experience taught me something valuable. Trusting my instincts, staying aware and acting when things felt wrong was the key to staying safe. While the situation was far from ideal, I managed to regain control and never felt as vulnerable again. Story 5. It all started one evening when I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone after a long day. I had a habit of checking my internet history every now and then just to keep track of what I'd been researching or revisiting, nothing out of the ordinary really. I had recently looked up some recipes for dinner, a few articles for work and some new movies coming out. But when I opened the history tab, my heart skipped a beat. There were searches in there that I knew I had never made. The first one that caught my eye was a specific name. Someone I didn't recognize. The search had come from the same day. I had been browsing for movie trailers, but I didn't remember ever typing that name in. Nor did I recall ever needing to. It wasn't even a common name. In fact, it was unique enough that I immediately became curious. Why would this name appear in my history as if I had been looking for it? I clicked on the link attached to the search and it led to an obscure website, one I had never visited before. The page didn't load completely, but I could make out a few words, something about a local legend. It felt off. Next I scrolled down to the second string search. It was about a random location somewhere I had never been and had no reason to look up. The search read, "Abandoned house on Maple Street." What happened to it? I was completely confused. I had never even heard of Maple Street before, let alone been interested in abandoned houses. My fingers hovered over the screen. What was going on? I quickly scrolled further down and there were more searches, none of them familiar. One was about an old TV show I'd never seen or even thought about. Another search was about a missing person from a town across the state. It was all becoming too much to ignore. How could all of this be in my history if I hadn't looked it up? I'd definitely never typed these things in. A chill crept down my spine. Something wasn't right. I decided to close my browser and restart my phone. Maybe it was just some glitch in the system. When I opened my history of again, I felt my stomach drop. The searches hadn't disappeared. They were still there. In fact, there were even more. The name I didn't recognize appeared again. The abandoned house on Maple Street was there again too. I felt a growing sense of unease. I hadn't even typed any of those searches. I'd been sitting here all night, barely moving, except for browsing my usual websites. There was no way this could be happening. I decided to try something different. I went into the settings of my phone to check which apps had access to my search history. Could it be that some app was recording my searches and adding things without my consent? It didn't make sense, but at this point I was grasping at straws. To my surprise, there was no suspicious app. Everything seemed normal, just like it always had been. I felt a little better, but the unease still lingered. I wasn't sure what to do next. I decided to try something else, something more drastic. I went ahead and wiped my browser history completely, erasing everything from the beginning. A fresh start, I thought. After a few seconds my history was clear. Finally, I felt some relief. I told myself that whatever had happened was just a fluke. Maybe an error in the phone system or some weird glitch. I didn't understand. The next day I woke up to check my phone again. I had a few missed calls and some messages to read, but my main concern was my internet history. I had to know if everything was okay. I opened my browser and my stomach sank there. At the very top of the history list were new searches. The name I didn't recognize, the abandoned house on Maple Street. The missing person, all of it was back, and this time the searches had added more bizarre things that seemed personal, as if the search engine knew too much about me. One search was about my childhood neighborhood. Another was about a photo I had posted online years ago. I felt the panic rise in my chest. I hadn't typed those things in. No one else had access to my phone. So who could it be? I tried to convince myself that maybe someone had hacked into my account, maybe my phone had been compromised, but how could that explain searches I had no memory of making? I tried something else, changing my passwords and logging out of all accounts to ensure no one could access my personal information. I even enabled two-factor authentications just to be extra careful, but still the mysterious searches kept appearing. It didn't matter what I did, who I spoke to, or how I tried to protect myself. The searches kept showing up. I felt like I was losing control of everything. A few days later I decided to take another step. I contacted my phone's customer support. I explained the situation as best I could, but the representative on the other end was just as confused as I was. They suggested I perform a factory reset on my phone. It sounded extreme, but I was desperate. I followed their instructions and wiped my phone clean, resetting everything to its original state. For a short while it worked. My history was completely clear. The strange searches stopped appearing. It felt like a victory, like I had finally gained control again, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I searched for something, I felt as if the phone was recording more than it should. One night, several weeks after the factory reset, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone as usual. My heart stopped when I saw the same name I didn't recognize in my history. It wasn't just a random search anymore. It was a search for my name. How did that happen? I hadn't typed it in and no one else had access to my phone. I felt a surge of panic as I realized that someone or something was intentionally placing these searches there. I didn't know who or what it was, but I knew I couldn't just ignore for it any longer. At that point I decided to make the phone a last resort. I used a different computer to search up anything related to the name, the location, and the abandoned house. As I went through the results, I stumbled upon an article about that exact place. It was a local urban legend I had never heard of, but what startled me was that the article mentioned something about people who had been affected by strange occurrences related to it. Some of them had reported feeling like they were being watched, like someone or something was always a step behind them. Some even claimed to see figures in their peripheral vision, always watching but never moving. That night I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I kept checking my phone as if somehow it could offer me answers. I went through every inch of my search history and every app looking for clues, but all I could find were these cryptic and eerie connections. The more I searched, the more the history grew, the more it seemed to spiral out of control. In the end I stopped searching, I stopped looking for answers, the searches stopped appearing for a while, and I went back to living my life, but with a constant feeling that something wasn't right. It's been months now and I haven't seen any new searches pop up, but the unsettling feeling never really left. My phone still works like it's supposed to, but I can't shake the feeling that it knows more than it should. That someone or something is still out there watching me. Story 66. It started as a normal evening, nothing out of the ordinary. I had been organizing my closet, shuffling through clothes and old boxes that had been tucked away for years. I was reaching for an old sweater I hadn't worn in ages, when my fingers brushed against something unusual. At first I thought it was just the back of the closet, but as I pushed further I realized it was something else entirely. It was a small round hole, perfectly circular, about the size of a grapefruit, right at the bottom of a wall where the closet met the floor. My curiosity peak. I knelt down and examined it closely. The edges of the hole were smooth, almost too neat, as if it had been carved intentionally. It was far too small to be a defect in the wall or something caused by wear and tear. I reached out my hand, trembling slightly, and ran my fingers along the opening. It felt cool to the touch and there was a slight draft coming from it. My heart raced a little as I wondered what it could be. I had lived in this house for years and I was sure I'd never noticed this hole before. I quickly grabbed a flashlight from the drawer and shined it into the hole, hoping to get a better view of what lay beyond. The beam of light illuminated a narrow passageway that stretched deep into the wall. My initial instinct was to pull back and forget about it. After all, who wouldn't be a little unsettled to find something like this hidden in their home? But the curiosity continued to pull at me, urging me to find out more. The fact that the hole was so hidden, so deliberately out of sight, only made it more intriguing. I reached into the hole with both hands, cautiously, feeling around for anything I could use to pry it open further. After a moment of hesitation, I managed to grip something solid inside the wall. I pulled with all my strength and, to my surprise, the section of the wall popped open, revealing a small dark room behind it. It was a hidden room, tucked away and hidden behind what I had assumed was the solid structure of my closet. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into the darkness beyond what on earth could be back there. I stood frozen for a moment, my mind racing. Was it some kind of forgotten space? Maybe a part of the house that had been sealed off? My pulse quickened as I realized that I had had no idea what I was about to discover. The house was old, sure, but a hidden room. That was something out of the storybook. I swallowed hard, my instinct, screaming at me to leave it alone, but the pull of the unknown was too strong. Taking a deep breath, I pushed forward, stepping cautiously into the hidden room. The air inside was damp and stale, with a musty scent that made me wrinkle my nose. My flashlight beam danced around the small space, revealing shelves filled with old dusty boxes and what appeared to be a large wooden trunk sitting in the corner. The room was much smaller than I had expected, cramped even more by the clutter. But there was something eerie about the room, something that made my skin crawl. It felt like a space that had been forgotten by time, untouched, abandoned. I scanned the room trying to make sense of it. All the boxes were old, their contents long lost to the years. The trunk in the corner, however, intrigued me the most. It was locked, the heavy brass padlock looking out of place against the worn wood. I wondered why anyone would leave something like this behind. A sudden chill ran down my spine, as though the room itself were waiting for me to unlock it, to uncover whatever lay inside. I knelt beside the trunk, my hand shaking slightly as I tried to find a way to open it. It was clearly old and the lock seemed rusted and difficult to manipulate. After a few minutes of fumbling, I finally managed to get the lock open. With a satisfying click, I lifted the lid slowly, my heart pounding in my chest, expecting to find something valuable, maybe even something worth keeping instead. The contents inside were far more unsettling. The trunk was filled with old faded photographs, yellowed papers, and a handful of strange trinkets. I shuffled through the items, my curiosity growing with every new object I uncovered. But then, hidden beneath the papers, I found something I hadn't expected. It was a small weathered journal. The cover was cracked and the pages inside were worn, but the handwriting was still legible, though hard to read. It was written in a language I didn't recognize, and as I flipped through the pages, I realized that it wasn't just a journal. It was a record of something far darker. The further I read, the more unnerved I became. The entry spoke of strange occurrences, of people who had lived in this house before me, and of things that didn't make sense. The writer described feelings of being watched, of voices in the walls, and of things hidden in the shadows. As I continued reading, I found myself growing more and more paranoid, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Was this some sort of warning? Had someone else found this hidden room before me? I was about to put the journal down when I noticed something strange. On the last page, the handwriting became frantic. The words smeared as though written in haste. The final entry read, "They are still here. I hear them at night. They are watching, waiting. The hole in the closet is just the beginning." I closed the book quickly, my breath catching in my throat. Who had written this and why? What had they meant by they? I stood up abruptly, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in this room, as if something or someone was lurking just beyond my reach. My heart raced as I quickly back away from the trunk, my flashlight flickering as though it too were uneasy. I needed to get out of that room, but the more I tried to leave, the more I felt like something was holding me there, keeping me from turning away. I rushed back to the hole in the wall, my hands trembling as I tried to squeeze through the narrow passage. Once I was back in the safety of my closet, I quickly closed the secret entrance, making sure the hole was hidden again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something that had been waiting for me to discover the room. The house felt different, now more oppressive, as though the walls themselves were closing in on me. I didn't speak about the hidden room to anyone. No one would believe me, and part of me was too afraid to revisit it. The journal, the strange photographs, and the haunting message left behind what it all mean. I kept the journal hidden, tucked away where no one could find it, but I couldn't escape the feeling that whatever had been waiting in that room was still out there, and I wasn't sure I ever wanted to know what it truly was. Story 7. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon when I sat down at the kitchen table, ready to make my grocery list for the week. I had just come back from a walk around the neighborhood, enjoying the rare moments of peace that I got when my kids were at their friend's house. I reached for the notebook that I kept all my lists in and grabbed a pen. It was nothing out of the ordinary. I always wrote my lists by hand. It gave me a sense of control in the chaos of managing a family. As I started writing down the usual items: milk, bread, eggs, and fruit, I noticed something strange. The pen felt a little odd in my hand, as if I wasn't gripping it as firmly as usual. But that wasn't what bothered me. It was the way my handwriting looked. It wasn't wrong, but it was just different. The curves of the letters weren't as smooth as they usually were, and the slant was slightly off. I paused for a moment, trying to figure out what had changed. It was as if someone had mimicked my handwriting but hadn't quite gotten it right. I stared at the list, my pen hovering over the paper. I had written this list. I was sure of it, but why did it look like it wasn't entirely mine? I could feel my heart rate pick up a little, but I told myself to calm down. I had been writing grocery lists for years. This was just a coincidence. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was just tired from the walk. I shook off the odd feeling and continued writing, but as I added more items, the dissonance grew. Each word seemed a little less familiar. The way my pen looped around the letters didn't feel like my hand at all. I compared this list to one I had written last week. They looked different. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was something off, like a subtle shift in the way the letters formed. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Maybe I had been working too much, or maybe I was just imagining things still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I finished the list and placed it on the counter, trying to push the discomfort out of my mind. But as I moved around the kitchen preparing to head out to the store, my mind kept returning to the list. I kept thinking about how odd the handwriting it looked. It wasn't just a little off. It was as if someone had copied my style but missed the mark by just enough to make it not eyeball. I decided to let it go, figuring it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of weirdness. But when I returned from the store, something else caught my attention. The list was still sitting on the counter. It hadn't moved. Yet the handwriting seemed to have changed once again. The slant was even more exaggerated now, and the letters looked less like mine and more like an imitation of mine. I felt a chill run down my spine. How could this be happening? I had only been gone for an hour. How could the handwriting change on its own? I walked over to the list feeling like I was in some kind of dream, but the list remained exactly as it was. It wasn't just the handwriting. It was the feeling too, the sense that something was wrong, something I couldn't quite explain. I picked up the pen I had used earlier, hoping that maybe it was just a malfunction in the anchor the pen itself. But when I wrote on a scrap piece of paper, the handwriting was perfectly normal, the same as it always had been. I didn't know what to think. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the unease only grew. What if someone had been in my house while I was out trying to confuse me? The thought made my stomach turn. But who would want to do that? And how could they have done it without me noticing? The house was locked and I hadn't heard any sounds of someone moving around that night. I couldn't stop thinking about the list. I kept going over it in my mind, remembering how the handwriting had looked so clearly wrong. It wasn't just that it had looked different. It was as if it had been altered deliberately. I had no explanation, no way to rationalize what had happened. It was just one of those strange moments that didn't fit into the world as I knew it. The next day I decided to check the rest of my notebooks. Maybe this strange handwriting had been a fluke, something that only occurred on that one list. But as I flipped through the pages, I saw the same thing happening again. Some of the lists I had written over the past few weeks had small inconsistencies, tiny changes that didn't belong, the way certain letters were formed, the pressure and the strokes, the way the words were spaced. It wasn't just one list, it was a pattern. I felt a tightness in my chest as I realized that this wasn't a simple case of a bad pen or tired handwriting. There was something more to it, something I couldn't understand. I tried to make sense of it, but every time I thought about it, the unease only deepened. I couldn't help but wonder who or what was altering my writing. The following day, I did something I hadn't done in years. I locked myself in the bathroom with a mirror and tried to write out a grocery list. In the same way I always had, I focused intensely on my movements, determined to see if I could recreate the changes that had been happening. As I wrote, I looked closely at the mirror's reflection, watching my hand move. At first, everything seemed normal, but then, as I watched something strange happened. The letters began to shift on their own. They didn't look like my normal handwriting. They were smoother, more deliberate, as if someone else were guiding my hand. I froze, staring at the reflection in awe. It was as though my body was moving. Without my permission. My mind screamed for me to stop, but my hand kept writing. I tried to pull my hand away, but it wouldn't stop. The words flowed onto the paper as if controlled by an unseen force. In that moment I realized the truth. It wasn't just my handwriting that had changed. It was my perception of it. Someone or something had been using me, altering my actions without my knowledge. My own body was betraying me. I don't know how long it lasted, but when I finally regained control of my hand, the list in front of me was no longer mine. The handwriting had morphed into something unrecognizable, something that didn't belong to me. I took a step back, feeling the weight of what had just happened. It was as if my mind was no longer my own, but I knew deep down that I couldn't let this go. I had to figure out what was happening, why my handwriting was changing, why my body was being manipulated without my consent. I couldn't ignore it anymore. From that moment on, I kept a close eye on my notebooks, my pens, and my hands. Every list I wrote, every word I jotted down was a reminder that I wasn't alone in this body. Someone or something was watching, controlling, altering things in a way I couldn't explain, but one thing was certain, I couldn't let it take control of me completely. I would find out the truth. I had 2 Story 8. It started with something small, something I almost brushed off as a mistake. One morning, as I was sorting through the usual stack of letters, I noticed an envelope addressed to someone I didn't recognize. It was a simple envelope, white, with no markings or distinguishing features, just the name on the front, James Mallister. The name didn't sound familiar at all, and I paused, feeling a flicker of confusion. I checked my own name on the other pieces of mail in my hand to reassure myself. Everything else was correct, but this one, the strange letter, was definitely not for me. I didn't think much of it at first. Mistakes happen. Maybe it was just a typo, a mix-up by the post office. So I wrote it off and placed it in the return to sender pile, figuring they'd sort it out eventually. But then the next day, another envelope arrived with the same name, and then another the day after that. James Mallister, the same name. Over and over again, my initial irritation began to grow into something else, a sense of unease I couldn't quite explain. I checked the address again and again to make sure I hadn't made some mistake, but it was mine. It was my house, my mailbox, my name on the bills, everything exactly the way it had always been. Yet the mail that continued to show up was addressed to this James Mallister, someone I'd never heard of. I couldn't understand it. Had someone made a mistake and started using my address, it was possible, I thought. But why would it be happening so often? The letters were always ordinary. Nothing unusual about the envelopes or the contents. Sometimes they were bills, other times promotional material, and occasionally a personal letter or two. Everything seemed legitimate, yet the constant appearance of this stranger's name was unsettling. I felt a bit paranoid, checking for any signs of error in the address. Every time I grabbed something from the mailbox, but there was never anything out of place. It was as if my home had been hijacked and someone else was receiving my mail. A week later, I decided I couldn't just let it go on. I was tired of the mystery of wondering who this James Mallister was and why he seemed to have some strange connection to my house. I went online and searched for the name, hoping to find something that could explain this, but every search turned up nothing. No person by that name seemed to have any ties to me, or to this town for that matter. There were no obvious explanations, no news stories, no social media accounts linked to this person. It felt like I was chasing a ghost. I considered calling the post office, but something held me back. What would I even say? My mail is being delivered to someone else's name. It didn't feel like enough to warrant their attention, and I didn't want to seem like I was making a big deal out of nothing. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence, maybe, but when the mail continued to arrive with the same name, I couldn't ignore it any longer. It felt wrong, like something was off about it. The longer I let it go, the more I felt like I was being watched, like someone was somehow trying to send me a message. I couldn't understand. It was as if James Mallister was haunting my mailbox. Then, one afternoon, as I stood by the mailbox sorting through the usual pile, I found something new. It was a small package wrapped in brown paper. No return address, just a label with the same name, James McAllister. It was heavier than the usual letters, and the moment I touched it, I felt an odd chill run through my fingers. I stared at it for a long moment, my heart racing. Who was sending me this? Why was I receiving this package? I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach as I slowly opened it. Inside, I found a small black notebook. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a simple leather-bound journal. As I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling slightly, I saw that it was filled with handwritten notes. It was mostly random scribblings, some of which were legible, others not so much. But something caught my eye near the back of the notebook. There, written in neat, almost obsessive handwriting, was a list of names. Each name had a corresponding date. Next to it, at the very end of the list, there was my name, no date, just my name, written in the same careful script. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This was no coincidence. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been keeping track of me for a long time. The unease that had been building up inside me turned into something much worse, fear. I closed the notebook and stared at it for what felt like an eternity, not sure what to do next. I couldn't just ignore this. I needed to know who James Mallister was, what this was all about. I decided that I would confront this head-on. The next time I saw the mail carrier, I would ask about the deliveries. I'd figure out where this was coming from, even if it meant making a scene. But before I could even take a step toward the door, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, my heart pounding. What if it was someone trying to mess with me? What if it was James Mallister himself? I answered, my voice shaky. Hello. There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and then, in a voice I didn't recognize, "You've been receiving my mail." The voice said calmly, "I need you to stop looking into it. Just let it go." My blood ran cold. It was him. It was James Mallister. "How do you know who I am?" I demanded, my hand shaking. "What is this? Why are you sending me your mail?" The voice on the other end seemed to laugh softly, a low, eerie sound. "You've been part of this for longer than you know. You just don't realize it. Yet stay away from my things. Don't try to figure it out." The line went dead. I stood there, my phone still pressed to my ear, the words echoing in my mind. I couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The phone call only made things worse, confirming my worst fears. Someone knew about me. They were watching me and, worse, they were now threatening me. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't know what to say. There was no physical evidence, no real way to prove anything. All I had were strange letters. In a cryptic phone call that night, I barely slept. The thoughts kept swirling in my mind. Who was James Mallister? Why was he sending me his mail? What did it all mean? The next morning I was greeted with yet another letter, but this time it wasn't in my mailbox. It was on my doorstep, with the same name on the front, James Mallister. I opened it hesitantly, almost dreading what I might find inside. Was a single sheet of paper with just one sentence written in bold block letters. "I told you to leave it alone." That was the breaking point. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my things and left my house, staying at a friend's place for the next few days. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, waiting for me to make my next move. I was no longer in control of the situation, and the thought that someone or something was behind all this made me feel helpless. The mail stopped coming after that, the letters, the phone calls, everything just ceased. But the unsettling feeling remained, and I couldn't shake the nagging question. Who was James Mallister and what had he wanted from me? The answer still eludes me to this day, but one thing is certain: I will never forget the strange series of events that began with a simple envelope addressed to a name that wasn't mine. Story 9. I had always trusted my pet's instincts. She was a small dog, a mix of terrier and something else, with a scruffy coat and a stubborn attitude. Most of the time she was playful and curious, darting around the house, sniffing every corner and following me everywhere. But for the past few days something strange had been happening. No matter how much I coaxed or tried to bribe her with treats, she refused to go into one particular room in the house. It was the room at the end of the hall, the spare bedroom, which was rarely used. At first I thought it was just a phase. Maybe she had simply gotten tired of that room, or perhaps there was something in there she didn't like. I opened the door one afternoon thinking she might be curious if I left it wide open, but she refused to come inside. I even tried calling her from the doorway, using her favorite squeaky toy to tempt her. Nothing worked. She just stood at the threshold, her ears flattened against her head, her tail tucked between her legs, and a look of unease in her eyes. She stared at the room, then at me, then back at the room, but she didn't budge. I didn't understand what was happening. This was a dog who normally loved exploring every inch of the house, from the kitchen to the bathroom, to even the closet where I kept my shoes. But this room, this one room, had become an enigma. It was just a regular room, nothing unusual about it. It didn't smell different, and there was nothing visually disturbing about it. But for some reason my dog was terrified of it, and it made me uneasy. I wondered if maybe I had missed something, some small detail that might explain her behavior. I decided to investigate. I walked into the room fully expecting to find nothing out of the ordinary, but as I stepped inside I felt a strange chill in the air. It wasn't cold exactly, but the temperature in the room felt off, like something was subtly wrong. I shivered despite the warmth of the house, and I shook it off thinking it was just my imagination. I walked around the room looking for anything that might explain my pet's odd reaction. The furniture was simple: a desk in the corner, a bookshelf, and an armchair by the window. Nothing was out of place, but as I moved closer to the window I noticed something strange. The curtains were drawn shut and the room seemed darker than the rest of the house, even though the sun was setting outside. It was almost as if the light didn't want to enter the room. I opened the curtains and as the sunlight streamed in, I couldn't shake the sense of discomfort that washed over me. I glanced around again, thinking that maybe my pet's aversion was just due to a random association. Maybe she'd heard a loud noise while she was in the room, or maybe she had just grown scared of it. For no reason I called her into the room again, trying to encourage her with a gentle voice. She hesitated, her eyes fixed on the doorway as though she were unsure whether to enter. Slowly she took a step forward, but as soon as her paws crossed the threshold, she froze. Her body stiffened, her fur standing on end, and she let out a low whine. It was as if something was holding her back, something invisible that she could feel, but I couldn't. She wed again, then turned around and bolted out of the room as if she couldn't leave fast enough. I followed her into the hallway feeling a creeping sense of unease. The way she acted, so fearful, so unnerved, made me question everything I thought I knew about my home. I had lived in this house for years and nothing unusual had ever happened before. But now I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something I couldn't see, but my pet could. It wasn't just a refusal to enter the room. That was pure, unadulterated fear. Over the next few days the pattern continued. Every time I tried to coax her into the room, she would stand at the door hesitant, then refuse to go inside. Her behavior became more and more frantic and I began to worry. What had happened to her? What was she sensing that I couldn't? I even considered taking her to the vet, thinking maybe she was dealing with some sort of trauma or fear response, but deep down I felt like it was something more than just a behavioral issue. I began to think back to the history of the house. Was there something about the room, something in its PTH that could explain my dog's reaction? I had never thought to investigate the previous owners or the history of the house before, but now I couldn't shake the thought that something in that room might have been troubling my pet. I started asking around, reaching out to neighbors who had lived in the area longer than I had. One elderly neighbor told me that the house had been built on land that had once belonged to a family that had mysteriously disappeared. The house had been vacant for a long time before it was sold to the people who had lived there before me, but no one knew exactly why they had left. That conversation left me feeling unsettled. Could there be some truth to the stories, could something about the room be tied to the land, to the house's history? I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it was hard not to wonder. After all, my pet, who had never been afraid of anything before, had suddenly developed an intense aversion to this one room, and that couldn't just be coincidence. In the following days I continued to avoid the room. I didn't want to push my pet any further and I didn't want to risk disturbing whatever force seemed to be present in that space, but one afternoon I decided to go in again alone to see if I could figure out what was happening this time. I was determined to stay in the room longer to confront whatever was making me feel uneasy. I walked in, closed the door behind me and sat in the armchair by the window. The room felt colder. Now the light dimmer. As I sat there, something strange happened. I began to feel like I wasn't alone in the room, like there was something or someone else present. The air seemed heavier and I could almost hear faint sounds like whispers coming from the walls. I strained to listen, but the noise stopped. As soon as I tried to focus on it, my heart began to race. I stood up and walked around looking for any sign of what might be causing the sensation, but I couldn't find anything. The room was still just a regular empty room. It was then that I noticed something on the desk in the corner, a small object tucked in between some papers. I walked over to it, my hands trembling. It was a small old key, rusted and worn as though it had been sitting there for a long time. I picked it up, unsure of its significance, but something about it felt wrong. I didn't know why, but I felt compelled to keep it with me. Maybe it was a sign, a clue to understanding what had happened in this room. After I left the room, I placed the key in a drawer and avoided going near it again. My pet, as if sensing my unease, seemed to relax a little, no longer displaying the same level of fear she had before. It wasn't until months later, when I had almost forgotten about the room, that I stumbled upon a journal belonging to the previous owner. The journal contained details about the house's history, including mention of an incident in that very room, a tragedy that had taken place long before I moved in. After reading the journal, I realized that my dog had been reacting to the lingering presence of something traumatic, something I couldn't see but she could feel. From that point on, I understood why my pet had refused to enter that room. Some things, it seemed, were better left undisturbed. The key. I never did know what it opened, but it remained tucked away, just like the memories of the past, and in time, the room and its eerie energy faded from my thoughts, but I always remembered how much I trusted my pet's instincts and how sometimes they know things we can't even begin to understand. Story 10. It was an ordinary Saturday when I walked into the thrift store. I had been on my usual weekend errands, picking up a few groceries, grabbing coffee, and just wandering around to clear my mind. The store wasn't particularly busy, just a few people browsing, and the air smelled of old books and worn leather. I was in the back section where they kept old clothes and random odds and ends. When I saw my childhood backpack sitting there among a pile of other bags, at first I thought it was a coincidence, just something that looked similar. But as I walked closer, my heart began to race. The familiar faded blue fabric, the worn zipper, the stitching along the bottom. It was unmistakable. It was my backpack, the very same one I had carried around all through elementary school. I could almost feel the weight of it on my shoulders again, the way it had felt when I used to run around with it on full of books and snack bags. I reached out my fingers, brushing the straps, half expecting it to disappear or turn out to be some bizarre replica. But no, it was real. I picked it up and held it in my hand, staring at it in disbelief. There were little scuff marks and stains, the kind that I remembered from years of use. But the more I looked at it, the more confused I became. I had lost this backpack years ago, back when I was a kid. I had left it on the bus one afternoon, and no matter how many times I called the bus company or checked with Lost and found, it was never returned. It had just vanished, and with it a part of my childhood. My mind raced. There was no way this could be the same backpack. It didn't make any sense. How could it end up in a thrift store? I stood there for what felt like forever, just holding it in my hands, trying to make sense of everything. My first instinct was to put it back, to walk away and forget about it, but something about it tugged at me. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe I was just looking for some connection to my past, but I couldn't bring myself to leave it there. I decided to buy it. The store clerk gave me a strange look when I brought it up to the counter, but I paid for it and left with the backpack in hand. The entire time I walked home, I kept telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe someone else had bought the same model years ago, or maybe I had just misremembered details about the one I had lost. But deep down I knew that wasn't the case. When I got home, I set the backpack on the kitchen table. I felt an odd sense of nostalgia, but also an eerie sense of unease. It was as if something was off about the whole situation, but I couldn't figure out what. I opened the zipper and started to look inside, half expecting to find something I had forgotten about from my childhood. There was nothing unusual at first, just the empty compartments, the faded interior lining, and a small tear on the side. I hadn't noticed before. But then I reached into the very bottom of the backpack and my fingers brushed against something strange. I pulled it out and my breath caught in my throat. It was a small, faded notebook, one I remembered carrying around with me in elementary school. I hadn't thought about that notebook in years. I used to write in it, doodling pictures and scribbling down random thoughts, but as I flipped it open, I realized that the pages weren't filled with the childish drawings I remembered. Instead, they were filled with neat, unfamiliar handwriting. The words were strange, almost like a journal, but there was something unsettling about them. The entries were dated with days I couldn't remember. One entry stood out to me the most. It read, "I know you're coming back, it's only a matter of time." My fingers trembled as I read those words, my mind spinning with confusion. Who wrote this? And why was it in my old backpack, the one I had lost so long ago? The rest of the pages were similar, full of cryptic messages that I couldn't understand. It was like someone had been using this notebook all along, someone who had followed me through my life, even though I had never seen or heard from them before. I couldn't bring myself to read more. At that moment I closed the notebook and shoved it back into the backpack. My thoughts were racing and a deep sense of dread began to settle over me. It was impossible, right? How could my childhood backpack, the one I had lost all those years ago, end up in a thrift store with this notebook inside it? I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The logical part of my brain told me that it must have been a mix-up or a coincidence, but the nagging feeling in my gut told me something else. I couldn't shake the thought that someone had placed it there intentionally or, worse, that something had brought it back to me. But who and why? I couldn't get any answers from the thrift story. It'd been days since I had purchased it and they couldn't track the backpack's origins. No one there seemed to have any recollection of it or anyone who had brought it in. My mind felt like it was on the edge of some terrible discovery, but I couldn't figure out where to start. I thought about reaching out to my old friends, maybe asking if anyone else remembered what happened to the backpack. But I didn't want to seem crazy. Days passed and I tried to go about my life as usual, but the strange notebook lingered in my mind. I kept it hidden at the back of the closet, afraid to look at it again. It felt like a ghost from my past haunting me. With each passing day, the weird entry seemed to follow me, whispering in the back of my mind, reminding me that something was wrong. Then one evening I decided to take another look at the notebook. I sat on my bed, holding it in my hands, trying to muster the courage to read more. The familiar weight of the book felt strange, like it wasn't mine anymore. I opened it up to the next page and began to read. This time the handwriting was even more urgent. "You finally found it. You'll see soon enough." I closed the notebook again and threw it back into the backpack. I couldn't take it anymore. The unease had turned into full-blown fear. Whoever had written those words knew something I didn't, something I wasn't ready to understand. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't keep the backpack. It had no place in my life anymore. I didn't know how it had ended up in that thrift store or how the notebook had found its way inside, but I knew one thing: I had to get rid of it. The next day I returned to the thrift store hoping they could take it back. When I handed the backpack over, the store clerk gave me a strange look, as if she recognized it, but she didn't say anything. She took it without question and placed it on a shelf. As I left the store, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had done the right thing, but also that something was following me waiting to reveal itself, something connected to that backpack, to that notebook and to the cryptic messages written inside. The strange feeling never really left me, but I learned to let go of the past. I realized that some things, some mysteries, were better left unsolved. Story 11. It was a quiet evening when I sat down to review my bank statement. As I always did at the end of the month, I had gotten into the habit of checking it regularly just to stay on top of my finances. As I scrolled through the list of transactions, everything seemed to be in order until I reached one charge that stood out. It was for a place I had never heard of, a cafe across town with a significant amount of money spent there. I felt a wave of confusion rush over me. I knew for a fact that I had never been to that part of the city, let alone spent any money at a cafe didn't recognize. I stared at the charge for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. Could it have been a mistake, a mix-up on the bank's end? I quickly opened my bank's app and scrolled through the details of the transaction. The date on the charge was 2 days ago and the time was late in the evening, around 10 p.m. I knew I had been at home that night watching a movie and settling in for bed, so there was no way I could have made the purchase. There was no way anyone else could have used my card either. I hadn't shared my information with anyone and my card had been in my possession the entire time. I felt a tightening in my chest as unease began to creep in. I called the bank, immediately explaining the situation to the customer service representative. She was polite and professional, but I could sense the skepticism in her voice as she asked me a series of routine questions. Had I lost my card? Could someone have used it without my knowledge? I reassured her that I hadn't lost the card and that I had not authorized any such transaction. She asked if I wanted to dispute the charge, and of course I did, but as we went through the process, something bothered me. She confirmed the charge had been processed under my name and account with no signs of fraud. I hounded up with a sense of helplessness gnawing at me. I felt stuck, like there was something I was missing. How could this happen? How could I have been charged for something I didn't do? It wasn't just the money, but the fact that I had no recollection of this place or even the area. I had never even heard of the cafe listed on the charge, so how could I explain this to myself? I decided to take matters into my own hands and investigate further. The name of the cafe stuck with me as I typed it into my phone's search bar. The The results were a mix of reviews, photos, and even a website for the place. It looked charming too, charming in fact. The cafe seemed like the type of spot I'd normally visit, with cozy decor in a relaxed atmosphere, but it was located far outside my usual routine, near a part of the city I rarely travel to. I tried to picture myself walking into that cafe, but nothing came to mind. I had never been there yet. The bank statement said I had. I checked the website more thoroughly, hoping to jog my memory. As I scrolled through the pages, I noticed a section that included customer reviews. Some of them were glowing, others more neutral, but something about the reviews felt off to me. A couple of them mentioned familiar faces coming in often, and then I saw one review that caught my attention. It was recent, dated only a few days ago, and it read, "Saw someone who looked like me there last night, creeped me out a little, but the coffee was great." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Was this a coincidence, or was there something more unsettling happening? The review had been written by someone who I assumed lived in the area based on their account. It wasn't specific about any personal details, but the mention of someone who looked like me sent a chill down my spine. I couldn't ignore the feeling that this was more than just a mix-up with my bank. It felt like the universe was sending me some kind of sign, or worse, playing a strange trick on me. I couldn't let it go. Determined to find out more, I decided to take a trip to the cafe the following evening. I knew it would be hard to walk in without feeling like an intruder, but I had to do something to clear my head. I needed answers, and I needed them. Soon as I drove toward the cafe, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled into something. I wasn't prepared for the thought of walking into that cafe, my cafe, a place that, according to the charge on my bank statement I had visited just days ago, was both compelling and frightening. When I arrived, I sat in the car for a few minutes, gathering my courage. The building was small, nestled between two other businesses, with warm lights glowing from inside. There was a sign outside with the name of the cafe, just as it had appeared on my bank statement. I stepped out of my car and walked up to the door. My heart raced with each step, but I couldn't stop myself. Something urged me to go inside. The moment I entered, the bell above the door jingled softly, and I was greeted by the quiet hum of conversation. The interior was just as charming as it appeared online, with mismatched chairs in a wooden counter. I walked to the counter and ordered a coffee, trying to act casual while scanning the room. It felt like I was waiting for something, waiting for the moment that would make everything make sense. I sat by the window, sipping my drink and continuing to observe. The place was cozy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was as if I was blending into the background, but the eyes of the people in the cafe were focused on me, though they weren't staring directly. The longer I sat there, the more uncomfortable I became. It felt like there was an invisible thread connecting me to this place, even though I had never been here before. The moment I decided to leave, I stood up and headed toward the door. As I walked past the counter, something caught my eye, a photograph pinned to the bulletin board. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding. The photo was of a group of people smiling and gathered around a table, but the woman sitting at the table, her face was eerily familiar. It looked like me, but it couldn't have been. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity before I could tear my gaze away. I quickly left the cafe and drove home, my mind spinning. I didn't know what to make of it all. Was it possible I had been there without remembering? Was I somehow connected to this place in ways I couldn't explain, or was there something else going on here that I hadn't yet uncovered? As I sat down at home, I realized that I still hadn't gotten to the bottom of this mystery. But one thing was for sure, nothing in my life had ever felt as strange as this, the feeling of being somewhere. I had never been seeing things that shouldn't have been there. It was all too unsettling to ignore. I didn't know what the next step was, but I had a feeling that the answers would come eventually, and I wasn't sure I was ready for what I would find. Story 12. It started a few weeks ago, and at first I didn't think much of it. I work in a small office downtown, one of those places where you barely notice the people around you because everyone's busy with their own work. I sit near a window, gives me a clear view of the street and the parking lot across from the building. It's a quiet street. Not many cars drive by, and it's mostly people just passing through. But then I started noticing a man sitting in a car, parked across from the office every day, always at the same time. At first I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe he worked nearby and parked there for a few minutes before heading into one of the buildings. The first few days I barely noticed him, but then it happened again. He was there sitting in the car, just staring at the building. It was a grey sedan, nothing special about it, but the man always seemed to be looking directly at the office, even though there were other cars around. He never moved. He didn't seem to be doing anything at all, just sitting there with his hands on the steering wheel, his face partially obscured by the tinted windows. The more I saw him, the more unsettled I became. He was there every single day, right at the same time around 3 p.m, like clockwork. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself it was probably just some weird coincidence, but every time I glanced out of the window he was there. Sometimes I would look up from my work and see him parked just sitting there doing nothing. It started to make my stomach churn. Why was he there? What was he waiting for? I talked to some of my co-workers about it, but they didn't seem to be as bothered as I was. They shrugged it off thinking it was just someone passing through, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. There was an eerie stillness about it all every day, same time, same car, same man, no movement, no phone calls, no one else in the car. He was just sitting there staring. One afternoon I decided to confront it. Maybe I could get a better look at him and figure out what was going on. I casually got up from my desk and walked toward the window, trying to be discreet. I didn't want to make it obvious that I was watching him, but my curiosity was getting the better of me. I peered out, trying to see through the tinted windows of the car. I couldn't make out much, but I could see the outline of his figure in the driver's seat. He was looking straight ahead, not moving at all. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. There was something unsettling about the way he just sat there, not even bothering to check his phone or look around. It was like he was waiting for something or someone and started paying closer attention, noticing the same man in the car every day. At the same time it became almost a ritual. I couldn't help but watch him. It was the only thing that kept me from focusing on my work. Some days I would catch myself looking out the window hoping he wasn't there, but he always was. I began wondering if he noticed me too, if he knew I was watching him, if he was somehow aware of my growing anxiety. Then one day something happened. The man wasn't there. I stared at the empty spot where his car usually was, feeling an odd sense of relief mixed with confusion. I didn't know why, but I felt a sense of dread wash over me. I was glad he wasn't there, but at the same time I couldn't understand why he wasn't. Had he finally stopped showing up or was something else going on? The next day, around the same time, I found myself glued to the window hoping to see him again, but there was no grey set in, no man sitting there. It was like he had disappeared into thin air. I thought that maybe I had imagined things, maybe I had blown it out of proportion. I told myself to stop thinking about it, that it was nothing, but as I tried to get back into my routine, I couldn't stop thinking about the strange man. Something didn't feel right. It was too coincidental. The days passed and his absence continued. It almost felt like a relief, but at the same time a piece of me was missing something. I kept looking out the window, expecting to see his car parked across from the office, but it never happened again. It was as though he had vanished. A week later something strange occurred. I received a letter at the office, one that wasn't addressed to anyone in particular. The envelope was plain, no return address. Just my name scrolled on the front. I hesitated before opening it. It didn't feel right and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Inside the envelope was a small note handwritten with only a few words. "I know you were watching." My blood ran cold as I read it. How did this person know what I had been doing? How did they know that I had been watching the man in the car? It was impossible to explain. I hadn't told anyone. No one had known how much it had started to bother me. Yet here was this note confirming that someone had been watching me just as closely as I had been watching the man. The room felt like it was closing in on me. My mind raced and I felt a wave of panic rush over me. Had the man in the car known I was watching him? Had he been aware of me all along? And if so, what did it mean? What was the point of all this? For the next few days, I stayed on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder, always checking the parking lot. I was hyper aware of every sound, every person who passed by, but there was no sign of the grey sedan. It was gone. Just like the man, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something wasn't right. What was the man doing there every day, and why did he stop coming? Why had I been watched? What was the meaning behind all of it? The weeks passed and the mystery never quite left me. I continued to work in the same office, trying to move past the unsettling experience, but I couldn't forget it. The strange man, his daily routine, the note, it all haunted me. I didn't have any answers, only questions, and a lingering sense that the answers I sought were never going to come, and in the end I realized that some things might be better left unanswered. Story 13. I woke up that morning to the sound of rain tapping against my window. It had been a long week and I was grateful for the quiet. The house was still and the only noise I could hear was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the background. I made my coffee, as I always did, and started my morning routine. There was nothing unusual about the day ahead, or so I thought. As I stepped into the living room, I noticed something out of place, a single shoe lying on my doorstep. It wasn't just any shoe. It was exactly like mine. I stood frozen for a moment staring at it, wondering if I was imagining things. The shoe was a dark brown leather boot, worn just the way I liked them, with a slight scuff on the toe from years of use. I recognized it immediately, as it was the same pair I'd worn for months. I didn't know what to make of it. Who would leave a shoe on my doorstep and why? There was no note, no sign of anyone having been around. The shoe just sat there quietly waiting for me to notice. I stepped closer to it, almost hesitant to touch it, as if it might reveal something I wasn't ready to understand. The wetness from the rain had already started to soak into the leather and the shoe looked cold, abandoned as though it had been sitting there for a while. I bent down and picked it up carefully. The shoe felt strangely familiar in my hand, but at the same time it was unsettling. It was mine. Yet it wasn't. The thought that someone had been on my property watching me made my stomach turn. Who could have done this? I thought about checking the security camera, but when I turned toward the door I froze. My mind raced as I wondered if I had forgotten to lock the door the night before. I had someone entered my house without me knowing. I had to make sure everything was in place. I stepped inside and walked through the house, checking each room. Everything seemed as it should be. Nothing was out of place. No signs of forced entry, no strange noises, nothing to suggest that anyone had been here, but that shoe, that one single shoe, was still on my mind. It didn't make sense. It couldn't. Who would leave something like that? I tried to dismiss it, telling myself that it was just a prank or maybe a mistake, but the unease gnawed at me and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I looked at the shoe again and noticed something I hadn't seen before, a small, almost imperceptible stain on the heel. It wasn't mud or dirt, but something darker. It looked like dried blood. The realization hit me like a wave and my breath caught in my throat. My hands trembled as I held the shoe closer, trying to understand what I was seeing. Had someone been hurt? Was this a warning? My mind started to spiral into dark thoughts. I thought about all the things that could have happened: robbery, violence, or worse. I knew I had to get to the bottom of this, but I didn't know where to start. I was about to call the police when my phone buzzed. It was a message from a number I didn't recognize. "I don't look too closely, it's just a shoe." The words sent a chill down my spine. How could anyone know about the shoe? How could they possibly know? I had even found it. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the message, unable to move or even think straight. It was as if whoever sent it had been watching me, waiting for me to discover the shoe and react. I sat down on the couch, holding my phone in my hands, staring at the screen. I didn't know what to do, who to trust, or what this all meant. My first instinct was to call the police, but I hesitated. Was it really necessary? Couldn't it just be some twisted joke? But then again, who would joke like this? Who would leave a shoe with bloodstains on my doorstep and then send a cryptic message? The rest of the day passed in a blur. I couldn't focus on anything, my mind constantly circling back to the shoe, to the message, to the questions that kept building inside me. I checked the security cameras again, but there was nothing. No signs of anyone approaching, no one standing on my doorstep, no movement at all. It was like the shoe had appeared out of thin air. I couldn't make sense of it. As the evening wore on, I decided to take a walk, hoping to clear my head. The rain had stopped and the streets were wet. The air cool and crisp. It felt good to be outside, away from the suffocating thoughts that had taken over my mind. But as I walked, I noticed something strange there across the street. Just out of the corner of my eye was another shoe, a matching one. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering in my chest. I hadn't seen anyone around, but there it was sitting innocently on the sidewalk, as if it had always been there. It was the other shoe to the one on my doorstep, the same scuffed toe, the same worn lettera. It couldn't be a coincidence. Someone had deliberately placed both shoes in two different locations, close enough to make sure I would find them. I crossed the street, my mind racing with possibilities. What was going on, who was doing this, and why? I bent down to pick up the second shoe, my fingers cold as I touched it. It felt just like the first, heavy, familiar, but somehow wrong. As I stood up, I looked around, half expecting someone to jump out at me from the shadows, but no one did. The street was empty yearly, so I turned to go back to my house, the shoes in hand, but something stopped me. In the distance, I saw a figure, a man, standing still in the middle of the street watching me. My heart skipped a beat and I froze. He was too far away for me to see his face clearly, but his posture, the way he stood so rigidly, unnerved me. I wanted to call out, ask if he needed help, but I couldn't bring myself to move. He didn't make a sound. He just stood there staring at me, and then, as if he had been waiting for the right moment, he turned and disappeared into the night. I stood there for what felt like forever, my mind racing, the two shoes in my hands suddenly heavier than ever. What had just happened? Who was he and what did this all mean? I didn't know what to do anymore. I had the shoes in my possession now and the mysterious figure had vanished, but the unease still lingered, gnawing at my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something I couldn't escape. No matter how hard I tried, the shoes, the messages, the figure, it all pointed to something darker than I was ready to face. I locked myself in my house that night, checking every door and window to make sure they were secure. I didn't sleep. The shoes sat on the table in front of me, a constant reminder that whatever was happening, it wasn't over. And as I sat there in the dark waiting for whatever came next, I knew deep down that I would never be the same again. The shoes had changed everything. Story 14. At first I thought it was a mistake. Maybe someone had written the wrong address, or perhaps a friend had sent a postcard as a joke. But as the days went by, more postcards began arriving. They weren't from the same place, but they all had one thing in common: they were from a town I had never heard of. A place that didn't show up on any map I could find. The cards were old-fashioned, with faded images of streets, buildings, and landmarks that seemed strangely familiar but also unfamiliar at the same time. The handwriting on each card was neat, but the messages were always brief, vague, and unsettling. The first postcard arrived on a Thursday, tucked into my mailbox among the usual bills in junk mail. It showed a quaint little park with a fountain in the center, surrounded by tall trees. The scene looked peaceful enough, but there was something about the way the trees were positioned that made the park look unnaturally empty. It felt like the kind of place that should have been bustling with people, but wasn't. The message was simple, almost cryptic. "Wish you were here. You'll be here soon." I stared at the card for a moment confused. I didn't recognize the town name printed on the front, and I certainly didn't know anyone who would be sending me postcards. The second one came a few days later. This time, the postcard depicted a street corner with an old brick building, its windows boarded up. There was a sense of abandonment in the image, like something important had been lost there long ago. The message was different, but still strange. "It's waiting for you, come find us." I didn't know what to think. The postcards were starting to feel like some kind of strange invitation, but I couldn't understand why I would be invited to a place I had never been, let alone heard of. By the time the third postcard arrived, I began to wonder if someone was playing a prank on me. This one showed a street lamp standing alone in the middle of an empty square with a fog creeping around its face. The card was stamped with the same town name, but this time the message was more urgent. "It's not too late to join us." I felt an odd chill run down my spine as I looked at the image, and for a brief moment I thought I saw something moving in the fog. But when I blinked and looked again, it was gone. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. There was no logical explanation for these postcards. I hadn't told anyone about them, and there was no way they could have been sent by someone who knew me, because no one I knew had ever mentioned this town. I tried to forget about the cards to tell myself they were just an odd coincidence, but every time another one arrived, the messages seemed to be more direct, more unsettling. We're waiting. You know where to go. I decided to investigate. I couldn't shake the feeling that the postcards were connected to something bigger, something I couldn't see. I started searching for the town online, but it wasn't listed anywhere. I even reached out to a few online communities asking if anyone had ever heard of it, but no one had. There was no record of the town, no history, nothing that suggested it existed. It was like the town had been erased from every map, every record, and yet the postcards kept coming. As time went on, I grew more obsessed. I couldn't stop thinking about the town. I began to notice odd things happening around me, small things. At first, objects would be moved when I wasn't looking, and I would catch glimpses of things out of the corner of my eye, things that shouldn't have been there. I would hear whispers in the night, just faint enough to make me question whether I was imagining them. But the strangest thing was the recurring dreams. I would dream of the town, of walking down the same streets from the postcards, of seeing the same empty park and the same abandoned buildings. In my dreams, I would always be walking towards something, but I never knew what it was. One night I woke up to find that the latest postcard had arrived. It was the fourth one, and it was different from the others. The front of the card showed the same foggy square with the street lamp, but this time the square was filled with people. They were all standing still, staring at me, their faces expressionless. The message was short and simple. It's time to come. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to go. I packed a bag and left the next morning without telling anyone where I was going. I didn't even know if I would find the town. It seemed impossible, like it existed only in the postcards, but I couldn't stop myself. The urge to go was overwhelming, and I couldn't explain it. I drove for hours following the directions that seemed to appear in my mind as if I had known them all along. The roads were empty and the towns I passed were small and forgotten, like they were slowly fading away. I drove further and further until finally I arrived. It wasn't a town I had ever seen before. It was like something out of a dream, familiar yet completely foreign. The streets were quiet, the buildings old and worn, and the air felt thick with a strange energy. I parked my car at the edge of the square and stepped out, feeling both anxious and strangely calm. The square looked exactly like the postcards, the fog swirling around the base of the street lamp, the empty park. In the distance, I began walking, my footsteps echoing in the silence. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I knew I had to keep moving. As I walked through the square, I could feel eyes on me, though no one was there. The air grew colder and I felt a pressure in my chest, like something was waiting for me, something I couldn't see but could feel all around me. I reached the park and stood at the fountain looking down at the water. It was still reflecting the grey sky above. That's when I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. I turned around quickly, but there was no one there. The square was empty as it had been before, but I could feel it now, the presence of someone watching me, waiting for me to take the next step. The postcards had led me here, and now I was standing in the center of it all. It wasn't just a town. It was a place, a memory, a feeling that had been calling to me for longer than I could understand. I knew then that the postcards had never been about a town at all. They had been leading me to this moment, to this place where I was meant to be. The people in the square, the whispers in the air, the feeling of being watched. It was all part of something bigger, and as I stood there, I understood that this was where I had always belonged. It was time to stay. Story 15. I was running late, as usual. I had a meeting in the morning and my mind was preoccupied with what I had to do next. The clock on the wall seemed to tick faster as I scrambled through the apartment trying to gather my things. I quickly grabbed my bag, made sure I had my phone and checked my wallet. But there was one thing I couldn't find: my keys. I knew I had them when I got home the night before. I remembered tossing them on the kitchen counter as soon as I walked in. Now they were nowhere to be found. I retraced my steps, checking the kitchen counter. Once again, nothing. I checked the table by the door. Even though I was sure I hadn't left them, there's still no keys. I felt the familiar pang of panic start to rise in my chest. I had to be on my way soon, and I couldn't afford to waste any more time. I ran my hand through my hair and took a deep breath. I had checked the entire apartment already: the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room. I even checked under the couch cushions, though I knew the keys wouldn't be there. I was about to give up and call a locksmith. When I glanced at the hallway, I decided to go down the hall again, retracing every single place I had checked earlier. Maybe I missed something. I opened the closet door, pushing aside jackets and shoes. No keys. I walked into the bedroom and my eyes scanned the dresser and nightstand. Nothing. The place felt smaller and smaller with each second. I searched the walls, closing in as the frustration mounted. There was no way they could have just vanished. I couldn't afford to waste more time, but the sinking feeling in my stomach told me I had no other choice but to keep looking. I checked the kitchen once more, just in case. I opened the drawers again, ran my fingers over the countertops and peered under the toaster. No keys. I was beginning to think I had lost my mind. How could I miss something so simple, so important? I leaned against the kitchen counter, staring at the place where I had last seen them, willing them to appear, but nothing changed. That's when I saw it. I wasn't sure why I hadn't noticed it before, but there, right on the corner of the counter, behind the fruit bowl I moved earlier, sat my keys. I stared at them for a long moment, disbelief settling in. I had checked this exact spot three times. There was no way they had been there the whole time. I would have seen them, but there they were, lying innocently in the place. I had already looked so many times. I picked them up slowly, my mind still racing to process what had just happened. I had been so certain I hadn't missed them, it didn't make sense. How had they gotten there? I tried to recall what I had done the night before. I knew I had tossed them on the counter when I got home. So how did they end up behind the fruit bowl, a place I had checked? I started running through every possible explanation, trying to find a logical answer, but none of them fit. I grabbed my bag and rushed out the door, still shaken by what had just happened. The whole experience left me with an unsettling feeling. It wasn't just the lost keys, it was the fact that they had appeared in a spot I had already looked. It wasn't possible to overlook them 3 times, yet somehow I had. I tried to shake it off as I drove to my meeting, but the thought lingered in the back of my mind, unanswered and unresolved. As the day went on, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself it was just a case of me being too distracted to notice the first few times. But deep down I wasn't convinced. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. Maybe I was overthinking it, maybe I was just tired, but the weirdness of the whole situation gnawed me. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I knew something strange had happened. A few days later I found myself back in the kitchen, staring at the counter again. I wondered if I had missed something. Maybe there was an explanation for the whole thing, some logical reason why the keys had been in that spot all along. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized there was no simple explanation. The keys had appeared in a place I knew I had already checked, and no amount of reasoning could change that. I decided to move on, not dwell too much on the strange occurrence. I had my keys, and that was the most important thing. But every now and then I found myself staring at the same spot, wondering how and why they had ended up there, even though I tried to ignore it. That little mystery stuck with me. It was a reminder that sometimes things didn't always make sense, and that was okay. I'd never get an answer, and perhaps that was the point. Some things were just meant to remain unexplained. Story 16. The first sign of something being wrong was when I walked into my hotel room. There was a late check-in and the lobby was quiet, the usual hum of activity, replaced by near cal. The clerk had handed me the key without much conversation, and I went straight up to my room, ready to unwind after a long day of travel. The room itself seemed perfectly normal at first glance: neatly made bed, standard furniture, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I settled in, I began to notice a strange, unsettling feeling creeping over me. I walked over to the desk, planning to arrange my things, when something in the drawer caught my eye. The drawer was slightly ajar, as if someone had forgotten to close it all the way. I was about to ignore it, thinking it was just a mistake, but something compelled me to open it fully. As I pulled it open, I was greeted by a piece of paper folded neatly in half with my name written across the front in dark ink. At first I thought it might be a note from the hotel staff or perhaps some housekeeping information, but when I unfolded the paper, my heart skipped a beat. The paper wasn't a note in the traditional sense. It was just my name, written repeatedly over and over, covering the entire sheet. The words were scrolled and frantic, even handwriting, as if whoever had written it was in a rush or distress. There was no other message, no explanation. Just my name scribbled down again and again. It didn't make sense. I was certain I had not written anything like this, nor did I know anyone who would. I stared at it, the ink starting to blur slightly as I continued to read my name over and over. The feeling of unease grew with each passing second, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I had found. I closed the drawer quickly, hoping that somehow I had imagined it or that it was some sort of mistake. But as I stood there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The more I thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. I had checked in by myself and everything about my arrival had been routine. But why was my name written so many times, and why? In a hotel room drawer hidden like that, it felt too deliberate, too personal. I tried to convince myself that I was just overthinking it, that it was just some weird coincidence or mistake by the staff, but I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach that this was not something accidental. I walked over to the bed, pacing back and forth as I tried to calm myself. It wasn't just the note that disturbed me, it was the entire atmosphere of the room. The silence in the hotel was almost too perfect, the kind of quiet that feels unnatural, like something was waiting to happen. I decided to call the front desk just to ask if anyone had entered the room before me. Maybe housekeeping had accidentally left something behind, though that didn't explain the note. The phone rang several times before anyone picked up, and when they did, the voice on the other end was polite but distant. I explained the situation, but the clerk seemed unfazed, offering a simple apology and assuring me that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He promised to check on the room, though his tone didn't sound like he took the matter seriously. I hung up feeling even more unsettled than before. I glanced at the drawer again, the notes still weighing heavily on my mind. I knew I should just forget about it, miss it as some odd prank or mistake, but something deep inside told me not to. The feeling of being watched, of not being alone, grew stronger. I felt a chill in the air, despite the room being warm. I turned off the lights, climbed into bed and pulled the covers up tight, hoping sleep would offer me some relief from the creeping anxiety. But no matter how much I tried to close my eyes, the image of that note stayed with me, haunting me in the darkness. Hours passed and I eventually drifted into a restless sleep, the kind that doesn't feel like sleep at all. I dreamt of a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. Its face obscured. The only thing I could make out were the eyes, cold, unblinking eyes that seemed to stare right through me. I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. My heart pounded in my chest. It was still night and the room was as still as it had been before. I lay there staring at the ceiling, trying to shake off the lingering feeling of dread. I was alone in the room. I reminded myself there was no one else here, just me, in the quiet. The next morning I woke up to the sound of my phone vibrating on the nightstand. I grabbed it half awake and saw a message from a friend asking if I was enjoying my trip. I quickly responded, trying to shake off the lingering anxiety from the previous night, but as I turned to get out of bed, my eyes landed on the drawer once again. I knew I had closed it last night, but now it was slightly ajar. Once more. My breath caught in my throat as I stood there frozen. Could it be that someone had entered the room in the night without me hearing? I walked over to the drawer, cautious, usually, not sure what to expect. When I opened it, the note was gone. I searched the drawer thoroughly, thinking maybe it had just fallen out or that I had missed it in my earlier panic. But there was nothing inside, just an empty drawer, as it should have been. The disappearance of the note made everything feel even stranger. Had I imagined it all? Was it some sort of strange trick of my mind? I couldn't be sure, but the whole experience left me shaken. I quickly checked out of the hotel later that morning, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched or followed. As I drove away from the hotel, the unease still lingered. I didn't know what I had stumbled upon, but something told me that it wasn't over yet. I would never be able to forget the image of my name, written repeatedly in that drawer, or the feeling that someone or something was keeping a much closer eye on me than I realized. Maybe the note had been a warning, maybe it was a message I wasn't meant to understand, but either way it was something I would never forget, and it was something that would haunt me for a long time to come. Story 17. I was out with a group of friends one Saturday afternoon, enjoying the rare sunshine that had finally come through after a week of rain. We were at a park, taking a break from our usual routine of work in school, just having a good time. The air felt fresh and everything seemed perfect. We decided to take a group photo, something to remember the day by. So we all gathered together, laughing and joking, as one of us held up the phone to take the picture. I was the one holding the phone, positioning it just right to capture all of us. In the frame, we were standing in front of a large tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating this soft golden glow around us. It was the perfect moment. As the countdown reached its final seconds, everyone smiled wide, ready to capture the memory. The picture snapped and we all crowded around the phone, eager to see how it turned out. But when I looked at the photo, something wasn't right. At first it seemed like a normal group picture, until I noticed something strange in the background. There, standing a little off to the side behind us, was a man I didn't recognize. He was smiling, his eyes fixed directly on the camera. He wasn't with us, he wasn't a part of our group, and yet his presence in the photo was undeniable. It was as if he had just appeared out of nowhere, standing just far enough away to be in the background, but close enough that his face was clear. I immediately zoomed in on his face, trying to make sense of it. His smile was wide, almost too wide, and there was something unsettling about it. The way he was looking directly at the camera made my stomach drop. It wasn't like a casual glance, as if he had just been walking by in the photo, caught him by accident. No, this felt intentional, like he was posing for the photo, but we hadn't seen him there at all. "Who's that?" I asked, showing the picture to my friends. They crowded around, all of us, squinting at the image on my phone. "No idea," one of them said, shaking her head. "I don't recognize him. Maybe it's someone who walked by while you took the picture," another friend suggested, but even as they said it, I could tell they didn't believe it. It didn't seem like the man had just walked by at the right moment. There was something too deliberate about it. I felt my heart rate pick up, a sense of unease crawling up my spine. Had someone been watching us? But I didn't see anyone else around when we were taking the photo. There had been no one near us at all, just the park, the trees, and the occasional jogger passing by on the path. How had this man gotten so close without any of us noticing? I looked at the photo again, zooming in on the details. His features were sharp, his dark hair slightly tousled, and his eyes, they were fixed on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't just a stranger in the background. He was aware of me, and somehow he was looking directly at me. It felt like an invasion, like he had purposely inserted himself into this moment that was meant to be for my friends and me. We decided to look around just to make sure that no one had been nearby. While we took the picture, we walked around the area where we had stood scanning the surroundings, but the place was empty. No one was there, just the same park. We had been in the same path, with only a few walkers passing by, none of whom looked like the man in the photo. We were all on edge, and the unease in the pit of my stomach grew as I stared at the picture. I sent it to a couple of friends to get their thoughts, hoping they would have a logical explanation, but when they responded, they seemed just as confused as I was. "That's creepy," one of them texted back. "Who is that guy? Did he jump in at the last second? I'm freaked out." Another replied, "I would have seen him, right? He couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere." That's when I started thinking back to the moments before I took the picture. I remembered everyone laughing and joking, and how we had all been focused on the phone getting ready for the shot. I hadn't seen anyone else. No one had walked by, and there had been no sound of footsteps approaching us. The park was mostly quiet, and I would have noticed if someone had come close enough to get into the frame. As the hours went by, the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I started wondering if I was missing something. Could the photo have been altered? Could someone have edited it? But when I looked at the file, it was still the original, the untouched version that had been taken right from the camera roll. The more I thought about the man's smile, the more unsettling it became. It wasn't just any smile. It was almost too perfect, too calculated, and those eyes, they didn't just look at the camera. They seemed to follow me. No matter how many times I looked at the picture, it felt as if he was watching me. I kept the picture on my phone for a few days, showing it to a few more friends and family members to get their take on it. Some of them laughed it off, assuming it was just a random coincidence or a trick of the whiting, but others, the ones who could sense that something was off, asked the same questions. I had been asking myself, how had he gotten there? Why had none of us noticed him? When we were all so focused on the photo, I tried to let it go, tried to forget about it, but I couldn't. Every time I looked at the picture, I felt a sense of discomfort. It wasn't like I was seeing something new every time, but the longer I stared at it, the more questions popped up. What did he want? Why had he been so intent on being in the background, smiling like that, and why had I never noticed him until I looked at the photo? A few days later, I decided to take another photo with my friends to see if maybe it was just a fluke, a strange coincidence. But when I checked the picture afterward, I froze in the background. Standing just a few feet behind us was the same man. His eyes locked onto mine again. That same eerie smile plastered across his face. This time, though, he wasn't just in the background. He was closer, almost as if he was deliberately positioning himself to be in the shot. It was like he had been watching us all along, waiting for the perfect moment to show up again. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It wasn't just a coincidence, it was intentional, and somehow he was making his presence known. I don't know how he knew when I would take the photo or why he was always there. I don't know who he is or what he wanted, but I know one thing for sure, he's still out there somewhere, and every time I look at those pictures it feels like he's still watching me, waiting for something. The unease lingers, and I can't shake the feeling that this is far from over. Story 18. I hadn't expected it. The envelope was unmarked, save for my name, written neatly in cursive across the front. At first I thought it might be a mistake. Maybe someone confused my address with someone else's, but when I tore open the seal, I was stunned to find a wedding invitation. Inside there, on the thick cream-colored cardstock, were the names of the bride and groom, names I didn't recognize. The wedding was in just a few weeks, and it was to be held at a lavish venue in the city. I couldn't make sense of it. Who were they? How did they know me? I had no recollection of ever meeting either of them, and I certainly hadn't been close enough to anyone to warrant an invitation to their wedding. But the invitation looked so official. The details were all perfectly in order. There was a time, a place, even RSVP card included, with a request for me to reply by a certain date. Everything about it felt real. The fun on the invitation was elegant, paper was expensive, and everything about it screamed upscale. Yet something about it didn't sit right. I asked a few friends if they knew the couple, but they all shook their heads. No one seemed to have ever heard of them. But part of me wanted to toss the invitation aside and forget about it. But another part of me felt this strange compulsion to attend. What if it was some kind of sign? Maybe I was supposed to meet someone there or have an experience that would change my life. It seemed ridiculous, but the more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that I had to go. The wedding day arrived, and I found myself standing in front of the venue feeling out of place. The building was massive, an elegant estate surrounded by manicured gardens with tall windows reflecting the sunlight. I felt underdressed in my simple black dress as guests and tour and designer gowns streamed past me, heading inside. I was tempted to turn around to walk away, but something held me there. The invitation had been addressed to me personally. I couldn't ignore it. Inside the atmosphere was serene, with soft classical music playing in the background. The ballroom was filled with golden chandeliers, the smell of fresh flowers mingling with the scent of expensive perfume. I wandered through the room, scanning the faces of the people around me. Most of them were talking in small groups, laughing, toasting, completely oblivious to my presence. No one seemed to notice me. As I walked past them, though, I felt a heavy gaze on me, a presence that seemed to follow my every step. I approached the seating area and the ushers directed me to a seat near the front. I felt a wave of unease wash over me, but I sat down anyway, telling myself it was all just a coincidence. Perhaps this was one of those situations where I would learn everything once I was in the thick of it, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into. The ceremony began. Man and the guests stood as the bride walked down the aisle. The gown she wore shimmered in the light, delicate lace and satin that swirled around her as she moved. Her face was serene, her smile warm and inviting, but when I looked at her closely I felt a sharp pang of recognition, though I couldn't place where I had seen her before. Her eyes locked with mine for a brief moment and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something about her expression that seemed almost knowing, as if she had been expecting me. I shook the thought from my mind, telling myself it was nothing. But as the ceremony progressed, I kept stealing glances at the bride. She seemed so familiar and it bothered me. I couldn't get rid of the sensation that I had met her somewhere before, maybe years ago, but the memory was hazy. The groom was tall and handsome, with dark hair and piercing eyes. He too felt strangely familiar, though I couldn't figure out why the vows were exchanged, and as the couple kissed, the guests erupted in applause. I clapped along with the rest, but my mind was elsewhere, lost in confusion. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this wedding than I could understand. How had I gotten this invitation? Why was I here and why did the bride and groom seem to know me, even though I had no recollection of them? As the reception continued, I mingled awkwardly, trying to blend in with the other guests, but I couldn't stop thinking about the couple. I watched them as they moved through the crowd, greeting people, sharing laughs. At one point the bride locked eyes with me again, and this time she smiled. It was an enigmatic smile, one that seemed to say, "I know you, but how could she?" I had never met her before in my life. I made my way toward the buffet, trying to keep my composure. The food was exquisite. Endless platters of delicacies, everything from lobster to chocolate truffles. As I grabbed a plate, I noticed something strange on the table. Beside the food there was a small photograph framed, sitting there like it belonged. I took a step closer, my curiosity getting the better of me, and my breath caught in my throat when I saw what it was. It was a picture of me. The photograph was old, faded at the edges, but it was unmistakable. It was a picture of me at a different wedding, taken years ago at a venue I didn't recognize. I hadn't seen this picture in ages and I couldn't remember how it had ended up in that frame, sitting casually on the buffet table. I picked it up carefully, my hands trembling, and turned it over. There on the back were the words "for when you were ready." I didn't know what to do. I felt dizzy, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around the room trying to find some sort of explanation, but the crowd was still going on, as if nothing had changed. I turned the picture over again and stared at the words. What did it mean? What was happening? Suddenly I heard a voice behind me. It was the bride. Her voice soft and kind. "You found it," she said, her smile still in place. "We've been waiting for you." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Waiting for me?" I repeated, my voice, barely a whisper. "But I don't even know who you are. How could you be waiting for me?" She stepped closer, her gaze intense yet gentle. "You've always known," she said softly. "It's time for you to remember." I felt my knees weaken and I stumbled backward, unsure of what was happening. "Remember what I don't understand?" She didn't respond immediately, but instead she reached out and touched my arm. The touch was warm, grounding. The invitation was never a mistake. "We've always known you'd come when the time was right," she said. "And now that you're here, we can begin." Before I could ask another question, a sudden clarity washed over me like a veil, lifting the faces of the bride and groom, their names, their connection to me. It all clicked into place. This wasn't just any wedding. This was a reunion, a coming together of lives I had long forgotten but had always been meant to return to. I understood now. I was meant to be here to take part in something far beyond what I could have imagined, the feeling of familiarity, the strange compulsion to attend. It wasn't a coincidence, it was destiny, and for the first time since I'd received the invitation, I felt a deep sense of peace. The answers have always been there, waiting for me to remember. Story 19. At first I laughed, thinking it was just another vague fortune, something meant to spark curiosity or give a sense of mystery. I had opened the fortune cookie, like I always did, expecting a simple prediction about my future or a message about my love, life, or career. I didn't think much of it when I unfolded the thin slip of paper, but the words print on it caught me off guard. "You were not alone." It wasn't anything specific, but something about those words stirred something deep inside me, like they were meant for me in a way I couldn't explain. The more I looked at the message, the more unsettled I became, as though it was more than just a playful saying. I pushed the fortune aside and tried to focus on the meal in front of me, but the words lingered in my mind. I was alone at the table, having dinner by myself in a small, quiet restaurant. The air was warm, the chatter of distant conversations muted by the soft background music. But in that moment I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. I looked around, but no one was paying attention to me. The room felt empty, but at the same time I felt an eerie presence, like the walls themselves were quietly observing. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence, but the words from the fortune cookie clung to me like a shadow. I finished my meal quickly, paid the bill and stepped outside into the cool evening air. It was a quiet street, the kind where the hum of city life felt distant and almost foreign. I walked down the sidewalk toward my car, but the strange feeling lingered like someone was following me. I glanced behind me, but again I saw nothing. It was just me in the street, bathed in the pale glow of the street lights. Still the sensation of being watched wouldn't go away, and the words "you are not alone" echoed in my mind. The next few days were strange. Little things began to happen, things that didn't quite add up at work. I would feel like someone was standing just behind me, their presence so tangible that I would look over my shoulder to find nothing there. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom door, but when I would get up to check, the house was empty. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that I was just tired, that my imagination was running wild, but the feeling didn't go away. It was as though someone or something was there just out of sight, waiting for me to acknowledge them. One evening, as I was heading to bed, I noticed something unusual on my bedside table. A picture frame I kept there had been moved. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. I was certain I had left it in a different position the night before. I picked it up and looked at the photo inside. It was an old picture of me with friends from a time before I moved to this city. As I stared at the smiling faces in the photo, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. A figure standing just behind my friends was barely visible, but it was unmistakable, a tall shadow, almost translucent like a person, but not quite. I blinked, rubbed my eyes and looked again, but the figure remained now more prominent. Standing just beyond the frame, I felt a chill sweep over me and my heart began to race. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had been feeling this presence for days, and now I had evidence that something or someone was watching me. I needed answers, but I wasn't sure where to look. I thought back to the fortune cookie in the words that had set all of this in motion. "You are not alone." What did it mean? Was it a warning, a message, or was I just losing my mind? I decided to talk to someone about it. I wasn't sure who, but I felt like I needed to share what was happening to me. I reached out to a close friend, someone who I trusted to listen, without judgment. I told them everything, the fortune, the strange sensations, the feeling of being watched and the photo with the shadowy figure. They were quiet for a moment before speaking. "Maybe it's a sign," they said. "Maybe there's something you need to see or understand." The words were cryptic, but they felt right. Something had changed, something I couldn't explain, and I had to face it. That night I sat in my living room trying to gather my thoughts. The house was silent, the air still, but the feeling was there lurking in the background, just beyond my awareness. It was as if the space itself had grown heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't see but could certainly feel. I stood up and walked to the kitchen, hoping to shake off the unease. I opened the fridge, reaching for a bottle of water, but as I closed the door, I saw something strange in the reflection of the glass. There, just behind me, in the reflection of the darkened kitchen, stood a figure. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, but when I turned around, no one was there. My heart raced and my breathing quickened. I turned back to the fridge, my hands shaking as I placed the water bottle back on the shelf. The figure was gone, but the unease remained settling in my chest. Like a weight, I decided to take a different approach. I grabbed my phone and searched for anything that could explain what I was experiencing. I read through articles, stories, and forums about hauntings, about encounters with the unknown, trying to make sense of the events that had unfolded, but nothing seemed to match. There were no ghosts, no spirits, no explanation that fit what I was feeling. I was looking, for a reason, a logical answer, but the more I searched, the more I realized that there was no simple answer. This was something different, something I couldn't understand. Days turned into weeks, and the sensation of being watched only intensified. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I would wake up in the middle of the night feeling an overwhelming presence beside me, but when I opened my eyes, no one was there. It was as if my mind was playing tricks on me, but the fear was real. The fortune cookie message haunted me. You are not alone. It wasn't a mistake or a coincidence. It was a warning, a truth that I was only beginning to grasp. One evening, as I sat in my living room trying to relax, I felt a sudden urge to look at the picture on my bedside table again. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and stared at the photo. The shadowy figure was there again, this time more to find. I could see it clearly standing just behind my friends. Its form, darker than the rest of the image, and then in the corner of the photo in faint smudged writing, was a new message: I'm here. My blood ran cold. I knew then that I wasn't imagining things. Whatever had been with me all this time had been waiting for me to notice. But as I stared at the picture, something shifted. The figure in the photo began to move. It didn't stay still, but started to fade in and out as if it were trying to reach me. I felt a rush of cold air and then silence. The figure was gone, the weight in the room lifted, and for the first time in weeks I felt like I was truly alone again. But even then the message lingered in my mind: you are not alone, and deep down I knew it was true. I wasn't alone, not in the way I thought something was watching me, something that had always been there, just waiting for me to understand story 20. I had been out all afternoon running errands and catching up with some work outside my apartment. As usual, I was exhausted by the time I got back home, eager to unwind. The elevator right up to my floor felt longer than it usually did, my mind preoccupied with the tasks I hadn't managed to finish. Yet when the doors opened and I stepped into the hallway, I noticed something strange right away. My apartment door was slightly ajar, just enough for me to see the small gap between the frame and the door itself. I froze for a moment, my heart picking up its pace. My first thought was that I had forgotten to properly close the door when I left, but as I stepped closer, I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There were fresh scratches near the lock, deep enough that they could only have been made by something sharp. It was odd because I hadn't seen them the last time I left, and the marks were unmistakable. They weren't there. When I had locked up earlier that morning and I was sure of it, I gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, my eyes scanning the apartment. As I did, everything seemed in place. Nothing appeared to be missing. My couch was still in the same spot, my books were neatly stacked on the shelf, and the kitchen was undisturbed. I walked around the apartment, checking each room carefully. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken windows, no signs of a break-in. Yet the scratches on the door were undeniable. Someone had tried to get in, or worse, they had been attempting to break in. I walked back to the door and examined it closely, running my fingers over the jagged marks. They weren't just superficial scratches. These were deep gouges that had clearly been made with intent and effort. Whoever did this had been persistent, but why it didn't make sense. My apartment was on the 4th floor of a building with security. There were cameras in the hallway and the building was generally safe. So why would someone target my apartment? I locked the door behind me and sat down on the couch, my mind racing. I tried to recall if I had noticed anything unusual when I left the apartment. Had I seen anyone suspicious in the hallway? Had anyone seemed to be watching me? But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. It was as if the whole event had happened. While I was away, while I was oblivious to whatever was going on right outside my door, I didn't know whether to call the landlord, the building security, or even the police. Part of me wanted to do something, but another part of me just wanted to pretend it hadn't happened, to go on with my day as if it were just a weird anomaly. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Someone had been trying to get inside my apartment, and I couldn't help but wonder why. The next day I took a closer look at the door again. The scratches were still there and they were even more prominent in the daylight. I took out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the marks, just in case I needed to show them to someone. My mind was still spinning with unanswered questions. What had been the motivation? What had this person been after? Was it a random act or was I somehow targeted? These questions kept gnawing at me, making me second-guess every strange thing that had ever happened in my life. Over the next few days I tried to keep an eye out for anything unusual in the building. I watched people come and go, scanning for anyone who might be acting suspiciously, but everything seemed normal. The neighbors went about their business, the building was quiet and nothing out of the ordinary caught my attention. I began to wonder if I was just overreacting, that maybe it had been some sort of mistake, some freak incident. The more I tried to rationalize it, the more the anxiety gnawed at me, telling me that something was off. Then, almost a week later, I found something that made me stop in my tracks. I was heading to my car when I noticed a man standing outside the building, leaning against a wall near the entrance. He didn't seem to belong. His presence felt out of place and there was something unsettling about the way he was watching the building. As soon as I caught his eye, he quickly looked away. His expression unreadable. He didn't look like a regular tenant, nor did he seem like he had any reason to be standing there. Something about him didn't sit right with me. I hurried to my car, trying not to make it obvious that I was watching him, but as I drove away I couldn't help but glance back at the building. The man hadn't moved but his gaze was now fixed on me. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. As I realized that he was still watching, I quickly made a mental note of his features, the way he stood, the dark clothes he wore and the feeling of unease he left behind. It was strange, but I had the sense that this man, whoever he was somehow connected to the strange scratches on my door. Over the next few days I stayed vigilant, more aware of my surroundings than ever before. I kept an eye on the building's entrances, watching for the man again, and sure enough he appeared a few more times. Always standing near the entrance, always watching. He never got too close, never interacted with anyone, but his presence was undeniable. I didn't know if he had anything to do with the scratches, but I had a sinking feeling in my stomach that I had somehow crossed paths with him before. After a few more days of this, I decided to take action. I contacted the building security team, showed them the photos of the scratches and explained everything that had happened. The security guard assured me they would review the footage and I was relieved to hear that they had cameras in the hallway. The next morning I was called into the building's office. The security team had reviewed the footage from the day. I noticed the scratches on the door and what they found shocked me. The footage showed a man standing near my door, looking up and down the hallway as if checking to see if anyone was around. He then knelt down and fiddled with the lock on my door for a few moments before walking away. They caught everything on camera, his face, his movements, the time he spent near my door. It was clear now that the man had been the one responsible for the scratches he had been attempting to break in, though he hadn't succeeded. My door had been marked by his efforts, but thankfully he hadn't managed to get inside. I felt a strange mix of relief and anger. At least I knew the truth now. But the fact that this person had been so close to my apartment without me realizing it was unsettling. The building security had already contacted the police and the man was apprehended shortly after. As it turned out, he had a history of attempting break-ins in the area. The whole experience left me shaken, but I found comfort in knowing that I wasn't alone in handling it. The building management took extra precautions after that and the security team installed additional cameras and better lighting in the hallways. I felt safer, but the memory of the man standing outside watching lingered with me for a long time. The scratches on the door were gone, but the feeling of being watched never really went away. Story 21. The day began like any other. I arrived at work early, as usual, eager to tackle the tasks I had planned for the day. The building was quiet, the hum of the fluorescent lights in the hallway echoing slightly. As I walked toward the entrance, I pulled my work badge from my bag, swiping it at the security gate. Normally, the green light would flash and I'd be able to walk straight through, but today something was different. The light stayed red. I swiped again more forcefully, this time assuming that maybe I had been too quick with my swipe or that there was a technical glitch, but nothing changed. I stared at the badge reader in confusion, a bit frustrated. After a few more tries, I decided to walk up to the security desk, hoping they could help the security guard. An older man with a tired look in his eyes glanced at me as I approached something wrong. He asked, his voice a little gruff, as if he'd seen this all too many times before. I nodded, holding up my badge. "It's not working, I can't get through." He took the badge from my hand, scanning it through the reader behind the desk. After a moment, he looked up at me. His expression now more serious. "It says you don't exist in the system." I blinked, feeling a cold wave of confusion wash over me. "What do you mean? I don't exist?" The guard hesitated for a moment before responding, his voice quieter. "Now it's just not in there. We don't have you listed as an employee anymore." My stomach dropped. I had been working at this company for years, and the idea that I wasn't in their system didn't make any sense. I was part of the team, a regular employee with a desk, a badge, and a schedule. This wasn't possible. I reached for my phone, intending to call my manager or someone from HR to straighten this out, but the guard stopped me. "I'm sorry, I can't let you back in unless I get confirmation from someone higher up," he said, his tone firm but polite. "You'll need to speak with someone from HR." I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at him, unable to comprehend what was happening. I had never experienced anything like this before. I had been given this badge when I first started, had used it countless times to get in and out of the building, and now it was as if I had never existed here at all without another word. I walked to the HR department apartment, trying to remain calm, but the unease in my chest was growing with every step. When I arrived at the HR office, I was met with polite but confused faces. I explained the situation, expecting them to clear it up immediately, but when they checked their system, they gave me the same response. "We have no record of you," one of the HR representatives told me, looking at me as though I had just told her that I was from another planet. "You're not listed as an employee here at all." My mind raced. I wanted to tell them that this was ridiculous, that I had been working here for years, that I had a desk, an email account, and responsibilities, but the words felt stuck in my throat. It didn't feel real. How could I not be listed in the system? Was I being pranked? Was someone playing some elaborate joke on me? "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "I've been here for over 3 years. I have everything: my badge, my desk, my computer. You can check my records. I'm here every day." One of the HR representatives, a woman in her mid-30s, gave me a sympathetic look but shook her head. "I'm sorry, but we don't have any record of you. Have you checked your status with payroll?" I felt a surge of frustration and panic. I had just received my paycheck last week. Everything had been fine. I had bills to pay, a life I needed to maintain, and yet here I was standing in the middle of an office building with no record of my existence. It didn't make sense. I asked them to check again, to look deeper into the system. They agreed to double-check, but after an hour of searching there was still nothing. It was as though I had never worked there at all. "You're sure I'm not listed anywhere?" I asked, trying to remain calm but feeling a rising sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. "We're sure," the HR representative said, her voice kind but firm. "You'll have to contact it to see if there's some kind of mistake with your badge or perhaps with the system." I walked out of the HR office feeling like I was walking through a fog. My badge no longer worked. My name didn't exist in any system, and the people around me treated me like a ghost. It felt as if I was being erased from the world around me. I headed to the IT department, my last hope for any kind of explanation. When I explained the situation to the technician, she stared at me with wide eyes like I was some kind of anomaly. She checked the system, tried a few things with my badge, and then turned to me with a perplexed expression. "It's not just your badge that's not working," she said slowly. "It's like your entire profile has been deleted from our network. There's no trace of you anywhere." I couldn't even respond at first. "What did you mean? No trace? How could I just be gone?" My mind was spinning. This was impossible. There had to be some mistake. Someone had to have tampered with something, or maybe the system was malfunctioning in some way. But I didn't want to think about the alternative, that maybe somehow I had ceased to exist in their eyes. I tried calling my manager, but my calls kept going straight to voicemail. I sent emails, but I received no reply. The more I tried to reach out, the more I felt like I was being shut out. It was as if everyone was pretending I had never been there in the first place. As the hours passed and I found myself wandering through the empty hallways, I began to wonder if there was something bigger going on, something I wasn't privy to. Was that part of some strange mistake, or was something else happening that I couldn't explain? By the end of the day, I had no answers. I was told that someone from higher management would be in touch with me soon, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had already been forgotten or, worse, erased. As I left the building, I glanced up at the entrance, still trying to process everything. I didn't know if I'd be allowed back in the next day. I didn't even know if I still had a job. But as I reached my car and sat down, a thought struck me. I checked my phone one last time, hoping for an email, a call, anything that could explain what had happened, and that's when I saw a message from my manager, sent a few hours ago. "I'm so sorry, but we have to let you go. We've had to make some difficult decisions and you're no longer part of the team. Your access has been revoked. Please don't try to enter the building again." I stared at the message, the words blurring as I read them again and again. This wasn't a mistake. I hadn't been erased by some system error. I had been fired and I had no idea why. Story 22. I had just gotten home from work one evening tired, after a long day of meetings and emails. As I walked up to my porch, I noticed something odd, a backpack sitting on the steps. It wasn't there when I left that morning and no one had come by to drop anything off. At first I thought maybe it was just a forgotten delivery, but as I stepped closer I realized something strange. It was just a plain backpack, no labels or identifying marks. I felt an odd chill run through me as I hesitated, unsure of whether I should touch it or just leave it there. Curiosity won over my caution and I reached down to grab the backpack. It felt heavier than I expected and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. I looked around the yard checking the street and the neighbors' houses, but everything seemed normal, no one in sight. With a deep breath, I set the backpack down on the porch and unzipped it inside. I found neatly folded clothes, all in my size. The clothes looked new or at least freshly laundered, a soft sweater, a pair of jeans, a few t-shirts and a jacket. They were all items I would wear and the fit was perfect. I didn't recognize any of the brands or styles exactly, but they seemed like something I would pick out if I were shopping for myself. My mind raced. Who would leave something like this on my porch and why? It didn't make sense. There were no notes or messages, no explanation for why they had been left there. I carefully took each item out, trying to piece together any clues. The more I examined them, the more unsettled I became. There was no way someone would know exactly what I like to wear, what would fit me. I didn't recognize any of the clothes from stores I had shopped at, and I was sure no one had been in my home to leave them. I felt a strange connection to these clothes, like they were meant for me, but also an overwhelming sense of discomfort. It was as if someone had been watching me, studying me, learning my preferences. After a few minutes of standing there frozen, I decided to take the backpack inside. I didn't want to leave it outside, especially in case someone came back for it. My heart was pounding as I walked through the front door and set the backpack down on the kitchen counter. I couldn't stop thinking about how strange this all was. It didn't feel like an innocent mistake or a random act of kindness. It felt intentional. Someone had gone out of their way to leave these clothes for me and I had no idea why. I tried to tell myself that it was probably just a mix-up, that someone had mistakenly left their bag at the wrong house. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. There was something about the whole situation that felt off. I tried to shake off the feeling of paranoia, but the nagging sense of being watched didn't go away. I glanced out of the window, half expecting to see someone standing on the sidewalk waiting to see what I would do. Later that night I decided to take a closer look at the clothes. I pulled out the sweater first. It was soft, a deep maroon color, and it felt like something I would wear on a chilly evening. But as I turned it inside out, my heart stopped. Stitched into the inside of the collar was a tiny tag with my name on it. It wasn't a brand tag, not something you'd see in any store. It was just my first name, embroidered in delicate, almost too perfect letters. I stared at it for a long time, my mind racing. How could anyone know my name like that? I hadn't mentioned it to anyone recently, and I was careful about sharing personal details. I threw the sweater back into the bag as if touching it would somehow make everything worse. I took out the jeans next, feeling increasingly uneasy. They fit perfectly, just like the sweater. The same thing, nothing particularly special, except for a small, nearly invisible tear near the hem, as if someone had intentionally worn the in and the weirdest part. They were the exact style of jeans I had been wearing just last week. Same brand, same fit, even the same wash. I hadn't bought any new clothes recently, so I couldn't explain how this was possible. I felt trapped, like I was in a strange nightmare. The clothes weren't just random. They were pieces of my life, pieces that someone had picked up and left for me. How did this happen? Who would do this? My thoughts were racing and I had no answers. I felt a tight knot in my stomach and I realized that I wasn't alone in this. Whoever left that bag had been watching me, studying me, and I didn't know how to stop it. I spent the next few days trying to act normal, but every time I stepped outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I started checking my security cameras, hoping for some clue as to who might have left the bag, but every time I replayed the footage, the moments were always the same. Just me walking up to the porch, retrieving the bag and bringing it inside. There was nothing on the cameras that pointed to anyone lurking in the background, no signs that anyone had been there at all. Then, as if the situation couldn't get any more unsettling, I noticed something else. One of the shirts from the bag was missing. It was a simple white t-shirt, but it was gone. I searched the house, checked every room, but it was nowhere to be found. The only explanation I could come up with was that someone had come back for it. Somehow, getting into my house without me noticing the thought made me shiver. How did they know when I wasn't home? How had they gotten inside? I didn't know what to do. I couldn't tell anyone about this. No one would believe me. The thought of involving the police seemed far-fetched, especially since there was no real evidence of a crime. All I had was a strange backpack with clothes that fit me perfectly, clothes that seemed to have been chosen specifically for me, and a growing sense of dread that I couldn't shake. As the days went on, the fear started to consume me. I couldn't trust anyone around me, couldn't trust the quiet of my own home. And then, one morning, as I stepped outside to leave for work, I found something even stranger. Another backpack sitting on the porch. It was the same as the first, plain and unmarked, and it was filled with clothes, just like the last one. I didn't even hesitate. This time I turned around, ran back inside and locked the door behind me. Whatever was happening, whoever was behind this, I wasn't going to wait around to find out their next move. I knew that I had to leave, had to get away before it was too late. The clothes, the backpacks, the eerie feeling of being watched, it had all become too much. There was no more pretending everything was fine. I grabbed what little I could carry and left without looking back, knowing that the strange presence watching me would follow, but at least for now, I wouldn't be there. When it happened, story 23, I had just finished a long day of work and was looking forward to a quiet evening. The house was empty, except for me and my thoughts. As I sat down on the couch, I heard the doorbell ring. It was an odd time for anyone to be visiting, but I stood up figuring it was probably a delivery or maybe even a neighbor. I walked to the door expecting to see someone standing there, but when I opened it there was no one in sight. I stepped outside looking up and down the street, but it was empty. The street lamps cast long shadows and the quiet of the evening wrapped around me like a thick blanket. My heart skipped a beat when I saw something on the door. At first I thought it might have been some kind of prank, but the feeling in the pit of my stomach told me this was something more. A small, old-fashioned photograph was taped to the door. I reached out cautiously, my fingers trembling as I pulled it free. It was a picture of me, one I had never seen before. I stared at it confused. The photo was grainy, faded at the edges and looked as though it had been taken years ago. I didn't remember the moment captured in it, nor could I place when or where was taken. I was sitting on a bench in a park, but everything around me was blurred, almost as if it were intentionally out of focus. I turned the photo over, hoping to find some explanation written on the back, but there was nothing, no name, no date, just a blank space. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. Who would leave this here and why? I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just a random act. Something about it felt deliberate, as if someone wanted me to see this picture. For a reason. I looked back down the street, but there was still no sign of anyone. The silence of the night pressed in around me. I stepped back into the house and closed the door, my eyes never leaving the photo. I walked over to the kitchen table and sat down, the photograph still in my hands. I tried to focus on it, but it only made me feel more unsettled. I didn't remember ever having a photo like this taken. In fact, it looks so old that it couldn't have been from just a few years ago. It felt distant. I set the photo down on the table and walked to the window, trying to calm my nerves. The street outside was as empty as before. No cars, no people, just the quiet that seemed to stretch on forever. I glanced at the clock. It was late, too late for visitors. My thoughts returned to the picture. Why had it been left for me, and who had taken it? I walked back to the table, picked up the photo again and studied it more carefully. I was sitting alone on the bench, dressed casually. There was no one else in the shot. The park in the background was a familiar one, but I couldn't remember ever sitting there alone. In fact, I didn't think I had been to that park in years. Why was this photo being sent to me now? After all this time, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Was this someone trying to send me a message? But who would know this much about me? I didn't know anyone who would leave something like this on my doorstep. It wasn't as if I was close to anyone in the neighborhood. I kept to myself, focused on my work, and only exchanged pleasantries with the neighbors when necessary. So who could possibly know this intimate detail of my past? My curiosity turned into frustration. I needed answers. I couldn't just sit there and wonder forever. Maybe someone in the neighborhood knew something, or perhaps the photo was connected to something I had forgotten. I grabbed my phone intending to call a friend, but hesitated. What would I even say? Hey, someone left a weird photo of me on my doorstep. Do you know what this means? They'd probably think I was losing it. No, I needed to solve this on my own. I thought about the park in the photo again. I couldn't remember the last time I had been there, but I felt a strange pull toward it. Now it was late, but something told me I needed to go there to see if I could find any connection to the photograph. I grabbed my jacket, stuffed the photo into my pocket and left the house. The park was only a short walk away, and as I made my way down the street I felt an odd sense of urgency. The cool night air brushed against my face and the moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the road. My heart beat faster as I neared the park, the familiar paths now looking strange in the dark. There was something about this place, something I couldn't put my finger on, but it felt important when I arrived at the park. It was quiet, just like my street. The swings swayed gently in the breeze and the trees rustled softly above me. I took a deep breath and walked to the bench from the photo. It was still there, tucked away under a large oak tree. The bench was old-weathered and covered in patches of moss. I sat down trying to recall any memory of being here before, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember a single moment of it. I took the photo out of my pocket and held it up, comparing it to the real bench in front of me. Everything matched except for one thing. The park in the photo was different. The trees were fuller, the grass greener, and the sky was lighter, almost like it had been taken in the afternoon rather than the night. I was sitting there, but I didn't recognize the surroundings. A sudden chill ran down my spine as I felt a presence nearby. I looked around expecting to see someone, but no one was there. The park was completely empty. Still the feeling lingered as if someone was watching me from the shadows. I stood up, my eyes scanning the area, but there was nothing except the rustling of leaves in the wind. I felt like I was being drawn deeper into the mystery, but I couldn't tell why. Something told me I had been here before and that the answers to the photograph were hidden somewhere in this park, but I couldn't remember what they were. I glanced at the photo once more for a moment. I thought I saw something flicker in the image, something in the background that wasn't there before. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it looked like a shadow of figure. I squinted, staring hard at the photo, but when I looked up, the figure wasn't in the park. I was alone. I was alone. A strange sensation filled the air, like I was caught between two worlds, the one I knew and the one that was hidden just out of reach. I couldn't explain it, But it felt as though the park, the photo, everything was part of a puzzle I needed to solve. Yet the more I tried to understand it, the more elusive the answers became. With the photo still in hand, I left the park and returned home, my mind racing with thoughts. I couldn't contain the doorbell ringing earlier, the photo and the strange sense of déjà vu. It was all connected somehow, but I wasn't sure how to piece it all together. I needed to figure this out, and whatever it was, I knew it was only the beginning of something much bigger than I could have imagined. Story 24. At first I didn't think much of it. My new roommate had moved in a few weeks ago and everything seemed fine. They had their own space, their things neatly packed in their room, and I barely noticed their presence in the apartment. The only sign of them was the soft rustling of their belongings when they arrived or left. But beyond that, it felt like they were a ghost. They never seemed to be home. When I was, and when they did appear, it was always late at night, just as I was getting ready to sleep. I convinced myself that they must have a busy schedule, and I shrugged it off as nothing unusual. But after a few days it started to feel strange. I would wake up in the morning to find that their room was still locked. The light off, no sound coming from the other side of the door. The kitchen would be untouched, as if no one had eaten there. I would leave for work, and when I returned in the evening nothing had changed. No lights on, no signs that my roommate had been there at all. I tried to reach out, sending the messages, but my texts would go unanswered. The silence stretched on, and each day I found myself becoming more and more puzzled. One evening I decided to take a different approach. I had dinner by myself, as usual, and made a mental note to check on my roommate's situation. I had to admit to myself that something felt off. After finishing my meal, I went to the living room and sat on the couch, scrolling through my phone, but I kept glancing at their door. It remained shut. Not a sound coming from within. I stood up, walked over to their door and knocked gently. No answer. I knocked again, this time a little louder, but still nothing. My heart raced, a chill running down my spine. Was I overreacting? Was there something going on that I just wasn't seeing? The next day, when I returned from work, I decided to check their room. It was unlike me to invade someone's privacy, but something pushed me to do it. I walked slowly down the hallway and stood in front of their door. I didn't know why I hesitated for a moment before turning the handle, but I did. When I opened the door, I found the room exactly as it had been the day. They moved in neat, clean, and untouched. The bed was made perfectly, the window was open, slightly letting in the evening breeze, but there were no signs of life, no clothes, no personal items scattered around, just the same emptiness that had been there from the beginning. I stood there for what felt like a long time, staring at the room. It didn't make sense. If they were home, surely there would be signs of them. Maybe there are things in the bathroom, maybe some food in the fridge, or even a cup or plate left in the kitchen, but there was nothing, not a single trace. I closed the door quietly and retreated back to the living room, unsure of what to think or do next. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Something was wrong, and I was starting to feel more and more like I wasn't alone in the apartment, even if no one else was around. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. I would come home from work expecting to find my roommate in the apartment, but it would always be empty. The air in the place felt heavy, as if something was waiting, but there was never anyone there. I began to notice other things too. The lights in the hallway, which had always been turned off when I left, would sometimes be on when I came home, as if someone had been there. The bathroom mirror would fog up, despite me being the only one who used it once. I even noticed that the kitchen sink had a glass in it, a glass that I definitely hadn't used the smallest of details, but enough to make me question my own reality. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. It was becoming harder and harder to ignore the feeling that something was wrong. The apartment, once a place of comfort, was now a source of anxiety. I began keeping a journal, jotting down the strange occurrences, trying to make sense of it all, but the more I wrote, the more confused I became. There was no explanation for the behavior of my roommate, no reason for their absence, no reason for the odd days that had begun happening around the apartment. One night, after a particularly long day, I came home feeling exhausted. I tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter and slumped onto the couch ready to relax. But as I reached for the remote, I noticed something strange. The TV was on. I hadn't turned it on. I hadn't even been in the living room earlier in the day. My heart raced as I stood up, moving cautiously toward the screen. It was just static, a flickering screen with no channel, no program. I reached for the remote and pressed the off button, but the screen stayed on. It wasn't until I unplugged the TV completely that the screen went dark. The apartment felt colder now, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I decided to confront my roommate. I had to know what was going on, to understand why they were never home and why their presence seemed to linger even when they weren't around. I knocked on their door again, louder, this time hoping to get a response, but once again there was no answer. This time I was determined. I stood there, my hand on the knob, and took a deep breath. If they weren't going to answer me, I'd have to go in. I opened the door slowly, this time, prepared for whatever I might find, but as I stepped into the room, I froze there. In the middle of the floor was a pile of their belongings, piles of clothes, bags, books, and personal items, all stacked in a disorganized mess. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't understand it. This was the first time I had seen anything in their room that wasn't perfectly arranged. My mind raced as I took a step forward, but before I could get any closer, the door slammed shut behind me, sending a shock of fear through my body. I whipped around to face the door, but when I reached for the handle, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a note taped to the inside of the door. I pulled it off, my hands trembling as I read the words written in a shaky hand. "I'm here always." I couldn't breathe. The message made no sense. I wasn't sure if my roommate had left it or if something else was at play, but I knew one thing for certain: I was not alone. Something or someone was in the apartment with me, and they had been there all along. Story 25. It was a quiet evening, and I had just finished running a few errands. The streets were less crowded than usual, and the soft glow of streetlights cast long shadows across the pavement. I found myself walking down an alley near my apartment building, a shortcut I often took to save a few minutes. The silence of the night felt peaceful, with only the distant hum of traffic echoing through the empty streets. My footsteps echoed off the walls, a comforting rhythm in the otherwise still air. I was lost in my thoughts when something caught my eye. The dim light from a nearby street lamp reflected off the glass of a store window, and in the reflection I saw someone walking just behind me. They were only a few steps away, moving at the same pace as I was, as if they were mirroring my every step. It was strange. Almost like an extension of my own shadow, I could make out the figure of a person, tall, dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured by the shadow of their hood. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was just someone out for a late-night walk, I reasoned, but then a figure in the reflection seemed to get closer, almost too close for comfort. I quickly glanced behind me, expecting to see someone there. The alley was empty. There was no one in sight, no footsteps behind me, no sign of movement at all. My heart skipped a beat. I turned back to the reflection in the store window. The figure was still there, right behind me, walking in sync with my every step, but there was no one physically present in the alley. It was as if this person was confined to the reflection itself, an eerie image that didn't belong to the world. I was standing in a sense of dread, washed over me as I stood frozen, staring at the reflection. I took another quick glance over my shoulder, trying to confirm what I had just seen. Nothing. I tried to convince myself it was just an optical illusion, or perhaps my mind playing tricks on me. But the reflection didn't lie. It was as if someone was walking just behind me, and yet I could feel nothing, hear nothing. My breathing quickened and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The feeling of being watched crept over me, making every second feel like an eternity. Without thinking, I started to walk faster, hoping to shake off the unsettling sensation. My footsteps picked up pace, but so did the figure. In the reflection, they kept up with me, never falling behind, always in perfect step. My anxiety grew and I couldn't bring myself to look back again. Every part of me screamed to turn around to find out if someone was actually following me, but I couldn't make myself do it. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, one that I couldn't wake up from. As I approached the end of the alley, I forced myself to take one last glance at the reflection, half expecting the figure to be gone, but they were still there, just a few steps behind me, walking with a steady pace. I took a sharp turn at the corner and walked quickly toward the main street, where the light from the street lamps was brighter and the noise of passing cars would be a welcome distraction. But as I walked I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still with me in the reflection in the shadows. I reached my apartment building nearly out of breath from the frantic pace I had kept. I glanced at the front door, but before I could enter I stopped my eyes, scanned the windows of the building, the reflections in the glass catching my attention for a brief moment. I thought I saw something just flicker of movement, as if someone had been standing behind me in the window. My heart raced again, but I forced myself to look away and step inside the building. I needed to get inside, away from the streets, away from whatever had been following me. The elevator right up to my floor felt painfully long. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the figure standing there watching me. But there was no one else in the elevator with me, no reflection of anyone but myself. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and stood there for a moment trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself it was just a trick of the mind, that the reflection in the window had fooled me, that the figure had just been an illusion. But deep down I knew something had been wrong. That night I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes as I saw the figure in my mind, the way they walked so closely behind me, the way they mirrored my every step, I couldn't stop thinking about it, and the fear kept me awake long into the night. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. I felt like I wasn't alone, as if something was still lurking in the shadows, just waiting for me to acknowledge it. The next day I told myself I had to shake it off. I went about my day as usual, trying to put this strange incident behind me, but I couldn't help but feel paranoid. Like someone was always just a few steps behind me, always watching. I avoided walking down the alley again, choosing a different route to get to my car, but the feeling of being followed, of being watched, never quite left. I couldn't stop thinking about the reflection, about the way the figure had moved in sin with me, as if they were a part of my own shadow. A few days later I decided to walk down that alley again, determined to face whatever it was that had scared me. I didn't know why, but I felt like I needed to know if it was just a trick of the mind or something more. The alley was quiet again, just as it had been the night I first saw the figure. I glanced at the store windows as I passed, half expecting to see the reflection of someone walking behind me. But this time the windows were empty. No one was there, no shadow, no figure, just the reflection of the empty street and myself. I walked through the alley still on edge, but relieved that there was no sign of the person I had seen. The air felt different, calmer, as if whatever had been lurking behind me had disappeared. I walked faster, eager to get out of the alley and back to the safety of the main street, but as I reached the end of the alley, I caught one last glimpse of the window. For just a split second, I thought I saw something in the reflection, someone standing right behind me. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. The alley was empty. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as I stood there trying to catch my breath for a moment. I wondered if it was all in my head. Maybe I had just imagined it all, but something deep inside me knew the truth. I wasn't alone. Not really. I could feel it, the lingering presence that had followed me, just waiting to make itself known. I didn't know what had happened or why it had happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just brushed up against something dark, something that hadn't finished watching me yet. Story 26. I woke up slowly, the morning light filtering through my window casting a soft glow over my room. I blinked a few times, stretching as I tried to shake off the last remnants of sleep. My mind was still foggy when I turned over, and that was when I saw it. Sitting on my pillow right next to my head was something I hadn't seen in years. It was a small, worn-out, stuffed bear, one I had lost when I was a child. The faded fabric, the missing button eye, the tiny tear on its arm. There was no mistaking it, it was mine. I stared at it for a long time, my breath catching in my throat. I hadn't seen this toy since I was a kid. I had searched for it for weeks, torn my room apart, cried over it, but it had never turned up. Eventually I had convinced myself it was gone forever. I sat up, slowly reaching out to touch it, half expecting it to disappear the moment my fingers brushed against it. But it was real. The fabric felt just as rough as I remembered the stuffing inside. Uneven from years of being hugged tightly, a deep bunny settled in my stomach. How was it here? Where had it come from? I tried to think logically. Maybe someone had found it and placed it here as a surprise, but that didn't make sense. No one I knew had ever seen this bear. My parents had helped me search for it, but even they had eventually given up, and besides, I lived alone. Now, no one should have been able to come into my apartment without me knowing. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands, searching for any sign that this could be some kind of mistake. But it was mine. There was no doubt about it. The way the stitching had come loose on one of its legs, the tiny initials I had scratched onto the tag with a marker when I was little. It was all exactly the same. I tried to shake off the growing unease. Maybe I had somehow forgotten that I found it a long time ago. Maybe I had packed it away and just didn't remember. That had to be the explanation. But no matter how much I told myself that I could shake the feeling that something was wrong, I got out of bed, still holding the bear, and checked my apartment. The doors were locked, the windows were closed. Nothing else seemed out of place, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I went to my closet and pulled down an old box where I kept childhood keepsakes, digging through it frantically. If I had found this toy before, surely I would have put it in here, but the bear wasn't in the box because it was sitting in my hands. I sat on the edge of my bed, gripping it tightly, my thoughts racing. There was no logical explanation for this. I hadn't seen this bear in over 15 years, and yet here it was placed neatly on my pillow, as if someone wanted me to find it. The thought chilled me. If someone had put it there, that meant someone had been in my apartment. While I flap, I checked the locks again, running my fingers over them, as if that would somehow change what I already knew. Everything was secure, no forced entry, no signs of anyone being here, and yet the bear was proof that something had happened. I considered calling someone, but what would I even say? That a stuffed bear had appeared out of nowhere, that I was scared because an old childhood toy had shown up on my pillow? It sounded ridiculous even to me, but the feeling in my gut told me this wasn't just a coincidence. I placed the bear back on the bed, staring at it like it might move on its own. I needed to figure out what was going on. I decided to check my security camera. I had one set up near my front door, mostly for package deliveries, but it should have recorded any movement from the night before I grabbed my phone and pulled up the footage, scrolling back to the early hours of the morning. At first nothing seemed unusual. The hallway was empty, the door never opened, but as I skimmed through the footage, a chill ran down my spine at exactly 3 in the morning. The screen glitched for a split second and then, just as quickly, the image returned to normal. But something had changed. The bear was there, right on my pillow, and hello, one frame before it hadn't been, and then, after the glitch, it appeared out of nowhere. No one had entered, no one had placed it there. It just appeared. I dropped my phone, my hands shaking. This wasn't possible. Things didn't just materialize out of thin air, but the proof was right in front of me. I turned back to the bear, my mind racing with possibilities I didn't want to consider. I didn't sleep that night, I couldn't. I kept the bear on the other side of the room watching it, half expecting it to move, but it didn't. It just sat there silent, still a piece of my past that had somehow returned in the most unsettling way. The next morning I packed it away in a box and shoved it deep into my closet. I didn't want to look at it, didn't want to think about it, but even as I tried to forget, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The locks on my door still held. My windows remained shut, but for the first time in my life I wasn't sure if I was truly alone. Story 27. I had just arrived in town for work trip and needed a rental car to get around. The process was quick, and within minutes I was handed the keys to a modest sedan. As I got in and adjusted the seat and mirrors, I noticed something unusual on the passenger seat. It was a folded piece of paper, slightly crumpled, as if it had been handled multiple times. At first I assumed it was just an old receipt or some forgotten paperwork from the last renter, but when I picked it up and folded it I felt a strange chill run down my spine. It was an old map of the city, yellowed at the edges, with various streets and locations marked. The ink looked faded, but one detail stood out. A single street was circled in red, my street. I stared at the map trying to make sense of it. The rental company had no reason to leave something like this in the car. It must have been left behind by the previous renter. But that only raised more questions. Why would someone be marking locations on a map in this digital age? And why of all places was my street the one circled? I had never been to this rental agency before, never used this specific car. And yet here was something that seemed disturbingly personal. I sat in the car for a long moment, gripping the map tightly. My first instinct was to check the rest of the vehicle. I opened the glove compartment, checked under the seats and even looked in the trunk. Nothing seemed out of place. No other notes, no signs that the car had been tampered with. Just this map sitting on the passenger seat like it was meant for me to find. I glanced around the parking lot, half expecting to see someone watching me from a distance, but everything seemed normal. I told myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe the last person who rented the car had lived on the same street. Maybe it was part of an old delivery route. There were plenty of logical explanations, but no matter how much I tried to reason it away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. My fingers traced the red circle over and over again. It wasn't just my street, it was my exact block. The realization sent a wave of unease through me. Someone had been looking at my specific location and I had no idea who or why. I shoved the map into my bag and started the car. The engine rumbled to life, but I felt no comfort in the familiar sound. As I pulled out of the lot and onto the road, I kept glancing in the rear view mirror, expecting to see someone following me. Every car behind me made me uneasy. Every turn I took felt like I was being watched. I knew I was probably overreacting, but I couldn't shake the paranoia creeping into my thoughts. By the time I got to my hotel, I had almost convinced myself to throw the map away. Maybe if I got rid of it I could move on and stop thinking about it, but something held me back. Instead of tossing it, I spread it out on the small desk in my room and studied it again. The circled street was the only mark on the map. No notes, no additional details. Just that single red circle around my home that night I barely slept. Every sound in the hotel room made me jump. I kept checking the locks, making sure the door was secure. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Had someone left this map for me on purpose? If so, why was it a warning or was someone planning something? I kept telling myself it was just paranoia, but deep down I knew better. The next morning I decided to call the rental agency. I wanted to know if they had any information on the previous renters of the car. Maybe they could tell me if someone had reported leaving something behind. The person on the other end of the line was polite but helpful. They assured me the cars were cleaned after each rental and nothing unusual had been found in the vehicle before I took it. When I mentioned the map there was a pause. The employee seemed confused, saying that no one else had mentioned leaving anything like that. I hung up the phone with more questions than answers. If the car had been cleaned, then someone had put that map there after the last inspection, and that meant it wasn't a mistake. Someone had placed it there, knowing I would find it. The realization made my stomach turn. I spent the next few days trying to ignore it, but the feeling of unease never left. I kept looking over my shoulder, watching every car that passed by a little too closely. The trip was supposed to be routine, but I felt like I was constantly on edge. On my last night in town, I decided to take one last look at the map. Maybe there was something I had missed. As I traced my fingers over the red circle again, I noticed something faint near the edge of the paper. It was hard to see, but there was a smudge, like someone had written something and then rubbed it away. I held the map up to the light, squinting to make out the faint letters. My heart pounded as the words slowly became clear. See you soon. The letters were barely there, as if someone had tried to erase them but failed to remove them completely. I dropped the map, my hand shaking. This wasn't random. This wasn't just a coincidence. Someone knew who I was, where I lived, and they wanted me to know it too. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the lights on, jumping at every sound. The next morning I returned the rental car without a word and boarded my flight home. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't even take the map with me. I left it in the hotel trash can, hoping that leaving it behind would make it all go away. But when I got home, something was different. My house looked untouched, everything exactly where I had left it. But as I stepped inside and locked the door behind me, I noticed a single piece of paper sitting on my kitchen counter. It was the same map and the red circle was darker, this time story 28. I got home late, exhausted from a long day, and tossed my bag onto the couch. The apartment was quiet, just the way I liked it. After spending hours dealing with people, I checked my phone out of habit, scrolling through a few notifications before noticing something strange, a new voicemail. I rarely got voicemails, and when I did they were usually from work or spam calls, but this one had no call or ID, just a blank number. I hesitated for a moment before pressing play. At first there was nothing, just silence. Then I heard breathing slow and steady, as if someone was standing very close to the microphone. My stomach tightened. I was about to delete it, assuming it was some kind of mistake, when I heard something that made my blood run. Hold a voice, my voice, hello. It sounded hesitant, confused exactly how I would sound if I were leaving a message for someone without remembering why. I felt a chill creep up my spine as I listened. Is anyone there? The voice repeated my voice, but I had never recorded this. I had not left myself message. The breathing continued heavier now, like the person on the other end was nervous. Then there was a faint rustling, as if the phone was being shifted. A few seconds of silence. Then, in a whisper, the voice said something that made my hands go numb. Do not answer. The message ended. I stared at my phone, my heart pounding in my ears. Do not answer. Answer what? The voicemail, a call. I played it again, forcing myself to listen closely, but the words were exactly the same. It was me. It was undeniably my own voice, but I had never recorded it. I tried to think of a rational explanation. Maybe it was some kind of glitch, a wrong number that just happened to sound like me. Maybe someone had used an app to mimic my voice, but who would do that and why? I checked the Tim stamp. The message had been left while I was at work. My phone had been in my pocket all day. No missed calls, no record of a voicemail being sent. I told myself to ignore it. It was just a weird mistake, nothing more. I deleted the message, set my phone down and went to take a shower. But even under the warm water I could not shake the feeling that something was off. The sound of my own voice telling me not to answer echoed in my head when I got out. I checked my phone again. Another voicemail, this time my hand shook as I played it, more breathing and then my voice again a little more frantic. This time you have to listen to me. I felt my chest tighten. It is coming. My voice whispered. Do not let it in. Then silence and silence. The message cut off. Just like before, I stared at my phone, my mind racing. This was not a coincidence. This was not a mistake, someone was trying to tell me something, or maybe it was me. I did not want to believe it, but I could not ignore the possibility. The voice was identical to mine, not just in sound, but in tone. In the way the words were spoken. It was like listening to a recording of myself from a moment I did not remember. I tried calling my own number just to see what would happen. The call went straight to voicemail. I left a short message. This is weird, but if this is some kind of joke, it is not funny. A few minutes later my phone buzzed, new voicemail. My stomach dropped as I pressed play. This time there was no breathing, no hesitation, just my voice, calm and firm. Do not open the door. Oh, the message ended. I whipped my head toward my front door. My pulse hammering the room felt eerily. Still then, as if on CU, there was a knock. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I stared at the door. My breath caught in my throat. The apartment was on the 3rd floor and I was not expecting anyone. No deliveries, no friends dropping by. I did not move. Wow, another knock. Oh, louder. This time my phone vibrated. In my hand. Another voicemail. My body felt frozen, but I forced myself to press play this time. My voice was urgent, almost desperate. Do not answer, do not look, do not speak. The knock came again, more insistent. I backed away, gripping my phone like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to reality. My own voice was telling me not to answer, not to look. I stood there, my breathing shallow, waiting. The knocking stopped. Silence stretched on for what felt like forever. Finally, I dared to check the pee hole. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I locked the door, checked it twice and backed away slowly. My phone remained in my hand, my thumb hovering over the screen. I thought about calling someone, but what would I even say? Instead I sat on the couch, staring at the phone, waiting. No more voicemails came that night, but I did not sleep. Story 29. I was used to the normal sounds of my apartment at night, the occasional creak of the floorboards, the distant hum of traffic outside, the steady whir of the ceiling fan. I had lived there long enough to recognize each noise. So when I first heard the whispering coming from the vents, I assumed I was imagining it. I was half asleep, curled up under my blankets, when the sound drifted through the air. It was faint, barely more than a breath, but distinct enough to make me open my eyes. I held my breath listening. The sound came again, a soft murmur slipping through the vent near the ceiling. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to make out the words. It was too quiet to understand, but it was there. It was not the wind, not the pipes, not any sound I had ever heard before. I told myself it had to be coming from another apartment. The vents were connected after all. Maybe someone was awake late talking on the phone and the sound was traveling through the ducts. I turned over, pulling the blankets tighter around me, and forced myself to go back to sleep. But the next night it happened again. This time I was wide awake when I heard it, a hushed voice whispering in a slow, deliberate rhythm just beyond my reach. I sat up, staring at the vent. The whispering stopped the moment I moved. The silence that followed was even worse. My skin prickled as I waited, but the sound did not return. I got out of bed, grabbed a chair and dragged it beneath the vent, climbing up. I pressed my ear to the metal slats for a few seconds. There was nothing then. Just as I was about to move away, I heard it again, a voice low and breathy, speaking words I still could not understand. My breath caught in my throat as I scrambled down from the chair, my heart hammering against my ribs. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I could hear the whispering again, just at the edge of my awareness. The next day I tried to convince myself. It was my imagination. I even searched online for explanations: air pressure, ventilation issues, sound traveling through pipes, but none of it felt right. I had lived there for years and this was new. That night I decided to test something. I waited until the whispering started. Then I whispered back. Just a simple word, hello. The whispering stopped immediately. My pulse pounded as I stared up at the vent. My hands clenched into fists. I waited, barely breathing. Then, after a long moment, the whispering started again, but this time it sounded different, closer. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, aiming it at the vent. The metal slats cast long shadows against the wall, but nothing looked out of place. My fingers trembled as I reached for the screws, hesitating. Did I really want to open it? Every instinct screamed at me not to, but my curiosity pushed me forward. I retrieved a screwdriver from my drawer and climbed back onto the chair. With slow, careful movements, I removed the screws and pulled the vent cover away. The dark passage stretched beyond an empty void leading into the building's ventilation system. I hesitated before lifting my flashlight, shining it inside. The metal walls of the vent reflected the light, but there was nothing there. No wires that could be making noise, no sign of anything unusual, just an empty passage. I exhaled, relieved and frustrated at the same time. Maybe it really had been my imagination. I replaced the vent cover and climbed back into bed, forcing myself to relax. Hours passed and just as I was drifting off, I heard it again. This time it was not whispering. It was breathing, a slow, steady inhale and exhale coming from inside the vent. My body went rigid as I stared up at it, my heart pounding so loudly. I could barely hear anything else. I did not move, I did not speak. I just lay there listening to the sound of someone or something breathing just beyond the thin layer of metal separating us. I do not know how long I stayed like that, frozen in fear. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me and I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the apartment was silent again. I checked the vent first thing, but everything was exactly as I had left it. Still, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone that night. I did not sleep in my bedroom. I moved to the couch, leaving the lights on. The whispering never came back, but sometimes late at night I would catch the faintest sound of breathing in the walls. Story 30. I opened my eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. The dim light from a nearby lamp cast soft shadows along the walls, but nothing about this room was familiar. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding in my chest as my eyes darted around. The bed I was in was not mine. The blanket covering me was thick and heavy, not the thin sheets I usually slept under. My breathing became shallow as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The last thing I remembered was falling asleep in my own bed. I had gone through my usual nighttime routine, turned off the lights and drifted off like any other night, but now I was somewhere else, somewhere completely unknown. The room was small, with plain white walls and a single wooden dresser against one side. A window was covered by thick curtains that barely let any light through. I hesitated before pulling them open, afraid of what I might see. The window revealed nothing but darkness outside. No street lights, no buildings, just an endless void. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass, trying to see if there was anything beyond the darkness. The only thing staring back at me was my own reflection. I turned away, quickly feeling it chill run down my spine. This had to be a dream. I told myself any moment now I would wake up in my own bed and everything would go back to normal. I moved cautiously, stepping onto the cold floor. My body felt heavy, like I was still half asleep, but the fear in my chest was all too real. I reached for the door and turned the handle. It opened, with a quiet creak revealing a hallway that stretched in both directions. The walls were the same, plain white, unmarked by any signs or decorations. There was no sound, no voices, no indication that anyone else was there. I called out my voice, shaky and unsure, no response. I had no choice but to keep moving. I picked direction at random and walked carefully down the hall, glancing at the closed doors on either side. I tried the first one, but it was locked. The second door creaked open, revealing an empty room almost identical to the one I had woken up in. The bed was neatly made, the furniture untouched, as if no one had ever used it. I backed away and closed the door, my pulse quickening. The hallway seemed endless. Each room I checked was the same, empty, untouched, abandoned. The silence pressed down on me, making my own footsteps sound unnaturally loud. I felt trapped in a place that shouldn't exist, a place that felt too perfect yet completely wrong. My chest tightened as panic started to creep in. If this was a dream, why did it feel so real? I turned a corner and saw something that made my blood run cold. At the end of the hall there was a mirror. It was large, taking up nearly the entire wall, and in its reflection I saw something that should not have been there. Someone was standing in the hallway behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. The hall was empty. I turned back to the mirror and the figure was still there. It was me, but something was off. My reflection was not moving the way I was. It was standing completely still, staring directly at me with wide, unblinking eyes. I took a step forward and the real reflection did not follow. My hands trembled as I reached out toward the glass. The moment my fingers touched the surface, the reflection moved slowly, raising its hand to match mine, but there was something in its eyes, something that sent a wave of terror through me. It was watching me, studying me as if waiting for something to happen. I stumbled back, breaking contact with the mirror. My reflection stood frozen for a second before slowly lowering its hand. As if disappointed, I turned and ran my footsteps, echoing down the empty hall. I needed to find a way out. I needed to wake up. I reached another door at the end of the hallway and threw it open. My breath caught in my throat. I was standing in my own bedroom. The familiar side of my bed, my desk, and my belongings filled my vision. My heart pounded as I stepped inside, turned to look behind me. The hallway was gone. There was only the closed door of my bedroom. I hesitated before reaching for the handle again. When I opened it, there was nothing but the usual hallway of my apartment. No endless white corridors, no locked doors, no strange reflections. Everything was back to normal. I turned slowly, my body still trembling from fear. Had it all been a dream, a hallucination? I crawled into bed, my mind racing. I told myself it was over, that whatever had happened was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as I pulled the blanket over myself, my hands froze. The fabric was thick and heavy. It was not my blanket. Story 31. I was at the grocery store, waiting in line behind an older man who was fumbling with his wallet. He flipped through bills and coins, his fingers shaking slightly as he searched for the right amount. I glanced away, not wanting to seem impatient, but my eyes caught something unusual inside his wallet. It was quick, just a flash of plastic tuck behind a few other cards. But I knew what I had seen, my school ID. I stiffened my mind, struggling to process it. It wasn't just similar to mine. It was mine, this same worn edges, the faded lettering, even the small crack on the corner. I remembered from dropping it in the hallway years ago. I hadn't seen that Ida in a long time. I had lost it back in high school, assumed it had fallen out of my pocket somewhere and never thought about it again. And yet here it was in a stranger's wallet. My heart pounded as the man finally handed over his cash, completing his purchase. He zipped up his wallet and tucked it into his jacket. Completely unaware of my growing unease, I had two choices. I could walk away and forget about it, pretend I never saw it, or I could ask him. I hesitated, my pulse racing, but the words left my mouth before I could stop them. "Excuse me." The man turned, his expression neutral up close. He looked ordinary, like someone's grandfather. His jacket was slightly worn and he had a quiet, tired look in his eyes. I swallowed, suddenly unsure how to phrase it. "I think I saw something in your wallet, an old school ID." He blinked, then let out a small chuckle. "Oh, this thing." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the wallet, flipping through the cards until he pulled out my ID. He held it up with a smile. "Found it a long time ago." I stared at it, my own face looking back at me from years ago. "That's mine," I said quietly. He nodded. "I figured, always wondered who it belonged to." I frowned. "Where did you find it?" His smile faded just a little. "By the old train station, must been number 10 years ago now." A chill ran through me. "That's impossible. I lost this at school. I never even went near the train station." Back then the man studied me for a moment, then glanced at the ID again. "Funny how things turn up, isn't it?" His tone was light, but there was something in his eyes that unsettled me. I reached out and he handed the card over without hesitation. My fingers closed around the familiar plastic and I felt an odd sense of relief, like reclaiming something I hadn't even realized I missed, but questions still swirled in my mind. "I just don't get it," I said slowly. "How did it end up with you?" The man exhaled through his nose as if, considering his words, maybe some things just find their way back. It wasn't an answer, not really. I wanted to press him further, but something about his expression told me I wouldn't get more than that, and for some reason I wasn't sure I wanted to. He gave me a small nod before walking toward the exit, leaving me standing there with my old ID clutched in my hand. I turned it over, running my thumb along the edges. It looked exactly the same, like it had been frozen in time, but a strange thought crept into my mind. If he had it for 10 years, why did it look like I had just lost it yesterday? Story 32. I pushed open the door to my favorite coffee shop, greeted by the familiar warmth of roasted beans and the soft hum of morning conversations. It was the same routine as always. The place was busy but not chaotic. A few regulars sat in their usual spots, scrolling through their phones or tapping away on laptops. I stepped into line, pulling out my phone to check the time. I had a few minutes before I needed to head to work. As I glanced up at the menu, trying to decide if I wanted my usual or something different, I heard a barista call out an order: 1 large cappuccino, extra shot cinnamon sprinkle. The words barely registered. At first, I was still scrolling through my emails when I realized what had been said. I looked up. That was my order. I had been coming here long enough that I did not even need to think about it anymore. A large cappuccino with an extra shot and a sprinkle of cinnamon on top. That was exactly what I was about to ask for. I stepped forward, hesitating as I glanced around. The barista was looking in my direction, holding the cup. I frowned. "Did you just call that out?" The barista nodded. "Yep, your order is ready." I gave a confused laugh. I did not order yet. They blinked at me, then glanced at the register. Are you sure it says here that it was placed a few minutes ago? I pulled out my phone, checking the coffee shop's app. I never used it to place orders, but maybe I had tapped something by accident. No order history, no charge to my account. I did not order ahead. I said firmly I was about to, but I have not even spoken to anyone yet. The barista hesitated, then looked at the cup. My name was written in neat handwriting, exactly the way they always wrote it. Well, it is here and it is already paid for. A chill ran through me. Paid for by who? The barista glanced at the register again, then shrugged. It just says, completed. Maybe someone paid for you. I swallowed hard. That did not make sense. I had not told anyone I was coming here. No one knew my order, except the staff, and they never made drinks in advance. I took the cup slowly, my fingers wrapping around the warm cardboard sleeve. My name was there, my exact order, but I had not placed it. I stepped aside, moving toward my usual seat by the window. My mind raced as I set the cup down and checked my bank account. No charge, no record of any purchase. I took a cautious sip, half expecting it to taste different, but it was perfect, just the way I always liked it. I glanced around the shop, searching for anything unusual. No one was looking at me. No one seemed to be paying attention. I scrolled through my messages, wondering if maybe a friend had surprised me, but there was nothing. No texts, no emails, no notifications. Then my phone buzzed. I looked down my stomach. Twisting order confirmed. Large cappuccino, extra shot cinnamon sprinkle. The Tim stamp showed it had been placed. 5 minutes before I even stepped into the shop, I stared at the screen, my pulse quickening. That was impossible. I took another sip of my coffee, my hands gripping the cup a little tighter. I needed to figure this out. I needed an explanation. I stood up and walked back to the counter. The barista was wiping down the espresso machine, but when they saw me they gave me a curious look. Everything okay? I held up my phone. I just got a confirmation for this order, but I did not place it. Look at the Tim stamp. It was made before I even walked in. The barista frowned and took my phone, reading the notification. Then they turned to the register, tapping a few buttons. That is weird, they muttered. I leaned forward. What it shows. The order was placed, but there was no payment attached, no credit card, no cash, no app transaction, just placed. I stared at them. That does not make sense. They shook their head. No, it does not. A slow one crept over me. I glanced around again, suddenly feeling like I was being watched, but no one was looking at me. The customers were still lost in their own world, sipping drinks and typing on laptops. Has this ever happened? Before I asked, the barista hesitated, then shook their head. Not that I can remember. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe it is a glitch. They nodded, but their expression remained uncertain. Yeah, maybe. I thanked them and walked back to my seat, my coffee still warm in my hands. But now every sip felt different. I checked the app again. Nothing, no record of the order, no way to trace where it came from. I should have let it go. I should have ignored it, chewed it up to a weird mistake, but something about it did not sit right with me. And then my phone buzzed again. Another notification: order confirmed. Large cappuccino, extra shot cinnamon sprinkle. I froze. I had not placed another order. I looked up at the counter and my breath caught in my throat. The barista was setting down another cup, one large cappuccino with an extra shot and cinnamon sprinkle. I stared, my body rigid. It was happening again. Story 33. The train was crowded, the kind of early evening rush where people were packed shoulder to shoulder, swaying with every lurch of the carriage. I found a spot near the doors, gripping the metal pole. As I pulled out my phone, the air was thick, with the scent of rain, damp clothes, and the faint aroma of someone's takeout meal. I glanced around, my eyes moving over tired commuters, a couple whispering to each other and a man in a suit staring blankly at his reflection in the window. Just another ordinary train ride. Then I saw it, a man sitting across from me, his hands resting on his lap, fingers slightly curled on the back of his right hand. Written in dark ink was my name. At first I thought I was imagining it. Maybe I had misread it. Maybe it was something similar. But the letters were clear: precise, written in a way that looked deliberate. My stomach tightened. I had never seen this man before. He was about my age, casually dressed, looking down at his phone, unaware of my growing unease. I swallowed, trying to reason with myself. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he knew someone with the same name. Maybe it had nothing to do with me, but my name was not common. I shifted slightly, gripping the pole a little tighter, my heartbeat picking up. I told myself not to panic. I had been reading too many strange stories online, filling my head with unnecessary paranoia. Still, I needed to be sure. I took out my phone and pretended to scroll, using the screen's reflection to steal another look. The ink was slightly smudged, like it had been there for hours, but the letters were still clear. I considered getting off at the next stop, but I was still far from home. Instead, I decided to watch him to see if he noticed me. If he did, maybe that would confirm something. Minutes passed, the train continued to rattle along the tracks, the muffled voice of the conductor announcing upcoming stations. The man never looked up, he never moved his hand, and then, as if sensing my stare, his head turned for a split second. Our eyes met. A slow, creeping coldness spread through me. His expression did not change. No surprise, no recognition, just a neutral, almost blank look. Then, without a word, he pulled his sleeve down, covering the writing. I looked away quickly, my pulse hammering. He knew I saw it. He had to. I tried to focus on my phone, pretending everything was normal. Maybe I should ask him, maybe I should just get up and leave. The train jerked to a stop. More passengers shuffled in, pressing closer together. The man remained still, his face now partially hidden by the crowd. I exhaled slowly. Maybe I was overthinking this. Maybe it was nothing. Then my phone buzzed. I looked down, a text from an unknown number. Do not turn around. A chill shot through my spine. My grip on the phone tightened. I could feel my breathing become shallow. I wanted to look, I wanted to turn around and see who sent it, but I did not. Instead, I tapped the message, fingers trembling as I typed back. Who is this? No response. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. This had to be a joke, a prank. Maybe someone nearby had seen me looking at the man's hand and decided to mess with me. The train started moving again. I risked to glance at my reflection in the window, trying to see behind me without turning my head. Nothing Eunice. Yule, just people, strangers staring at their phones, lost in their own world. But my gut told me something was wrong. Another buzz. Get off. At the next stop. I stared at the message, my hands cold, despite the warmth of the crowded train. I looked up at the man again. His sleeve was still pulled down, but I knew what was underneath. He was staring at his phone. Now, just like everyone else, I took a deep breath. Maybe I should listen. Maybe I should get off, even if it meant waiting longer for another train. The next station was announced. I made my decision. As the train slowed, I pushed forward, weaving through the bodies toward the doors. I did not look back. The moment they slid open, I stepped onto the platform. My heart pouncing, the doors closed behind me. The train pulled away. I stood there catching my breath, watching as the windows blurred past. I scanned them, searching for the man, and then I saw him. He was standing now, looking directly at me through the glass, and on his other hand, raised just slightly, was another message written in ink: see you soon. The train disappeared into the tunnel. I stood frozen, a weight of those words sinking in, and then my phone buzzed one last time. You should have stayed on the train. Story 34. I had not thought about that jacket in months. It was my favorite, warm, comfortable, and perfectly broken in. I had lost it on a cold evening after running errands, convinced I had left it at a cafe or maybe in the back of a ride share. I checked everywhere I could think of, but it was gone. Eventually I gave up on finding it and moved on, disappointed but not surprised. Then one afternoon I saw someone wearing it. I was walking through a crowded street downtown, lost in thought, where my eyes landed on the familiar fabric, the deep navy color, the slightly frayed cuffs, the small stain on the sleeve from an old coffee spill. I knew that jacket anywhere. My stomach tightened as I stared, watching the person move through the crowd. They had their hood up, head slightly lowered, making it impossible to see their face, but the way they walked, the way the jacket fitted, was unmistakable. I hesitated before following, my mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was just a similar jacket. Maybe someone had bought it secondhand. But what were the chances that it had the same little details? My jacket had been with me for years, worn in a way that made it unique. I had to be sure. The person wept through the crowd, turning down a side street. I kept my distance, careful not to get too close. They walked with a steady pace, as if they knew exactly where they were going. The more I watched, the more uneasy I felt. There was something strange about the way they moved, not hurried, not casual, just deliberate, like they were waiting for something I was about to call out. But before I could, they turned another corner. When I followed, they were gone. I stopped in my tracks, looking up and down the street. It was a quiet alley lined with old brick buildings with numbers or shops nearby. There was no way they could have disappeared that quickly. My pulse pounded as I stood there, gripping the strap of my bag. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I was wrong. That night I could not shake the feeling that something was off. I kept replaying the moment in my head, convinced that I had really seen my jacket. The next day I went back to the same area, hoping to catch sight of the person. Again, hours passed with no sign of them. I told myself it had been a coincidence, a trick of the mind, and tried to forget about it. Then, a few nights later, I saw them again. This time it was near my apartment. I had just stepped out to grab something from a corner store when I noticed a figure standing at the end of the block. The street lights cast long shadows, making it hard to see clearly, but the jacket stood out against the dim light, my jacket. A chill ran down my spine as I watched them. They were standing still, facing in my direction, but not moving. I took a hesitant step forward, squinting to see their face, but the hood was pulled up just enough to keep them hidden. I swallowed hard, debating whether to approach or turn around before I could decide. They turned and walked away. I hurried after them, my heart pounding. They did not run or look back, just kept walking at the same steady pace. My breath came in short bursts as I tried to keep up. The street was mostly empty. The distant hum of traffic, the only sound cutting through the quiet. I opened my mouth to call out, but the moment I did, they rounded another corner. When I reached it, the street was empty again. A deep one settled over me. I knew what I had seen. I had been close enough to recognize every detail. But how could they disappear so quickly? Twice it made no sense. I stood there for a long time, staring down the empty street before finally heading home. That night's sleep did not come easily. Every small noise made me jump. My mind kept replaying the image of the figure standing under the streetlight, the way they moved, the way they seemed to be waiting. At some point exhaustion overtook me and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. Then, just before dawn, I woke up with a start. The soft noise echoed from outside my window, a faint rustling like fabric shifting in the wind. My pulse spiked as I sat up, heart hammering in my chest. Slowly I turned my head toward the window. There, standing just across the street, was the figure in the jacket. They were facing my apartment, perfectly still. Even from this distance, I could tell they were looking directly at me. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for my phone, my fingers shaking when I looked back up. They were gone. I barely slept after that. The next morning I double-checked that my doors and windows were locked. I told myself it was just someone messing with me, some stranger who had no idea I even existed. But deep down I knew better. They had been following me, they had been watching, and they were wearing my jacket. I debated calling the police, but what would I even say? That someone was wearing a jacket that looked like mine, that I thought they were following me, but I had no proof. It sounded ridiculous. So I tried to push it out of my mind, to go about my day like nothing had happened. Days passed without another sighting. Slowly I convinced myself that it was over. Maybe they had moved on. Maybe I would never see them again. But then one evening, as I was unlocking my apartment door, I noticed something on the ground just outside, a jacket, my jacket. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was folded neatly, placed directly in front of my door. I stared at it, unable to move the fray cuffs, the coffee stain, the familiar softness of the fabric. It was mine, but I had no idea who had left it there. I stood there for a long time before finally reaching down and picking it up. It was cold, as if it had been outside for hours. Slowly I turned it over in my hands, checking the pockets. My fingers brushed against something crumpled inside a piece of paper. I pulled it out and unfolded it, my stomach twisting with dread. For words were written in shaky handwriting. "You should not have followed." A shiver ran down my spine as I dropped the note. I scanned the hallway, my heart hammering. There was no one there. No sound, no sign of who had left it, but I knew without a doubt that someone had been watching me and they wanted me to know it. Story 35. I was cleaning my apartment. When I found it, it started as a routine task, dusting the shelves, vacuuming the floor and finally tackling the clutter. Under my bed, I pushed aside an old shoe box and a stray sock. Then noticed something unusual. Near the back, nestled against the wall, a small bundle neatly tied with a ribbon. Curious. I reached for it, pulling it into the light. The moment I saw it, my stomach tightened. It was a lock of hair, my hair. The color was unmistakable, the texture familiar. It wasn't just similar. It was mine. The strands were smooth but slightly uneven at the ends, as if they had been cut with scissors. A pale ribbon, almost delicate, kept them together in a perfect bow. I sat back on my heels, my hands trembling slightly as I held the bundle. My mind raced trying to make sense of it. I had never tied my own hair like this. I had never cut it and kept it. I had never placed it under my bed. So who did? I swallowed hard for forcing myself to think. Logically, maybe it had fallen from somewhere, though I couldn't imagine how. Maybe I had done this as a child and forgotten, but the hair felt recent, not like something that had been sitting there for years. A slow chill crawled up my spine. Someone had put this here. I stood up quickly, glancing around my room as if expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. The door was locked. The windows were shut. Everything looked exactly the same as it always did, but I no longer felt alone, clutching the lock of hair. I tried to remember the last time I had let anyone into my apartment. I rarely had visitors. My landlord had a key, but he never came in without notice. The idea of a stranger being inside while I was asleep, cutting my hair and tying it neatly with a ribbon, made my skin crawl. I moved to my dresser and yanked open the drawers, checking for anything else out of place. My jewelry was untouched. My clothes were folded the way I had left them. Even the small box where I kept old letters and keepsakes looked undisturbed, but the hair proved that someone had been in here. I grabbed my phone and hovered over the call button, unsure of what I would even say. "Hello, I think someone might have broken into my apartment, but they didn't steal anything. They just left a piece of my own hair under my bed." It sounded ridiculous. I set the phone down, my heart still hammering. If someone had done this to scare me, they had succeeded. But why? I forced myself to take a deep breath. There had to be an explanation. Maybe I was overreacting, maybe there was something I wasn't remembering. But then I noticed something else, the scissors on my desk. I always kept them in a drawer, but now they were out, placed neatly on top of my notebook, as if someone had used them and left them there expecting me to notice. My breath caught. I backed away, gripping the lock of hair tighter. My mind screamed at me to leave, but I didn't even know where to go. I had always felt safe in my apartment. Now that security was gone, I forced myself to stay calm, to think clearly. If someone had been in here once, they could come back, and if they had taken something as personal as my hair, I had no idea what else they were capable of. I needed to find out who had done this. Story 36. The bathroom mirror was fogged from the hot shower. The air thick with steam. I reached for my towel, wiping a streak across the glass until my reflection came into view. My hair clung to my damp forehead and water dripped from my chin. I stood there for a moment, staring at myself, lost in thought. Something felt off. I could not pinpoint what, but a strange unease settled in my chest. Maybe it was the exhaustion. I had barely slept the night before, tossing and turning for hours. I took a deep breath and turned to grab my toothbrush. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was already smiling. A slow, deliberate grin stretched across its face. My breath caught in my throat. I had not moved. I steeped back my heart, pounding my stomach, twisting into knots. The smile on my reflection did not fade. It lingered, wide and unnatural eyes locked onto mine. I reached up my hands, trembling, touching my face to make sure I was not imagining it. My real face was still neutral, but in the mirror the grin remained cold. Fear washed over me. I turned away, squeezing my eyes shut, my hands gripping the edges of the sink. This was not real. It could not be real. I just needed to wake up, clear my head slowly. I forced myself to look again. My reflection was normal. The smile was gone. I let out a shaky breath, laughing nervously at myself. It had to be my imagination, maybe a trick of the light or my tired brain playing games with me. I finished brushing my teeth quickly, avoiding the mirror as much as possible. When I left the bathroom, I felt a weight lift off my chest, as if stepping away from that glass barrier put distance between me and whatever I had seen. But the feeling of unease followed me. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I ate a quick dinner, watched something mindless on my laptop, and finally climbed into bed hoping exhaustion would take over. Sleep did not come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that grin in the darkness lingering, waiting. At some point exhaustion won. I do not know how long I was asleep before something pulled me awake. The room was dark, silent, except for the faint hum of my fan. My eyes adjusted, slowly, taking in the familiar shapes of my furniture. Then I saw it through the mirror on my closet door. My reflection was sitting up in bed, staring at me. I was still lying down. A chill ran down my spine. I did not move. I barely breathed. My reflection's head tilted slightly, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Then slowly lifted a hand and waved. I scrambled backward, nearly falling out of bed, my breath coming in sharp gasps. My real body had not moved, but in the mirror, my reflection's hand lowered back down as if satisfied with my reaction. I wanted to look away, but fear held me frozen. My reflection was still staring, unblinking. Then the grin returned. I bolted from my bed, yanking the closet door open and shoving the mirror to face the wall. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the edge of the frame. I stood there, panting, my heart hammering in my chest. The mirror was turned. I could not see my reflection anymore, but I could still feel its eyes on me. I did not sleep the rest of the night. Every shadow in my room felt like it was shifting, watching. Every creak of the floorboard sent my heart racing. I kept glancing at the mirror, terrified it would move on its own. Morning came slowly. When the sun finally peeked through my curtains, I let out a breath I had been holding for hours. The room felt normal again, the eerie weight from the night. Before lifting slightly, I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe it had been sleep paralysis, the trick of the mind. But I still refused to turn the mirror back around. Days passed and I avoided mirrors as much as I could. I brushed my teeth quickly, kept my gaze low whenever I passed reflective surfaces, and ignored the nagging feeling that something was waiting. But on the fifth night I made a mistake. I was in the bathroom washing my hands. When instinct took over, I glanced up without thinking. My reflection was already looking at me. I had been staring down, but in the mirror my head was tilted up, eyes locked onto mine, and it was smiling. A cold wave of dread crashed over me. I could not move, could not breathe. Then, slowly, my reflection lifted a hand. I did not move mine. It placed a single finger against its lips, as if telling me to be silent. Then, without breaking eye contact, it stepped backward out of the mirror's frame. I stumbled away, my back hitting the door as I gasped for air. My reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the empty bathroom behind me. I ran out, slamming the door shut behind me. That was the last time I looked into a mirror. I covered them all, every single one in my apartment. Sheets, towels, anything I could find. I started noticing little things, a shadow moving in the corner of my vision, a quiet, almost imperceptible whisper. When I turned off the lights, I did not tell anyone who would believe me. Days turned into weeks. I convinced myself it was over, that whatever had been happening was behind me, until one morning, when I was leaving for work. As I passed by my covered bathroom mirror, I noticed something strange. The sheet had shifted slightly as if it had been moved. I reached out hesitantly, gripping the fabric, my pulse pounding in my ears. I did not want to see, but I had to know. I pulled the sheet down. My reflection was there, standing exactly as it should be. No strange movements, no grin, but it was different. The clothes it wore were not the ones I had on. It was wearing what I had worn yesterday, and as I stood there, frozen in horror, my reflection raised its hand and flicked off the light. Story 37. My cat had been missing for almost 2 weeks. I searched everywhere, posted flyers, checked shelters, even walked through my neighborhood at night calling their name. It felt hopeless. They had never run off before, and the longer they were gone, the more I feared I would never see them again. Then, just when I had started to accept that they were gone, they came back. I found them sitting on my doorstep late one evening. The moment I saw them, relief flooded through me. I dropped to my knees and scooped them up, holding them close. Their fur was cold and they smelled like damp earth, but they did not resist my touch. They just sat in my arms, still and quiet. I expected purring a sign of recognition, but there was nothing. Rushing off my unis, I carried them inside. I set them down, gently watching. As they took a few slow steps into the living room, something felt off. Their movements were stiff, unnatural, like they were unsure of their own body. Their tail barely flicked, their ears stayed upright, and their eyes, those bright familiar eyes, seemed darker. Somehow I tried to convince myself that they were just tired, maybe even traumatized, from being lost for so long. I prepared their favorite meal, expecting them to eat eagerly, but they only sniffed at the full before turning away. That was not like them at all. Normally, they would devour their food the moment it hit the dish. Instead, they sat a few feet away, staring at me with an unsettling stillness. That night I let them sleep in my room, hoping that the warmth and familiarity would comfort them. But as I drifted off, I had the strangest feeling that I was being watched. My eyes fluttered open in the dark, and there they were on the floor, staring at me. They did not blink, they did not move, just sat there unblinking, until my skin crawled. I called their names, softly, hoping they would respond. They did not. I reached out, patting the bed to invite them up, still nothing. With a shiver I turned over, trying to ignore the unease crawling up my spine. Eventually I fell asleep, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day, the strange behavior continued. They refused to play with their favorite toys. They did not rub against my legs or seek out affection. The way they used to, even the way they walked, felt different. Too careful, too precise, like each step was measured. It was as if they were figuring out how to move, how to act, how to be. My cat then, I know, noticed something that made my stomach drop: their paws. I had always loved how their front paws had tiny little white markings, almost like socks, but as I watched them stretch in the afternoon sun, I realized the markings were different. The white was shaped wrong, the edges too clean. It was subtle, but it was enough to make my breath catch in my throat. This was not my cat. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I had been so stressed and desperate to have them back that I was imagining things. But the more I watched them, the more certain I became. It moved through my home like a stranger, examining things they should have already known. They watched me too closely, reacting just a little too late. When I spoke to them, I decided to test them. I grabbed their favorite toy, a little stuffed mouse they had. Since they were a kitten, I tossed it across the room, expecting them to chase it. Like always, they turned their head watching it land, but did not move. Slowly their eyes shifted back to me. A chill ran down my spine. I spent the rest of the day pretending everything was fine, but inside my mind was racing. If this was not my cat, then where was my real one? And would know who was this? That night I locked my bedroom door. I told myself it was just to get some rest, to stop overthinking. But deep down I knew I was afraid. I lay in bed, staring at the door, listening for any sound outside. Hours passed and eventually exhaustion pulled me into an uneasy sleep. Somewhere in the middle of the night I woke up to a noise, a soft scrap scratching. My breath caught as I turned toward the door. The scratching was slow, deliberate, not frantic, like a cat wanting to be let in, just steady, almost testing. I did not move. No, the scratching stopped. Silence filled the air. Then the door knob rattled. I shot up, my heart hammering against my ribs. My cat had never touched the door knob before. They could not, but someone was trying. I held my breath, waiting. The room was completely still. Then, after what felt like forever, I heard soft footsteps padding away, not the light, quick taps of paws, slower, heavier. I did not sleep after that, but morning I had made up my mind. Whatever was in my house was not staying. I had no plan, no idea how to deal with it, but I knew one thing: I had to get rid of it. I stepped out of my room, carefully scanning the apartment. The thing that looked like my cat was sitting in the living room watching me for the first time. It blinked. Then it smiled. Not a cat's expression, not a twitch of the whiskers or a slow, entered blink, a smile, small, subtle, wrong. My body went cold. I did not wait. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and walked straight out the door. I did not care if my neighbors thought I was crazy. I did not care if I was overreacting. I just knew I could not stay there. I called a friend asking if I could crash at their place. I did not explain. I just said I needed to get away for a few days. When I returned home later that week, the apartment was exactly as I left it. The food bowl was untouched, the bed undisturbed, the thing that looked like my cat was gone. I never saw it again, and my real cat never came back. Story 38. I was running late for work that morning, tossing my bag into the passenger seat. I slid behind the wheel and started the engine. As I reached for the gear shift, my eyes caught something on the dashboard, a small blinking light on my phone. I had a habit of keeping my Bluetooth and location services off to a battery, but for some reason my phone was displaying a GPS notification. I frowned, unlocking it to check the screen show, an unfamiliar app running in the background, something I had never downloaded. It displayed a location app moving in real time, my location. A cold feeling crept up my spine. I tapped the app, but it wouldn't open. Just kept running silently. I tried closing it, but it popped back up instantly. That was when I noticed something else. A small red dot flashing near the bottom of my screen, next to an icon that looked like a tracker. My heart pounded. I had never used any kind of tracking app before someone was watching me. I quickly turned off my phone's location services, hoping that would stop whatever was happening. But the thought wouldn't leave my mind. How had this even started? Was it malware, a hacked account, or was it something worse? I sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel before a thought struck me. If my location was being tracked, then maybe there was an actual device somewhere. I stepped out of the car, heart racing, and crouched down to check underneath. At first I saw nothing but dirt and metal. Then, just behind the rear wheel, tucked against the underseat carriage, I saw it, a small black box barely the size of my palm, attached with a strong magnet. I froze. It was real, a tracking device. I stared at it, my pulse thawing in my ears. Someone had placed this here. Someone had been following me. I forced myself to breathe, glancing around the parking lot. No one seemed to be watching, but I suddenly felt exposed, like eyes were on me from somewhere unseen. With shaking hands, I reached under and pried the device loose. It came off easily, far too easily. Whoever put it there must have wanted to remove it quickly if needed. I held it up, turning it over in my palm. There were no markings, no labels, just a single blinking light. I had no idea what to do. Calling the police crossed my mind, but what would I even say? I had no proof of who put it there or why. For all I knew, they would brush it off as nothing, but this wasn't nothing. This was someone tracking my every move. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think if I kept driving around with this thing attached, whoever was behind it would know exactly where I was at all times. If I left it behind, they would know I had found it. I needed answers. Taking out my phone, I snapped a few photos of the device, making sure to capture every detail. Then I carefully placed it on the pavement and crushed it under my heel. The plastic case cracked, with a sharp snap wires poking out from the damaged shell. The blinking light went dark. Whoever had put it there would now know I had discovered it. A wave of paranoia washed over me. Had they done anything else? Was my apartment bugged? My phone hacked? I had to be careful for the next few days. I kept a close eye on my surroundings. I changed my routes to work, watched for unfamiliar cars in my neighborhood, even checked my locks twice before going to bed. I never saw anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone somewhere had been watching me for a long time and they were waiting for me to slip up story 39. I nearly missed it at first. I was stepping outside my mind elsewhere when something on the sidewalk caught my eye. The concrete had always been cracked and uneven, worn down by years of weather and foot traffic, but this was different. I crouched down, running my fingers over the rough surface, my breath catching as I realized what I was looking at. My name, it was scratched deep into the pavement. The letters, uneven and jagged, like someone had carved them in a hurry. I stared at it, my fingers tracing the indentations. I had walked this same path every day coming and going for my house, but I had never seen this before. The carving wasn't fresh. There was dirt settled into the grooves, making it look like it had been there for a while. That didn't make sense. If it had been here all this time, I would have noticed it. I glanced up and down the street, searching for anything out of place. The neighborhood was quiet, just like always. A few parked cars, houses with their blinds drawn, the occasional rustling of tree branches in the breeze, nothing unusual, no one standing around, no sign that anyone had been near my house overnight. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it had been there all along and I had just overlooked it. Maybe some old neighbor had the same name as me, and it was just a coincidence. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine as I headed back inside. That night I found myself thinking about it again. I sat by my window, looking out at the sidewalk in the dim glow of the street light. The name was still there, unmoving, harmless, and yet it felt like it was staring back at me, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I tried to sleep, but the thought kept nagging at me. Sometime after midnight I finally gave in and went back outside. The air was cold against my skin as I stepped onto the porch, my bare feet pressing against the wooden planks. The street was empty, no cars, no movement, just silence. I took a slow step forward, then another, until I was standing over the carving again in the darkness. It looked even deeper, the shadows making the letters seem like they had been burned into the pavement instead of scratched in. I swallowed hard, my pulse quickening as I realized something else. There was another mark beside my name. It hadn't been there earlier. I was sure of it. My name had been alone in the concrete, but now, just beside it, another word had been scratched in. The letters were thin and uneven, but I could still read them. Watching, a shiver ran through me and I took a step back. I turned sharply, scanning the street, the windows of the houses around me, the trees, swaying in the breeze. I felt exposed, standing there, my heart pounding in my chest. Someone had done this. Someone had been here while I was inside, sleeping. Completely unaware, I rushed back into my house, locking the door behind me. I checked every window, making sure they were shut tight. Then I sat on the couch, forcing myself to take slow, even breaths. Maybe it was a prank, maybe some kid from the neighborhood was messing around. That had to be it. But the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. I barely slept that night. Every small noise made me jump. Every shadow in my room felt like it was stretching toward me. I stayed curled up under my blanket, listening, waiting until the first light of dawn finally broke through my window. The moment the sun was up, I forced myself to go outside again. My stomach twisted as I neared the sidewalk, but I needed to see it. I needed to know if it was real. It was. But there was something new. Another word had been scratched in overnight. Applause, closer. My hand shook as I stepped back, my breath coming fast and uneven. My name. Watching closer, I felt sick. This wasn't some old marking from years ago. This wasn't a joke. This was deliberate. Someone was doing this on purpose and they were coming back every night. I turned and hurried inside, slamming the door behind me. I didn't know what to do, call someone, but what would I even say? That words were appearing outside my house that I felt like I was being watched. No one would take it seriously. That day felt like the longest I had ever experienced. Every sound made me flinch. Every time I passed a window, I felt like someone was standing just out of sight watching me. When night came, I debated whether I should stay awake, whether I should sit by the window and try to catch whoever was doing this, but part of me was terrified of what I might see. I barely slept when I finally drifted off. It was restless. My dreams filled with whispering voices and seen figures standing in my doorway. When I woke up, my body felt heavy, like I had been running all night. I didn't want to go outside, but I had to. The moment I stepped onto my porch, I knew another word was waiting for me here. I stumbled back inside, my breath coming in sharp gasps. My hands shook as I locked the door again, my finger fumbling against the bolt. I grabbed my phone, dialing without thinking. I didn't even know who I was going to call. Someone. I just needed to hear another voice. Then a knock at the door. Soft, slow, deliberate. I froze the phone, slipping from my fingers onto the floor. My entire body went cold as I stared at the door. The knock came again and sure, I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. Then, after a long moment of silence, the doorknob turned. The lock held. The person on the other side didn't try again. They didn't knock, they didn't speak. I heard nothing but my own pounding heartbeat. Minutes passed, maybe hours, I wasn't sure. Eventually I forced myself to move to check. I pressed my eye against the pee-hole, my breath shallow. The porch was empty. I stayed inside for the rest of the day, double-checking the locks, refusing to go near the windows. The air in my house felt heavy, thick, with something unseen, something waiting. Night came again and I dreaded the morning. But when the sun finally rose, I had no choice but to look. I stepped onto my porch, my legs weak beneath me. I forced myself forward, my heart hammering as I looked down at the sidewalk. The words were gone. The scratches, the letters, everything had vanished, as if they had never been there at all. The concrete was smooth, untouched, normal. But I knew better. I knew they had been there. I knew someone had left them for me, and I knew, no matter how much I wanted to believe it was over, that whoever had been watching me was still out there. Story 40A. I was going through some old videos on my phone looking for a specific memory. It was late at night and I was alone in my apartment. The soft hum of my fan filling the silence. As I scrolled, I found a video from a few months ago, one I had almost forgotten about. It was just a simple recording of me sitting on my couch talking about something unimportant. I tapped play, expecting nothing more than a quick moment of nostalgia. But a few seconds in, something caught my eye in the background. Just over my shoulder there was a figure. My breath caught in my throat as I paused the video. The lighting was dim, but I could make out the faint outline of a person standing near the doorway of my kitchen. My heart pounded as I studied the image, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I did not remember anyone being there when I recorded this. I had been alone. I pressed play again, watching closely. The figure did not move did not make a sound. They just stood there, barely visible in the shadows. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. I scrubbed through the video, frame by frame, hoping that maybe it was just a trick of the light, a reflection, anything but what it appeared to be. But no matter how I looked at it, the truth remained the same. Someone had been there. I tried to think logically to find a reasonable explanation. Had a friend come over that day? Had I left the door unlocked and not realized someone had stepped inside? I searched my memory, but nothing fit. I had always been careful about locking my doors, especially when I was home alone. I checked the timestamp on the video. It had been recorded late at night, around a time when no one should have been visiting. A deep unease settled over me as I sat frozen staring at the screen. If someone had been in my apartment that night, they had been standing there quietly watching me, without me knowing I had gone to sleep. After making that video, completely unaware of the presence, just a few feet away, my hands felt cold as I set my phone down. I stood up, slowly glancing toward my kitchen doorway, the same spot where the figure had been. The room was empty now, but I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there, maybe even more than once. I walked over and checked the lock on my front door. It was secure. I double-checked the windows, making sure they were still shut. Everything was just as I had left it, But the fear in my chest told me that something had already happened, something I had been unaware of for months. I forced myself to sit back down, grabbing my phone again. I needed to check more videos to see if this had happened. Before my hands trembled slightly as I scrolled through my gallery, I clicked on another video, one from around the same time as I watched. My stomach drove there again. In the background was the same figure. They were standing in a slightly different spot, still in the shadows, still unmoving. I felt elated as I stared at the screen. This was not a coincidence. This was not a mistake. Whoever they were, they had been inside my apartment more than once and I had never noticed. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized something even worse. I had moved apartments since then. If this person had been inside before, what was stopping them from coming back? I turned my head toward my bedroom door, suddenly feeling exposed. I did not know if they had been watching me just in the past or if they were still watching now. I closed the video app and switched to my security camera feed. My heart pounded as the live footage loaded. The screen showed my front door, my living room, my bedroom hallway. Everything looked normal. I flipped through the past recordings, scanning for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Either they had stopped coming or they had found a way to avoid my cameras. I had no proof that they were still around, but I could not take any chances. That night I double-checked every lock and placed a chair against my bedroom door. Sleep did not come easily, but when I finally drifted off, I felt a strange sense of relief. The next morning I made a decision. I went through my apartment, searching every corner, every hiding spot. I checked my closet, under my bed, even inside my kitchen cabinets. Nothing was out of place. But just as I was about to stop searching, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The small camera on my laptop was covered with a piece of tape I did not remember putting it there. Story 41. The cafe was quiet, the low hum of conversation blending with the soft clinking of cups and spoons. I had stopped in for a quick coffee, hoping to clear my mind before heading home. The air smelled of roasted beans and warm pastries, a comforting contrast to the chill outside. I took my drink to a small table near the window, watching the world move by on the street. People rushed past their coats, pulled tight against the wind. I let out a slow breath, savoring the moment of solitude. That was when I noticed it. A black wallet sat on the chair across from me, slightly worn at the edges. Someone must have left it behind. I glanced around trying to see if anyone seemed to be searching for it, but no one paid any attention. I hesitated before picking it up. It felt heavy in my hands, filled with cards and receipts, a glimpse into someone else's daily life. I flipped it open, searching for an ID so I could turn it in at the counter. Then my breath caught. Tucked inside one of the slots was a photograph, and it was of me. My fingers trembled as I slid it out. It was an old picture. The edges slightly frayed. The colors faded. I recognized the clothes I was wearing, a jacket I had lost years ago, the scarf I barely remembered owning. I was smiling in the picture, looking directly at the camera. I had never seen this photo before. My heart pounded as I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was holding. How could it be here? Inside a stranger's wallet? I turned the picture over. There was writing on the back, faint but still legible. Just one word, mine. The shiver ran down my spine. I looked around again, suddenly feeling exposed, as if someone was watching me. The cafe still felt normal, people chatting, sipping drinks, typing on laptops, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I flipped through the wallet quickly, searching for anything that might explain this. There was an ID tude behind a stack of credit cards. I pulled it out expecting a stranger's face, but the name I recognized. The name. It was familiar, though I could not remember why. I frowned, my mind racing, trying to place where I had heard it before. Had I met this person? Did I know them? The name felt distant, buried deep in my memory. Just out of reach. The unease in my chest grew. I needed to find the owner. I stood up, clutching the wallet and the photograph, and approached the counter. The barista glanced up at me with a polite smile. Someone left this behind. I said, my voice quieter than I intended. She took the wallet, flipping it open to check for identification. All this belongs to... She stopped, her brows furrowed as she stared at the ID. A strange tension filled the space between us. "Is something wrong?" I asked. She looked at me carefully, then back at the wallet. "Are you playing some kind of joke?" I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean?" She turned the ID around and placed it on the counter. I stared. It was my face, the name on the card. The familiar name was mine. I took a step back. My breath caught in my throat. My hands shook as I reached for the ID, running my fingers over the surface. It was real, my picture, my name, but I had never seen this wallet before. I fumbled for my phone, pulling out my actual ID from my pocket. I placed it beside the one from the wallet. They were identical. The barista's eyes widened. I don't understand." I whispered, neither did she. People in the cafe started glancing over, sensing the tension. I felt trapped, my mind spinning, unable to grasp what was happening. I needed to leave, grabbing both IDs and the photograph. I hurried back to my table, shoved my things into my bag and rushed out the door. The cold air hit me like a slap, but it did nothing to calm my racing thoughts. I walked quickly, ripping the wallet in one hand, the photograph in the other. None of this made sense. Had someone been following me, watching me? How had this wallet ended up here with my ID inside and the picture? I looked down at it again, my hands tightening around the worn edges. Mine. That single word echoed in my head, an unspoken claim, a quiet possession. I needed answers. I hurried home, my pulse hammering with every step. The moment I stepped inside, I locked the door behind me, pressing my back against it as I tried to steady my breathing. I set everything down on the table, spreading out the contents of the wallet, receipts from places I had never been, a key. I did not recognize a slip of paper with my hand writing on it words I did not remember writing. And at the bottom of the stack, another photo. This one was different. It was newer. It was me wearing the same clothes I had on today. I felt the blood drained from my face. I had not taken any pictures. Today. This photo should not exist. A sharp knock at my door made me jump. I turned slowly, my heart slamming against my ribs. Another knock, louder. This time I stood frozen, my mind screaming at me not to answer. Then, from the other side, a voice. Mine. "Can I have my wallet back?" Story 42. I woke up groggy, stretching as the morning light streamed through my curtains. My routine was always the same: roll out of bed, shuffle to the bathroom and brush my teeth before anything else, but the moment I picked up my toothbrush, I froze. It was wet, not just damp, but freshly used, as if someone had just run it under water, and confusion settled in. I knew I had not brushed my teeth, yet my mouth still tasted stale from sleep. I glanced around the bathroom, half expecting to find some obvious explanation, but nothing was out of place. The toothpaste tube was exactly where I left it. The cap, still tightly screwed on the sink, was dry. It was just the toothbrush wet, as if someone had been using it. Before I got there, I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. Maybe I had accidentally rinsed it the night before and forgot. Maybe a leak from the faucet had splashed onto it, shaking off the unease creeping up my spine. I grabbed a fresh toothbrush from the cabinet and went about my morning as usual, but the thought lingered in the back of my mind. That night, before going to bed, I made sure to check my toothbrush. I dried it carefully with a towel, running my fingers along the bristles to make sure there was no moisture left. Then I placed it in the holder next to the sink, exactly as I always did when I woke up the next morning. It was wet again. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it. This time I knew for certain it was not me I had checked. I had made sure. My hands trembled slightly as I picked it up, feeling the dampness of the bristles between my fingers. Someone had used it. I lived alone. I turned, scanning the bathroom with a growing sense of unease. The door was still locked from the inside, just as I had left it the night before. The window was closed. Nothing else seemed to stir, but that toothbrush told me otherwise. I tried to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe I had sleepwalked, though I had never done that before. Maybe there was some logical reason I was overlooking, but the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. That night I took extra precautions. I locked every door, every window, double-checking each one. I placed the toothbrush inside the medicine cabinet instead of leaving it out, and just to be certain, I set up my phone to record video, propping it against the mirror, with the camera facing the sink. I barely slept. Every little noise made me jolt awake, the creak of the apartment settling the rustle of the wind outside. It all felt louder, more sinister. My heart pounded as I lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. When I finally got up, my stomach twisted with dread. I moved slowly, cautiously, as I stepped into the bathroom. The medicine cabinet was shut just as I had left it, but as I opened it, my breath caught in my throat. The toothbrush was wet. My skin prickled with cold fear. As I grabbed my phone, hands shaking as I unlocked it, I opened the recording, my pulse hammering as I watched the footage. At first nothing happened. The back bathroom remained dark and empty. Minutes passed, an hour too. Then, at around 3 in the morning, the screen flickered. For a split second. The video cut to static. Then the bathroom was no longer empty. A figure stood in front of the sink. Its back to the camera. My breath hitched. It was tall, unnaturally thin. Its head tilted slightly to one side, as if listening for something. I could not make out any details, just a dark silhouette. In the dim light, my blood turned to ice as I watched it reach out, slowly opening the medicine cabinet. It moved with an eerie slowness, deliberate and precise. Then it took my toothbrush. The figure lifted it to its face. I could not see what it was doing, but my stomach churned at the thought. It stood there for what felt like forever, before carefully placing the toothbrush back, exactly where I had left it. Then it turned for a single horrifying moment. I saw its face, except it had no face, just smooth, pale skin where features should have been. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Yet somehow I knew it was looking at me. The screen flickered again and the figure was gone. I dropped the phone, my body shaking with terror. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what I had just seen. This was not possible. This was not real, but the wet toothbrush in my hand told me otherwise. I did not stay long enough to question it. I grabbed my keys, threw on my shoes and left my apartment without looking back. I did not care where I went. I just knew I could not stay there. By the time I returned later that afternoon, my stomach was in knots. My apartment felt different, colder, wrong. Every shadow seemed darker, every corner more suffocating. I forced myself into the bathroom, heart pounding in my chest. The toothbrush was dry. Everything looked normal, but I knew better that night. I did not set up a camp camera. I did not want to see what would happen. Instead, I packed a bag, booked a hotel and left. I never went back. Then story 43. The knock on my door came just as I was finishing my morning coffee. It was unusual. I wasn't expecting anyone and I hadn't ordered anything recently. Setting my up down, I walked to the door and peered through the peephole. A delivery driver stood outside holding a medium-sized package. I hesitated before unlocking the door. "Delivery for you," the driver said, holding out the box. "I don't remember ordering anything," I replied, eyeing the package. "It's got your name and address," he said, showing me the label. Sure enough, my full name and apartment number were printed neatly on the sticker. No sender information, just my details. Uni. I signed for it and thanked. The driver then shut the door, holding the box carefully. It wasn't heavy, but there was definitely something inside. I shook it lightly, no sound. I placed it on the kitchen counter and stared at it. Who would send me something without a note or a return address? My first thought was that it could be a mistake. Maybe a friend had sent me a surprise gift, but I couldn't think of anyone who would do that. I grabbed a knife and carefully cut through the tape. The flaps popped open, revealing white tissue paper inside, lifting it away. I froze. Inside was a single item, a framed photo of me. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. It was a picture I didn't remember taking. I was standing outside a cafe wearing the exact jacket I had on yesterday. The timestamp in the corner showed that the photo had been taken less than 24 hours ago. My hands tightened around the edges of the box. Someone had followed me. Someone had taken this picture and now they had sent it to me. I looked around my apartment, suddenly feeling like I wasn't alone. The silence seemed heavier than before. I walked to the window, glancing outside. The street below was empty. No sign of anyone watching. I grabbed my phone and texted a friend telling them what had happened. They responded quickly. "That's creepy. Maybe it's a prank, a prank." I wanted to believe that, but deep down, I knew better. Whoever sent this had been close to me, close enough to take a clear photo. Without me noticing, I checked the box again, searching for any clue about the sender. Nothing, no note, no signature, just a picture. I pulled the frame out, checking the back. Tucked behind it was a small slip of paper. One sentence was written on it: "See you." Soon my stomach dropped. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here waiting for whoever sent this to make their next move. I picked up my phone and dialed the non-emergency police line. When they answered, I explained everything: the package, the photo, the message. Did the package have any tracking information? The officer asked. "No, just my name and address." "Do you have any reason to believe someone might be following you?" I hesitated. "I don't know. They told me to file a report in person if I felt unsafe." I agreed, but as I hung up I felt a sense of dread. Filing a report wouldn't stop whoever had sent this. I set the picture down and locked every door and window in my apartment. Then I sat on my couch trying to think who could have done this. And, more importantly, what were they planning to do? Next story 44. I was driving home late at night, the road nearly empty, except for the occasional pair of headlights passing in the opposite direction. The dark stretch of highway was familiar, one I had taken countless times before. The only sound in the car was the soft hum of my engine, and the low murmur of the radio playing some distant station that barely came through. The static made it hard to make out the words, but I left it on anyway. It was better than silence. I adjusted my grip on the steering wheel, blinking away. The exhaustion creeping in the air was cold, and I turned up the heater slightly, hoping it would keep me awake for the rest of the drive. That was when I heard it for the first time. The static on the radio shifted, breaking apart just enough for a voice to push through. It was faint, distorted but unmistakable: my name. I glanced at the radio, confused. The station had been too weak to play anything. Clearly just a jumble of muffled voices and music buried beneath the white noise. But this had been different. Direct. The sound vanished almost as quickly as it had come, dissolving back into the static. I shook my head, forcing a breath out. Maybe I was just tired. I kept driving, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling creeping into my chest. A few minutes later it happened again. My name clear, this time a whisper between the waves of static. My hands tightened around the wheel. The voice was distant, almost stretched, like someone was speaking from far away, but there was no mistaking it. I reached for the radio dial. Turning it down, the static faded, leaving only the hum of my car filling the silence. I let out a breath, shaking off the nerves. It was probably just some coincidence, a fragment of a broadcast breaking through at the right moment, nothing more. I kept driving, watching the road ahead. The streetlights were few and far between, casting long flickering shadows over the pavement. The highway stretched on, empty and dark. Then the radio turned itself back on. The sudden burst of static made me jump, my pulse spiking. I snapped my eyes to the radio, my fingers already reaching for the dial to turn it off again. But before I could, the voice came through louder. This time my name drawn out, almost pleading. I jerked the volume down to 0, my breath uneven. My fingers trembled slightly as I tightened my grip on the wheel. My car was old, but the radio had never done anything like this before. It did not turn itself on, it did not play things that were not there. I swallowed hard, forcing my attention back to the road. I was overthinking it. It had to be a glitch, a signal interference, something logical. But then I heard it again, not from the radio, from behind me. I nearly lost control of the wheel, my body tensing so hard it felt like my muscles might snap. My breath caught in my throat as I flicked my eyes to the rear view mirror, expecting to see someone sitting in the back seat. Nothing. The empty seat stared back at me. The car was silent. Now the radio off, the only sound, my own heartbeat slamming against my ribs. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, suddenly desperate to get home. The road felt longer than usual, stretching on endlessly, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Every few seconds, I glanced at the mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving in the back seat that there was never anything there. Just as I was starting to convince myself I had imagined it, the radio crackled to life again. I flinched my hands, gripping the wheel so tight. My KN-les turned white. The static was louder, this time angry, filling the car with a thick suffocating noise. And then, underneath it, the voice returned my name over and over, not pleading anymore, commanding, "Come back." My stomach twisted. My breath felt shallow, forced. I turned the volume down, but it did not stop. The voice pushed through insistent, as if it was not coming from the speakers anymore, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere inside the car itself. "Come back, aim." I nearly slammed on the brakes. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might pass out. I forced myself to keep going, my mind racing. What was happening? Who was saying my name? The air inside the car felt different now, heavy, thick, like something unseen was pressing in from all around me. I could feel it, could sense it, sitting just outside of my vision, waiting, "Come back." I could not take it anymore. I reached over and yanked the radio's power button, shutting it off completely. The static cut out instantly, plunging the car into thick silence. My breath came fast and uneven. My skin damped with sweat. Despite the cold air, for a long moment nothing happened. Then, in the sudden quiet, I heard it. A breath, not mine, right behind me. I did not look. I could not. Every instinct screamed at me to keep my eyes on the road, to keep driving, to pretend I had not heard it. The weight of something unseen filled the space behind me, pressing against my back, making my skin crawl. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself forward. Home was close. Just a few more turns. I gritted my teeth, refusing to acknowledge whatever was sitting behind me watching. The car felt impossibly small, the air thick, with something unseen, but I kept driving. I did not dare stop. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I threw the car into park, my hands shaking as I reached for the door handle. I hesitated for only a second before yanking it open and stepping out into the cold night air. I did not look back inside. I slammed the door shut and rushed toward my front door, my pulse thundering in my ears. Inside the house was quiet, safe. I locked the door behind me, bracing against it as I tried to steady my breath. My car sat in the driveway, dark and unmoving. The radio was off. Nothing stirred inside. It looked normal, but I knew it was not. I did not go back out to get anything I had left behind. I did not even glance at the car again. I just went straight to my room, locked the door and stayed awake for the rest of the night listening. The next morning I told myself it had been exhaustion, stress, my mind playing tricks on me. But when I finally worked up the courage to get back into my car, my stomach dropped. The radio was on, the volume was turned all the way up, and in the lingering static I swore I could still hear my name, Story 45. I blinked awake, my vision blurry in the darkness. A harsh white light beamed directly into my eyes, making me wince. It took me a moment to realize what was happening. My phone's flashlight was on, pointed straight at my face. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of it. I had gone to sleep with my phone on the nightstand screen facing down. I reached for it cautiously, my fingers shaking as I picked it up. The flashlight had been manually turned on. I stared at the screen, expecting to see a notification, a message, anything that might explain why it was lit up like this. But there was nothing, just my home screen. Like nothing had happened, my pulse pounded in my ears as I tried to remember if I had touched my phone in my sleep. That had to be the explanation. Maybe I had rolled over and somehow turned it on without realizing. I checked the battery percentage. It had barely dropped since I last used it, meaning it had not been on for long. I turned the flashlight off and sat up, looking around my dark room. My curtains were drawn. My door was shut. Everything appeared normal, but I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I pulled up my phone's activity log, scrolling through recent actions. My stomach clenched when I saw the time the flashlight had been turned on. It had happened just a few minutes ago. My eyes darted to the timestamp, trying to process the information. The thought that I had done it in my sleep still lingered, but something about it felt off. I set my phone down and slowly got out of bed. I needed to check my apartment just to be sure my feet were silent against the floor. As I stepped into the hallway, I listened carefully, straining to hear anything unusual. The air was still heavy with silence. I checked the front door first. It was locked. Just as I had left it, I moved through the living room, scanning every corner, every shadow. Nothing was out of place, no windows had been opened, no signs of forced entry. But that did not make me feel any better. I returned to my room, sitting on the edge of my bed, gripping my phone tightly. I pulled up my camera roll, checking to see if anything had been recorded. My chest tightened when I noticed a new video file. The thumbnail was completely black. My hand trembled as I tapped on it. The screen stayed dark. At first nothing but silence. Then, after a few seconds, I heard something breathing slow, steady breathing close to the microphone. My heart pounded as I listened. My own breath caught in my throat. Then suddenly the screen flashed white. It was my phone's flashlight turning on in the video, and for a brief moment I saw my own face. My expression was blank, my eyes open, staring directly into the camera. I had no memory of this. The video ended abruptly, leaving only the sound of my pulse hammering in my ears. I could not move, could not think. The only thing I knew for certain was that I had not been the one holding the phone. I swallowed hard, trying to slow my breathing. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none of them made sense. Had I sleepwalked? Had someone been in my room? I turned my phone over in my hands, checking the time again. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. I forced myself to get up again, this time turning on all the lights. I checked the closet under the bed, every possible hiding place. Still nothing, but the unease remained, settling deep in my stomach. I sat back down, staring at my phone, debating whether to watch the video again. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I had misunderstood what I saw. With shaking hands, I pressed play once more, the same black screen, the same slow breathing. The flashlight flickered on, illuminating my face, but this time I noticed something else, a shadow just outside the frame shifting slightly. Before the video cut off, I dropped the phone, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. I did not want to look at it anymore. The idea that I had recorded this myself felt impossible. Now someone had been in my room. Someone had held my phone, turned on the flashlight and recorded me. I felt exposed, vulnerable in a way I never had before. I pulled the blankets tighter around myself, even though I knew they would not protect me. I needed to do something, but I did not even know where to start. Calling the police seemed pointless. There was no evidence of a break-in, no sign of forced entry, just a video that should not exist. I checked the locks again anyway, making sure everything was secure. Then I grabbed a chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the doorknob. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. Every sound made me flinch. Every shift of the shadows put me on edge. I kept checking my phone, waiting for another notification, another sign that someone had been there, but nothing else happened. When morning came, I felt exhausted but relieved. The daylight made things feel a little less terrifying. I hesitated before checking my phone again, but when I did, the video was gone. It had been deleted. I had not done it. Story 46. The sun had just started to set, casting long shadows across the quiet street. I had just returned home from a long day and was about to close my front door, when something made me pause across the street. In the second-floor window of the house directly facing mine, a hand waved. I knew that window. I had seen it countless times before. I also knew that no one should be there. The house had been empty for months. I hesitated, my fingers tightening around the doorknob. The movement had been clear. Someone had waved at me. Not a trick of the light, not my imagination. I took a step back onto my porch, peering up at the window. The curtains were partially drawn, but I could see the outline of a figure standing behind the glass. My stomach twisted. I knew who had lived there before, a neighbor who had moved away. Suddenly I remembered the day they packed up their belongings, the way the moving truck had pulled out of the driveway, leaving the house eerily silent. No one had moved in since I had checked out of curiosity. No lights, no cars, no signs of life. Yet now someone was inside. The figure did not move, only stood there as if waiting for me to react. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with possibilities. Had someone broken in? Was I seeing things? I reached for my phone and pulled up the contact for the property owner. I had saved their number months ago. After they mentioned the house would stay vacant until it was put on the market, I dialed, my gaze still locked on the window. The phone rang twice before a familiar voice answered. "Hey," I said quickly, trying to sound calm. "I think someone is inside your property." A pause. "What do you mean?" I glanced up again. The figure was still there, standing unnaturally still. I just saw someone in the second floor window. They waved at me. Another silence, then a slow exhale. "That's not possible. No one has been in that house since the last inspection. I have the only key." "Then someone broke in," I said firmly. "I am looking at them right now." The owner hesitated before responding. "I will call the police. Do not go over there." I did not need to be told twice. The idea of walking up to that front door sent a chill through me. I hung up, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure. Then they moved, not away from the window, not back into the house. They leaned forward and I saw their face. My breath caught in my throat. It was my neighbor, the one who had moved away months ago, the one who should not be there. But something was wrong. Their expression was blank, their eyes too wide. They lifted their hand again slowly, in a stiff wave that felt unnatural, almost rehearsed. I could not move. I knew what my neighbor looked like. I had spoken to them before, had seen them countless times through that same window, but now something about them felt off, as if they were not real, as if they were just an echo of the person who once lived there. The lights in the house flickered and then, without warning, the figure vanished. I blinked, my heart pounding so loudly. I could hear it in my ears. The window was empty. Had they stepped back? Had they ducked out of sight? I took an uneasy step backward, toward my own door. My instinct, screaming at me to get inside just as I turned to go, something made me glance down at my phone, a new message from an unknown number. I opened it with trembling fingers forwards. "Do not look again." I sucked in a sharp breath, my grip tightening on my phone. My skin prickled with a deep instinctive fear, the kind that settled in your bones and told you something was very, very wrong. The wind picked up outside, rattling the branches of the trees. I forced myself to move, stepping into my house and locking the door behind me. My heart pounded as I backed away from the entrance, my mind racing with questions. Who would sent that message? A thing, and what would have happened if I had looked again? I checked the locks on all my windows, pulling the curtains shut, trying to shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow felt like it was shifting in the dark. My mind kept replaying the image of that face, my neighbor's face, yet not quite right. By morning I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe it was exhaustion, maybe a trick of the light. I wanted to believe that. But when I stepped outside the next day, I saw something that made my breath hitch. The window across the street, the one where I had seen the figure. The curtains were open again and taped to the inside of the glass. A note, just 4 words. "You looked anyway, Story 47. I settled into my seat by the window, exhausted from the long day. The steady hum of the train moving along the tracks was soothing the rhythm, lulling me into a much-needed nap. I had taken this route dozens of times before, so I knew I would wake up in time for my stop. Letting my eyes close, I relaxed, listening to the faint chatter of other passengers and the occasional announcements over the speakers. Sleep came quickly, deeper than I expected. When I finally opened my eyes, something felt off. The train was still moving, but the familiar sounds were gone. The soft conversations, the rustling of newspapers, the quiet hum of people going about their commuted had all disappeared. The air felt thick, heavy, with something I could not quite name. I blinked a few times, shaking off the groin, and looked around. The train car was empty. My stomach twisted slightly. I had fallen asleep in a full train. There had been people in nearly every seat. Now there was no one or one. I reached into my pocket for my phone, but my fingers brushed against nothing but fabric. My bag was gone too. My pulse quickened. I stood up, gripping the back of the nearest seat to steady myself. The train had to be nearing my stop. I would just get off and figure out what happened to my belongings. Later, as if on cue, the train slowed, the brakes screeching softly as it came to a halt. The doors slid open with a hiss and I stepped out onto the platform. The air was cold, colder than it should have been for this time of year. I turned to look at the station sign, expecting to see the familiar name of my stop. But the sign was blank. Just a rusted metal board bolted to the ceiling, the paint peeling away, a deep one settled in my stomach. I glanced around trying to find something familiar. The platform was empty, stretching in both directions, with no signs of people, no benches, no vending machines, just dim flickering lights casting long shadows. The train behind me let out a mechanical whine and before I could turn back, the door shut and it pulled away, disappearing into the dark tunnel beyond. Panic rose in my throat. As I watched the last car vanish into the distance, I was alone. I turned back to the station, scanning the area for an exit. A single hallway led out of the platform, the walls lined with cracked tiles that looked old, forgotten. The silence was unnervous. No distant sound of an intercom, no footsteps, nothing. I hesitated before walking forward, my footsteps echoing loudly. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, the fluorescent lights above flickering. As I moved, the air smelled stale, like damp, concrete and dust. I reached a staircase leading upward. Relief washing over me at the sight. Stairs meant an exit. I hurried, freed up 2 steps at a time, eager to get out of this place, but when I reached the top my breath caught in my throat. It was another platform identical to the one I had just left. My chest tightened. I turned, looking behind me. The stairs were gone, just a solid wall where they should have been. This was impossible. I walked forward, my hands trembling slightly. The silence pressed down on me, suffocating. I reached for my phone again, only to remember it was missing. The train whistle echoed in the distance and I turned sharply. The train was approaching. Relief flooded me. I would get on, find someone, anyone who could explain what was happening. The train pulled in slowly, the metal screeching against the rails. The doors slid open and I stepped inside. It was empty. No passengers, no conductor. Just the dim interior, the worn-out seats and the faint smell of old upholstery. I hesitated, but staying on the platform felt worse. I stepped inside the door, shutting behind me. The train jolted forward, the motion slightly uneven, as if it had not been maintained in years. I moved through the cars, checking each one for any sign of life. They were all the same, empty, silent. The windows were dark, nothing but an endless void beyond them. Then I saw something. In the last car, a figure sat facing away from me. My breath caught. Someone else was here. I moved forward, my footsteps, hesitant. "Excuse me." I called out. The figure did not move. My heart pounded. As I stepped closer, the air around them fell colder, heavier. I reached out a hand, my fingers hovering just above their shoulder. They turned. I stumbled back. A cold shock running through my body. The face was blurred, shifting like a distorted reflection in water. No eyes, no mouth, just a smudged outline of should have been a person. A low sound filled the air, something between a whisper and a why. I backed away, my pulse hammering, but the figure did not move. It just sat there watching, if it even had eyes to watch, with the train jerked, suddenly knocking me off balance. When I looked back, the figure was gone. The seat was empty. I turned, running back through the cars, dead, desperate to find a way out. The train picked up speed, the walls vibrating slightly. I reached the first car, slamming my hands against the door, leading to the conductor's cabin. No response. I pounded harder. "Hey, stop the train!" Silence. The lights flickered and the hum in the air grew louder. My head HDHD from the pressure of it. Then, just suddenly, as it started, the train slowed. The door slid open. I stumbled out, gasping for air, my heart racing. I was back on the same platform. The blank sign, the cracked tiles, the flickering lights. It was all the same, the train wind, as it pulled away, disappearing into the tunnel. Once more, I turned, my legs weak beneath me. A new hallway stretched out before me, one that had not been there before. I had no other choice. I walked forward, my breath shaky. The hallway led to another staircase. I climbed each step, feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the top, I saw something that made my chest tighten with hope, an exit sign. I rushed forward, pushing through the doors. Cold air hit my face, the scent of the city filling my lungs. The sun had started to rise, casting an eerie glow over the empty streets. I turned back and the station entrance was gone, just an alleyway, as if the building had never existed. I stood there, my mind struggling to make sense of what had happened. My phone, my bag, everything I had brought with me was still missing. I reached into my pocket, hoping to find something, anything that would prove this was real. My fingers brushed against something small and crumpled. I pulled it out, unfolding it with shaking hands. It was a ticket, not from the train I had boarded, but from the one I had just left, Story 48. I got home late that night, exhausted from a long day. As I reached my apartment door, I fished my key out of my pocket, ready to step inside and collapse onto my couch. The hallway was quiet, the air heavy, with the usual mix of old carpet and faint cooking smells from other units. I inserted my key into the lock, turned it and heard the familiar click. But just as I was about to push the door open, a thought crossed my mind. I had been distracted on my way up the stairs. Lost in my own thoughts, I glanced up at the apartment number and my stomach dropped. This wasn't my door. I had just unlocked the apartment next to mine. I froze, staring at the door handle, my finger still gripping it. My heart pounded in my chest. How was that possible? Pulling the key out. I took a step back and looked down at it, the same key I had used for months, the same one that had always opened my door. I turned to my actual apartment just one step away and inserted the key, another click. Now it opened bed. I stood in the hallway, staring at both doors. That wasn't normal. A wave of unease settled over me. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe the locks had been changed at some point and ended up being identical. Maybe the landlord had made a mistake. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting someone to step into the hallway and accuse me of trying to break in, but everything remained still. I should have left it alone, should have just gone inside my own apartment and locked the door behind me, but instead I found myself turning back to the other door. If my key worked on both locks, then what was stopping me from taking a look? A part of me knew it was wrong, but curiosity pushed me forward. I took a slow breath, turned the handle and pushed the door open. Just an inch darkness. The apartment was completely silent. No lights, no signs of movement. I stepped inside and the air felt different, stale, like no one had been inside for a long time. The layout was identical to mine, but something felt off. I reached for the light switch near the door and flipped it on. My breath caught. The apartment was furnished exactly like mine. Same couch, same coffee table, same bookshelf against the wall. Even the small decorations looked identical, the same kind of lamp in the corner, the same rug near the door. It was like I had just walked into a mirror image of my own home. My skin prickled. This was too much to be a coincidence. I stepped further inside my eyes, scanning the room. The coffee table had a mug on it, just like mine did. The bookshelf had the same books placed in the same order. I turned toward the kitchen. The fridge had magnets arranged in the same pattern as mine. I walked toward the hallway, my pulse racing. There was no way this was real. The bedroom door was slightly open. I hesitated, then pushed it wider. The bed was made exactly like mine, same blankets, same pillows, and on the nightstand sat a picture frame. I stepped closer, my breath shallow. It was a photo of me, not just any photo, the exact one I had on my own nightstand. I backed up so fast I nearly tripped my mind, struggled to process what I was seeing. Who lived here? How was this possible? The apartment had to belong to someone, but why would it be a perfect copy of mine? I turned and hurried toward the door. I needed to leave, needed to lock myself inside my real home and pretend I had never seen this place. But as I reached the front door, I heard it, a soft creak behind me. Someone else was in the apartment. I didn't look back. I yanked the door open and ran out into the hallway, slamming it shut behind me. My hands shook as I locked myself inside my own apartment, bolting the door. I pressed my back against the door, my heart hammering so loudly I could barely think. For the rest of the night I didn't move, I barely breathed. I never heard any more sounds from the other apartment. No footsteps, no voices. But the next morning, when I finally gathered the courage to check, the door to the other apartment was locked and a new nameplate had been placed outside, like no one had ever lived there at all. Story 49. I had never paid much attention to small details in my home. My routine was the same every day. I worked, came home, ate and went to bed. Nothing strange ever happened, and I liked it that way. But then I started noticing the hair the first time. I barely thought about it. I had just woken up rubbing the sleep from my eyes when I noticed something on my pillow, a long strand of dark hair. It was thick, smooth, and at least a foot long. My own hair was short, barely reaching my ears. I picked it up between my fingers, frowning. Maybe it had been stuck to my clothes from somewhere, or maybe a friend had accidentally left it behind. I tossed it in the trash and forgot about it. The next morning there were more, not just one or two, but several strands scattered across my pillow and sheets. Some curled into loose shapes, others stretched out as if they had just fallen. Naturally, I sat up quickly, my heart pounding. I had washed my sheet just a few days ago. No one else had been in my apartment. So where was the hair coming from? I gathered them up, throwing them away again. I even vacuumed the bed, making sure nothing was left behind. That night I double-checked my sheets. Before climbing in, I ran my hands over the fabric, making sure it was clean. Satisfied, I turned off the light and went to sleep. In the morning they were back. Long strands of hair draped over my pillow, resting against my skin. I shot up, breathing heavily. My hands trembled as I picked up one of the strands, holding it up to the light. It was smooth, almost silky, and had a faint scent of something unfamiliar. It was not mine. I tried to stay calm. Maybe I had missed some the night before. Maybe I had somehow brought them in from outside. But deep down I knew something was wrong. That night I made sure every door and window was locked. I checked the vents, even looked under my bed. Everything was in place. Still I could not shake the feeling that something was watching me. The air in my bedroom felt heavier, like the walls were closing. In sleep did not come easily. Every sound in the apartment seemed louder, the creak of the floor, the hum of the fridge, even my own breathing. I tossed and turned, pulling the blanket tighter around me. Eventually exhaustion took over and I drifted off. A sharp tickling sensation woke me. My eyes flew open. My heart pounded against my ribs. As I reached up to my face, my fingers brushed against something. I grabbed it and held it up. Another long strand of hair, this time tangled around my face fingers. I scrambled out of bed, turning on the light. My sheets were covered in them more than ever before. Some strands were even on my clothes, resting on my arms and shoulders. My stomach twisted. This was not normal. I stood in the middle of my room, my breath coming in short, panic gasps. Someone had to be in my apartment. There was no other explanation. I checked every room, searching for any sign of an intruder, but everything was locked. No windows were open. No doors had been forced. I was alone, except I was not. I could feel it. The next day I barely functioned. My thoughts were a blur, my body sluggish from lack of sleep at work. I kept checking my clothes, half expecting to find more strands of hair clinging to me. Every shadow in the office felt wrong, like something was just out of sight. Waiting that night, I refused to sleep in my bed. I moved to the couch, keeping the lights on. I wrapped myself in a blanket, trying to convince myself that I was being paranoid. Maybe I had been sleepwalking, burning in the hair myself without realizing it. Morning came. The couch was clean. No strands of hair anywhere. My sheets, however, were covered in them. I could not take it anymore. I stripped the bed completely, throwing everything into the wash. I even bought new pillows, convinced that if I replaced everything it would stop. It did not tell. No matter what I did, no matter how many times I cleaned, the hair always returned. Some nights I swore I felt something brush against my skin, something light and feathery like fingers running through my hair. Other times I woke up feeling suffocated, like something was pressing down on my chest watching. One night I set up my phone to record while I slept. I needed proof, something to explain what was happening. I placed it on my nightstand, making sure it had a clear view of my bed. Then I forced myself to sleep, hoping the morning would bring answers. When I woke up, I hesitated before checking the video. My stomach twisted as I picked up my phone, my hands climbing. I pressed play for the first few hours. Nothing happened. I tossed and turned, shifting in my sleep. Then, just past 3, in the morning, something changed. A shadow moved in the corner of the frame. Not a person, not something solid, just a faint shift, like the air itself was bending. The strands of hair on my pillow lifted slightly as if an unseen hand had run through them. My sleeping body did not react. The shadow grew darker, taking form but never fully becoming visible. Then the video cut to static. My breath came in short gasps as I stared at the screen. I rewound the video, watching again the same shadow, the same movement, the same cut to status. I had no memory of waking up, no memory of anything disturbing my sleep. Something was in my room. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes I imagined that shadow, imagined it standing over me watching. The next day I packed a bag and left. I checked into a hotel, desperate for some distance. That night I slept deeply. No nightmare, there's no strange sensations. When I woke up, my sheets were clean, no strands of hair. But when I returned home the first thing I saw was my bed covered. The strands were everywhere more than ever before. Tangled in the sheets, draped over my pillows, trailing onto the floor and on the wall above my bed, written in long curling strands of hair, was a single word, mine. I left that day. I never went back. Whatever was in that apartment had claimed it, and I was not going to wait for it to claim me too. Story 50 FD. I arrived at work early, hoping to get ahead on my tasks before the office got too noisy. As I approached my desk, I immediately noticed something strange. The jacket was dripping over my chair. It was not mine. I had never seen it before. It was dark blue, slightly worn, and had a faint scent of cologne that I did not recognize. I hesitated before picking it up. It was possible that someone had left it there by mistake. Maybe a coworker had borrowed my chair while I was gone the day before and forgotten about it. I looked around the office, but the usual early arrivals were busy with their own work. No one was paying attention to me. Curious, I checked the pockets, hoping to find something that could tell me who it belonged to. My fingers brushed against something thin and folded in the left pocket. I pulled it out, unfolded it carefully and felt my stomach drop. Written in uneven handwriting. Was my name just my name? No message, no explanation, nothing but my name in dark ink. A cold shiver ran through me. I looked around again, suddenly feeling uneasy. No one was near my desk. No one was watching me, but someone had placed this jacket here, someone who knew my name. I checked the other pockets, but they were empty. I sat down still holding the note, my mind racing with questions who had left it. Why was this a prank? If it was an oddly personal one. There was something unsettling about finding my name written like that, with no context. It felt deliberate. Like someone wanted me to know they had been here. I decided to ask around. I approached a few co-workers casually mentioning the jacket to see if anyone knew anything about it. Each person shook their head. No one had seen anyone near my desk that morning and no one recognized the jacket. I placed the jacket on an empty chair in the break room, hoping that whoever had left it would come back for it, but as the day went on, no one did. It remained untouched. The note stayed on my desk, the paper slightly crumpled from how many times I had picked it up and put it back down. I could not shake the feeling that someone had left it there specifically for me to find. But why? By lunchtime my curiosity got the better of me. I decided to check the office security cameras. I went to the receptionist and asked if we could review the footage from that morning. She hesitated at first, but after I explained the situation, she agreed to help. We fast-forwarded through the recording watching. His employees arrived at the office. Then, just before the time I had gotten in, a figure appeared on the screen. My breath caught in my throat. The person was wearing a hoodie, their face obscured, as they walked straight toward my desk. They moved with purpose, not hesitating for even a second. They draped the jacket over my chair, slipped something into the pocket, then turned and left the frame just as quickly as they had come. I rewound the video, watching it again. No matter how closely I looked, I could not make out any identifying details. Their hoodie covered most of their face and they kept their head down the entire time. I glanced at the receptionist, who was frowning at the screen. "Do you know who that is?" she asked. I shook my head. No idea. We checked the footage from the hallway camera, but the figure never appeared on it. It was as if they had come from nowhere and vanished just as quickly. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I could not focus on work. The notes sat on my desk, a reminder that someone had gone out of their way to leave it for me. I thought about throwing it away, but something stopped me. When the workday ended, I grabbed my things, hesitating, before looking back at the jacket still sitting in the break room. No one had claimed it. It did not belong to anyone in the office. That meant someone from outside had come in just to leave it for me that night. I took the note home with me. I left it on my nightstand, staring at it before finally forcing myself to sleep. But my sleep was restless, my mind replaying the footage over and over, and I woke up the next morning. The note was gone.